Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 38-15. Xian Songzi, you too. Xiao Hua waved his hand again and took out another spiritual wisdom amplification and sent it to Xian Songzi. When Xian Songzi used the spiritual wisdom amplification, his eyes also flashed with a strange emotion. Only after using it did he truly know the importance of the spiritual wisdom amplification. Xian Songzi glanced at perfected Jingting and then looked at Xiao Hua deeply. Then, the two of them bowed at the same time. Master, disciple is truly grateful for Master's kindness of rebirth. There's no need to say anything more. Quickly go and cultivate. You're my disciples. What I can do for you, I'll do according to your requests. Xiao Hua smiled and sent the two nascent souls into the Kunlun ruins. After putting away the Kunlun mirror, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the futon and took out a mother-child spirit fruit. As he looked at it carefully, he thought to himself, Xian Songzi and perfected Jingting are nascent souls with primordial spirits. It's natural for them to use the mother-child spirit fruit and spiritual wisdom amplification. After all, they know the degree. However, the 100 or so nascent souls in my lower dantian are already damaged. I'm afraid it's difficult for them to distinguish the degree of use. It'll be difficult for me to cast the spell. Moreover, this spiritual wisdom amplification actually contains green seal text. Such a rare treasure can be used directly, but if it's tempered by my Dao sex alchemy method, won't it have a better effect? There's a pill called Spirit Awakening Fluid in Senior Tsang Langzi's pill formula. It seems to be related to spirit awakening. However, the main ingredient is not spiritual wisdom amplification. When green-robed Xiao Hua in the space is free, I'll let him try refining some. Perhaps this spirit awakening fluid will have a better effect on these nascent souls with incomplete primordial spirits. Of course, these nascent souls are constantly tempered by the 5 qi righteous thunder in their lower dantian. Moreover, they have obtained the essence of the ancient fierce soul. I believe their bodies are tougher than the two of them. It won't be difficult for them to pass the thunder tribulation. If it were in the past, I wouldn't be so anxious. I would definitely wait and see the results of Xian Songzi and the others' cultivation. But now, the matter of Yaotai Mountain has attracted the attention of the Immortal Palace. Perhaps they won't think of me now, but there's no such thing as a secret. Who knows when the Immortal Palace will send someone here? Even, not to mention the Immortal Palace, even the Confucian cultivators of Yuzhou might not be able to tolerate me. Therefore, this Xiao cannot wait any longer. I can only make use of my time. At this point, Xiao Hua was indeed staking everything on a single throw. Also, the things in this world are truly mysterious. Developing intelligence seems to be the second time this Xiao has seen a heaven-earth spiritual object that contains green seal text. Ordinary spirit fruits that contained heaven-earth yuan qi were already rare, but this underworld fruit that could develop spiritual intelligence and grow in the water of the Yellow Springs were even more incredible. Of course, the effects of this miraculous item were miraculous as well. Not to mention the fact that it was able to penetrate the spiritual cavities of nascent souls. Just the underworld fruit was far more beneficial to soul cultivators than the daybreak moon. Previously, Xiao Mao's cultivation speed was already pretty good. However, after consuming the underworld fruit, the speed of cultivation became even more terrifying. In just a few years, I have already reached the Heaven's Heart realm. Although I have just broken through to the Heaven's Heart realm, Xiao Mao can feel that my cultivation speed will definitely not slow down in the future. Could it be that this soul cultivator, or rather, the millions of shamans in Meng Mountains were really the descendants of the great god Hudu? Hudu great god really transformed into the 9 underworlds. If that's the case, how do you explain the formation of the inside of Xiao Mao's space? Xue Xue's soul, and Master's soul. Forget it, this world is too miraculous. It's not something that Xiao Mao can speculate with his current strength. Let's not think about it for now. Just as Xiao Hua thought of this, an indescribable surge suddenly appeared in his meridians. Then, Dragon Vein Xiaohua let out a furious roar and rushed out of Xiaohua's body, turning into a huge dragon and flying several dozen feet away. It flew straight to the restrictive spell of the quiet room, and only then did it trigger the restrictive spell. The dragon's body was forcefully stopped, and the huge dragon filled up the entire quiet room. "What's going on?" Xiaohua asked curiously. Dragon Vein Xiaohua turned into a dragon elephant and coiled around the quiet room. While swimming, he answered, "I sensed a kind of dragon aura soaring into the sky." Although this dragon aura was very weak and not much, after the dragon aura soared into the sky, the noble aura that descended was extremely vast and very tempting. "I couldn't help but fly out, oh." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked at the direction Dragon Vein Xiaohua was facing. He asked curiously, "What's going on? What's going on over there?" Dragon Vein Xiaohua coiled around the quiet room for an hour before entering Xiaohua's physical body. Xiaohua walked out of the quiet room and released his Buddhist consciousness. When he saw what was happening over there, he couldn't help but sneer. However, the moment he withdrew his Buddhist consciousness, his expression suddenly changed. He released his Buddhist consciousness again and looked at it for a moment before withdrawing it thoughtfully. A short while later, Xiongyi entered the dwelling and said with a bow, "Master, Jiang country, has been revived." "And, Master knows." Xiaohua nodded and said, "This Changling princess is amazing as expected. Not only did she kill 2 birds with 1 stone, she killed 3 birds with 1 stone. In just a few days, she actually found a suitable Jindan cultivator to establish a country. It seems, she knows that this old man will not make things difficult for her. Everyone knows that Master is benevolent. As long as you do not do anything outrageous, even if Master is angry, there is no need to be afraid." Xiongyi smiled and then winked as he lowered his voice and asked, "Master, that lightning tribulation, what was it?" "Lightning tribulation is lightning tribulation. What could it be?" Xiaohua waved his sleeve in annoyance and said, "This lightning tribulation is not this old man's, don't think so much." "Oh." Xiongyi blinked. Seeing Xiaohua stand, he hurriedly stood and sent Xiaohua into the quiet room. However, before Xiaohua entered the quiet room, he stopped and turned around. "Also, Master is going into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. If there are any earth-shaking movements in the future, all of you don't have to be too surprised." "All right." Xiongyi hurriedly agreed. "Also, urge Black Bear to have all the Yaos, and the outer sect disciples go down the veins. Empty the veins as soon as possible." Xiaohua thought of something again and instructed, "When Master makes a move, there won't be any meat left for you." He understood. "Master, this disciple will roll up his sleeves and go to work." Xiongyi giggled and left. After Xiongyi left, Xiaohua did not enter the quiet room. Instead, his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. When Xiaohua reappeared, he was already outside the Black Wind Ridge. This place was about 40 li away from the Black Wind Ridge. Xiaohua's figure appeared in mid-air. He frowned as he looked down at the mountain rocks below. He seemed to be thinking about something. However, after a short while, Xiaohua stretched out his hand. A huge palm silhouette of several tens of zhang in size fell from the sky and plunged into a pile of rocks. When the big hand turned over, that big hand was holding a scholarly cultivator in a yellow robe. This scholarly cultivator's robe was very strange. It was somewhat similar to the outer robe of a secular person, but there were some flashing inscriptions on the robe. There were also mountains and rivers printed on the chest and back of the robe. It looked similar to the official robe worn by the secular government officials. This cultivator is a bit strange. Xiaohua looked at the cultivator imprisoned by him and thought to himself, not only is his appearance different, but his cultivation is also strange. It seems that he is only proficient in the earth escape technique and concealment technique. He should be very proficient in the earth essence technique. But he is also very weak in other aspects. Under the attack of this Xiao's magic power, he didn't notice at all. Huh. There seems to be some kind of aura on this robe. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's expression suddenly changed. He whispered, "Where is fellow immortal Confucian cultivator?" Wang. Four-colored true qi gushed out from Xiao Hua's chest. That Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua landed in the air. When he saw everything in front of him clearly, the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's expression was also grave. He nodded and said, "Fellow Taoists' worries are correct. This Confucian cultivator's robe has the same aura as the Imperial Star Thrust and the Imperial Shield. This scholarly cultivator must be the eyes and ears of the Immortal Palace." "Thank you, fellow Immortal." Xiao Hua nodded slightly and sent Xiao Hua back. Then, he thought for a moment and slowly extended his finger. He was extremely careful as if he was afraid of breaking the cultivator's forehead. Then, he quickly withdrew his finger. "Earth Lord." Xiao Hua's face showed an astonished expression. The Immortal Palace really has Earth Lords all over the hidden Immortal Continent. Granny, no wonder the Immortal Palace can control the entire hidden Immortal Continent's information. Oh, that's not it. Not every place on the hidden Immortal Continent has Immortal Palace's eyes and ears. Although in name, the Earth Lord supervises the entire hidden Immortal Continent's information, these Earth Lords can't always pay attention to all the movements. Only the places that the Immortal Palace pays attention to have Earth Lords truly investigate. It turns out that the Black Wind Ridge doesn't enter the Immortal Palace's eyes at all. It seems that because of this Xiao, it attracted Earth Lord. But, this is troublesome. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. If my Fortune Gate's disciples leave the Black Wind Ridge, won't all traces be seen by Earth Lord? Then, won't the newly found cave be exposed to the Immortal Palace's surveillance? Hee hee. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and a smile appeared on his face. Several extremely small soul strands were released from between his eyebrows and landed on the Earth Lord's forehead. After a while, Xiao Hua put the Earth Lord back into the ground and flew away with a smile on his face. After dealing with the Earth Lord's surveillance, Xiao Hua formed an incantation and used the Earth Escape technique to escape towards the Black Wind Ridge. On the first day he returned to the Black Wind Ridge, he had tried to sense the metal and wood essence blood that had seeped into his body. Unfortunately, no matter how many times he tried, it was to no avail. Now that he had dealt with everything, he began to busy himself with the most important matter in his heart. At this time, Xiao Hua's Earth Escape technique had already reached a high level. Not to mention that he could move extremely nimbly underground, even in places without Earth Attribute Origin energy, he could rely on his own Earth Attribute energy to move. Therefore, this time it was very easy for him to reach the location of the Black Fog. Chapter 38:16. However, the Black Fog underground was still like a viscous liquid. Clusters of tiny vortexes were endlessly produced from the inside, constantly spreading towards the outside. However, even at this place, Xiao Hua was still unable to sense the blood essence in the water and fire magnetic field. Xiao Hua's heart had already turned cold by more than half. Damn it, looks like this Xiao's method isn't working. Xiao Hua breathed out spiritual fire and drilled through the fog while secretly thinking, I still have to. Ouch. Success. That is to say, when Xiao Hua's figure had just rushed through the black fog that was several tens of feet deep, a familiar feeling suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. It was just like when he used the blood refining method to refine the demonic tool in the past. The entire magnificent water and fire magnetic field space had yet to appear, but the situation inside the space had already fallen into his heart. The blood refining method of the demonic world is indeed powerful. It can really shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. Xiao Hua laughed loudly, his figure landing inside the magnetic field space. At this time, Xiao Hua already didn't need to open his transcendence vision. What the naked eye could see was a pitch-black mass, but the entire water and fire magnetic field was like a part of Xiao Hua's body, incomparably familiar with it. Even those tens of thousands of magnetic fields were like rainbows in Xiao Hua's heart. What was special was that at the extreme point of the fire magnetic field, a vermilion bird poked its head out from inside, somewhat curiously looking at Xiao Hua. Without any hesitation, it turned into a rainbow and landed below Xiao Hua's body, obediently lying beside him, appearing very attached. At the same time, at the extreme point of the water magnetic field, the other black tortoise also didn't show any signs of weakness. It naively flew out, turned into a square foot, and landed on Xiao Hua's right arm, similarly obedient. Good. Xiao Hua was happy in his heart, using his hand to caress the black tortoise and vermilion bird. Unfortunately, where his hand landed, he simply couldn't touch the two little things. Forget it. Xiao Hua was a little embarrassed. He shrugged and said, "Wait for this old man to collect all of you. I reckon that once we enter the space, this old man will be able to touch you." After speaking, Xiao Hua released his consciousness and covered the fire and water origin magnetic field. When his consciousness came into contact with the fire and water origin magnetic field, Xiao Hua was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't help but complain bitterly, "Oh my God, this fire and water origin magnetic field is 3,650 mu in size. If it was an ordinary mountain, with this Xiao's current divine sense, even if it takes a lot of effort, this Xiao would still be able to store it in the space. But this is a water and fire magnetic field. Its weight is many times that of an ordinary mountain peak. With this Xiao's current cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to store it in my space. Rise." At this moment, Xiao Hua's mind was mixed with his divine sense and could already wrap up the entire water and fire magnetic field. While his mind was affected, Xiao Hua secretly shouted in his heart, as if to encourage himself. Rumble. The entire magnetic field space shook several times, scaring the tiny black tortoise and vermilion bird into fleeing. The water and fire magnetic fields had only moved a few inches, and there was still a large gap between them and the space. Forget it, today this old man will exhaust you to the end. After knowing the gap, Xiao Hua wasn't discouraged. He simply sat cross-legged in the magnetic field space and released his consciousness, divine sense, and Buddhist sense. Just like when he was in the rockfall matrix of Yaotai Mountain, he began to temper his divine sense according to the secret technique. Of course, in addition to tempering his divine sense, Xiao Hua also practiced other divine abilities. Every few days, he would even fly out of the magnetic field space and summon a nascent soul. He would feed the nascent soul with human essence and use spiritual wisdom amplification. However, in this way, the Black Wind Ridge would suffer. Every once in a while, the entire Black Wind Ridge would shake a few times. Moreover, from time to time, the might of a lightning tribulation would suddenly appear. However, everyone and the demons of the Black Wind Ridge had also received Xiong Yi's order. They knew that their master was cultivating, so they didn't ask too much. In fact, they didn't have time to ask too much because the Black Wind Ridge's underground or vein was really enormous. They mined day and night and simply didn't have time to ask too much. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 years had passed. On this day, the sky was clear and boundless. Outside the Black Wind Ridge, some of the Golden Eagle's subordinates were patrolling. Suddenly, the entire Black Wind Ridge shook violently. This shaking was far more weak than the previous weak shaking. Several of the vicious birds were shocked. The leading vicious bird let out a few loud cries and rushed into the great array. The other vicious birds spread their wings again, wanting to find the source of the abnormality. After all, in the past 3 years, although there were still some Confucian cultivators who came back to the Black Wind Ridge to provoke them, they were defeated by Xiong Yi, Li Xiang, and Prince Lan every time. There had never been such a big movement. However, before the vicious bird landed on the peak of the Black Wind Ridge, the shaking suddenly stopped. A powerful suction force was generated from the capital star array. Tens of thousands of hurricanes rushed in from all directions and madly rushed into the Great Array. With these hurricanes, the Great Array unexpectedly changed. Not only did it expand in all directions, but the power of the Great Array also suddenly increased. The vicious bird's body instantly stopped in midair. Then, as if a big hand had grabbed it, woo! It was thrown high into the sky. Ga. The vicious bird was shocked. It flapped its wings in midair, but it still couldn't stop its body. It didn't stop until its body was thousands of feet high in the sky. Ha ha ha. As soon as the vicious bird stopped, Xiaohua's laughter came from the cave. Then, a powerful divine sense that the vicious bird had never seen before suddenly grabbed it and pulled it down from the sky. When it fell outside the Great Array like a meteor, the divine sense suddenly disappeared. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. How could the vicious bird not know that this was Xiaohua's divine sense? It shouted loudly and flew into the distance to patrol. After the water and fire magnets were absorbed into the space, the capital star array's power actually increased by 40% without the interference of the water and fire magnets. If I used the water and fire magnets to set up a great array, wouldn't all the methods to break the array be useless? Xiaohua's divine sense swept and immediately understood the reason for the great array's change. Master, you've come out of seclusion. A moment later, Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiang flew out from the primordial stone vein and came to meet him. Yes, it's over. Xiaohua smiled. Xiong Yi was a little strange and whispered, Master, you've only been in seclusion for 3 years, right? Just 3 years. Xiong Yi didn't say anything else. Yes, ordinary nascent soul cultivators would enter seclusion for decades or even centuries. How could they come out in 3 years? Humph, you think I don't want to? Xiaohua snorted, but I'm a little uneasy, and I just finished a big thing, so I came out to take a look. Master isn't in seclusion. Li Xiang said with a smile, disciple occasionally sees Master going in and out of the great array. Indeed. Xiaohua nodded, Master is just making some preparations to prevent the Confucian cultivators from attacking my Black Wind Ridge. Right, have you heard of the Immortal Palace's eyes and ears? Earth? Earth? Li Xiang was stunned and shook his head, isn't the Earth Geyser a character in legends and stories? Not necessarily. Prince Lan immediately understood and smiled, there's no smoke without fire. Maybe the characters in the stories are copies of reality. Could it be that Master saw the Immortal Palace's land? Xiong Yi's eyes turned and asked. Yes. Xiaohua nodded, Master has already seen it. Master has also taken care of this matter, so you don't have to worry. However, who knows how much land there is in the entire hidden immortal continent? You all have to be careful and don't give yourself away. Master is worried. Royal Highness Lan seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly reported, disciple received some information. After the Jade Pavilion meeting, on the hidden immortal continent, including the Jiang country next to it, there were a total of 10 Taoist countries that received the imperial tutor's signature to establish their own countries. And in the past year, there were actually 4 countries that were annihilated by the Immortal Palace. 2 of these 4 countries were in the Jing province, and the other 2 were near the Jing province. If this disciple's guess is correct, the remaining 6 countries, including Jiang country, will be destroyed by the Immortal Palace sooner or later. This is probably due to the contribution of this so-called land. Master, this matter is very strange. Your intuition is also reasonable. Li Xiang said from the side, the Immortal Palace has never interfered with the affairs of the hidden immortal continent on the surface. Unless a great demon of the 1,000-demon saint realm appears, the Immortal Palace may send troops. How could they send troops to annihilate the Taoist country this time? The premonitions of Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian are indeed reasonable. Xiong Yi said with a frown, the current hidden immortal continent is really sensitive. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and an extremely bad feeling arose. Others might not know the intentions of the immortal palace, but how could he not know? Granny, maybe the Star Sovereign Palace really did something. Xiao Hua thought inwardly, the immortal palace probably couldn't find the culprit who killed Kong Hongwu, so they simply killed all the suspects. Who knows when it will be the Black Wind Ridge's turn? Let's go, we'll enter the cave to discuss. Xiao Hua looked around and turned to enter the cave. Xiong Yi and the others followed in. Xiao Hua sat on the brocade chair and immediately asked, Li Xiang, how's the backup plan for our fortune gate? Yes, Master knows. Li Xiang hurriedly answered, Disciple and senior brother Lan have already found the location of the soaring Dragon Mountain range. The heaven and earth origin energy there is abundant, and there are no signs of human habitation. Junior brother Fu Jiwen has also explored the mountain range and said that it is very suitable to set up a formation. Disciple has already instructed Black Bear to send some subordinates to excavate some caves on the main peak of the mountain range and make some preparations. Good, this matter should not be delayed. Xiao Hua nodded, tell the disciples that there is no need to mine in the source stone vein anymore. Pack up and prepare to move our fortune gate from the Black Wind Ridge to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Also, Xiong Yi, go and call Fu Jiwen over, Master will bring him to the soaring Dragon Mountain range to set up the formation. Yes, Master. Xiong Yi agreed, and just as he was about to leave the cave, he suddenly turned back and said, Master, actually, there is no need to be so anxious. Chapter 38:17. Hearing Xiong Yi's words, Xiao Hua was rather puzzled and asked curiously, Oh, why? The 4 countries that junior brother Lan mentioned were all destroyed a year ago, and this disciple also received news that 2 months ago, something big happened at Longevity Town in the country of Shi. The Confucian cultivators can't even take care of themselves, so they won't make any moves in a short period of time. Ah! What big matter? Xiao Hua had a lot of feelings for Longevity Town, so he couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly asked. The abbot of Jiangchao Temple, Lushan, was killed. Xiong Yi just said it casually, but he didn't expect Xiao Hua to take it so seriously. He couldn't help but stand there and answer curiously. Xiao Hua frowned and asked curiously, Jiangchao Temple. Lushan. That's right, when Xiao Hua left Longevity Town, Jiangchao Temple was still a Taoist temple. How did it become a Buddhist temple now? And wasn't Longevity Town's Little Gold Temple? Wasn't the abbot of Little Gold Temple that Mingyu? However, Xiao Hua immediately realized that if he could leave Longevity Town, then wouldn't the people and things in Longevity Town be changed? Do you know who killed him? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, was it a Confucian cultivator? It's definitely a Confucian cultivator. Xiong Yi answered with a smile, even if it wasn't a Confucian cultivator, it's definitely a Confucian cultivator. Hiss. When Xiong Yi said this, Xiao Hua instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. His entire body froze in place, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, the Battle of Swords. Not only was Xiao Hua shocked, but Lushan's death reminded him of the Battle of Swords in Xiaoyu Continent. Now, Ci Mei, who was sitting cross-legged on Jiangchao Ridge, also had a myriad of thoughts in her heart. Where was the leisurely bearing she had when she sent Lushan to Longevity Town? The current Jiangchao Ridge was no longer the same as when Xiao Hua left. The entire dilapidated Jiangchao Temple had been completely demolished, and even the entire Jiangchao Ridge had been flattened. Right in front of Ci Mei, a 99 zhang tall Buddha statue stood in the rising sun. However, this Buddha statue was covered from top to bottom by a layer of huge yellow cloth, and the statue's true body couldn't be seen clearly. Under the Buddha statue, on the side of the Jiangchao Ridge, the thousands of farmers from before had also disappeared. The farmland had also disappeared, and in its place was a Jiangchao temple that was 10 times larger than the small golden temple. The fate of the world was truly a joke. The Jiangchao Temple and the Shaojin Temple fought each other. Whoever lost would disappear from the Longevity Town. Xiaohua transformed into Ci Hang and defeated Shaojin Temple. Originally, it should have been Jiangchao Monastery that won, but Ci Hang was a Buddhist, so Shaojin Temple seized the victory and chased Jiangchao Monastery's Shaojian, Xiaohua, and Yuanya out of Longevity Town. But now, the small golden temple had been completely forgotten by the Longevity Town. This previously unknown river and tide temple was famous far and wide. At this time, the entire Jiangchao Ridge was completely surrounded by the Jiangchao Ridge. The road under the Jiangchao Ridge was also included in the Jiangchao Monastery. Even the paddy fields under the road and the Liao River were filled up and repaired very smoothly. There were stone steps that led from the Liao River to the Jiangchao Ridge, and there were rows of neatly arranged guest rooms. Normally, some good men and women would come over from the Liao River on large boats or small boats, and it was precisely from here that they went up to the Jiangchao Ridge to worship the golden body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva. On the other side of the Jiangchao Ridge, where the incense was at its peak, there were many temple buildings like the Hall of Great Strength. Each of them had a majestic aura, and a myriad of scenes. Waves of sutra chanting came from within with a rhythm, and the occasional bell rang throughout the entire Longevity Town. If Xiaohua was here, he would definitely be full of praise. In just a dozen years, the entire Jiangchao Monastery had undergone such a great change. Moreover, this change was not caused by the Buddhist sect's disciples, but purely by the spontaneous action of the ordinary people. It could be said that man could conquer the heavens. However, even in the face of such prosperous Buddhist incense and the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish, Ci Mei couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. She looked at the golden body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva not far in front of her. Although the golden body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva was covered by a brocade, when the endless sunlight shone on the Buddha statue, it was actually suffused with mottled colors. Within these colors, there were actually all kinds of living beings. It was truly bizarre. However, Ci Mei understood in her heart that this phenomenon was the phenomenon reflected when the extremely pure power of faith poured into the golden body of the Buddha statue. If she released her Buddhist consciousness and opened her eyes, she would definitely be able to see thousands of psyche power clustered around the power of faith flying over like waves from all directions. It was as if the power of faith had flowed into the sea and landed on this unconsecrated Buddha statue. Ci Mei didn't know what kind of good karma Ci Hang had in the past, but just by saving tens of thousands of villagers in the Longevity Town, Ci Mei believed that he definitely wouldn't have such abundant power of faith. However, the timing of the Guanyin Bodhisattva's appearance was too crucial. At this crucial moment, there was such a suitable opportunity. Even if Ci Hang didn't do any special good karma, this gathering of winds and clouds would push him to the peak of the karma. Under the golden body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva was another ordinary coffin. The coffin wasn't covered, and the rising sun couldn't shine on the corpse inside. A pitch-black and gloomy coldness seeped out from the coffin. Even the Buddhist light of the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body couldn't dispel this darkness and gloomy coldness. When Ci Mei sighed, Jingcheng, who was sitting next to her and chanting softly, hurriedly stopped and asked in a low voice, "Grandmaster." Ci Mei ignored Jingcheng. She stood up and slowly took a few steps back as if she was respectful to the golden body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Then, she walked step by step to the edge of the Jiangchao Ridge. She stood in front of the white marble stone railings and looked up at the stone steps on the side of the Liao River. Her eyes narrowed as she thought about something. Jingcheng hesitated slightly and also stood up. He followed behind Ci Mei and stood respectfully a few feet away. His gaze also fell on the stone steps. These stone steps originally led from the main road to the Jiangchao Ridge. It was steep and narrow. Back then, Xiaohua had rolled down here. Now, it was unknown how many times wider it was than before. However, at this time, the stone steps were filled with good men and women kneeling. They stretched from the top of the stone steps to the shore of the Liao River. In fact, on the other three sides of Jiangchao Ridge, there were also many good men and women kneeling on the ground. The densely packed heads were almost endless to the naked eye. Grand Master. When Jingqing saw the benevolence on C.I. Mei's face, he probingly said, "These good men and women have been kneeling here for a long time. Some have been kneeling here for several days, while others have been kneeling for dozens of days. Although they haven't fasted, if they continue like this, it is very likely that some of them won't be able to hold on. When that time comes, it will be even more difficult for my Jiangchao monastery." Grand Master, how about? The benevolence on C.I. Mei's face disappeared and she indifferently asked, "How about what?" Jingqing was startled as if he heard the difference in C.I. Mei's tone. Jingqing softly said, "Disciple doesn't know what to do. However, this disciple feels that we should do something. It doesn't matter what we do. Otherwise, we would truly be letting down the trust of these kind-hearted men and women." Jingqing couldn't not answer, so he clasped his hands together and said in a low voice. C.I. Mei asked with interest, "Let me ask you, what do you think we should do?" This. Jingqing was somewhat regretful and felt that he shouldn't have followed. However, if he hadn't followed, how could he have stood beside Grandmaster C.I. Mei? There were so many monks in the entire Jiangchao monastery. He was probably the only one who had this qualification, right? No matter what we do, disciple feels that at the very least, we should give them a promise to find the real culprit who killed Marshal Uncle Shan. Only then will we be able to live up to their trust in our Jiangchao monastery. Only then will we be able to live up to their kneeling here for more than 10 days. He answered honestly. Could it be that Grandmaster doesn't think so? Alas. C.I. Mei sighed again and shook her head. Jingqing, do you feel that I'm sighing because of their trust and sincerity? Then what is Grandmaster sighing about? Jingqing was somewhat dumbfounded. He felt that his brain couldn't keep up with C.I. Mei's words. I'm envious of Senior Marshal Brother C.I. Heng's luck. I'm sighing about my helplessness. With my current state of mind and what I've done all these years, I don't even know when I will be able to achieve fruition. I'll be able to achieve fruition in this lifetime. C.I. Mei looked into the distance and said in a low voice, I'm envious of those Ku Tuchuo. Although their cultivation is difficult, their Buddhist heart is firm and untainted by any worldly affairs. This kind of cultivation is something that our Buddhist disciples should have. He, Grand Master. Jingqing smiled and said, although Ku Tuchuo's cultivation is praised by our Buddha, our Buddhist sect has 13 Buddhas. However, our 13 Buddhist sects all have Buddhist fruits. Grand Master, there is no need to be envious of others. Do you know? C.I. Mei suddenly said, the most recent bodhisattva who achieved fruition is Nanwu Wise Manjushri Bodhisattva. Before achieving fruition, it was C.I. Hui of the Green Lotus Temple of the Xiang sect. Her cultivation was only in the realm of the Bright Lotus, disciple naturally knows this. I'm also very envious. I'll also seize the time to cultivate and strive to reach the realm of the Bright Lotus as soon as possible. Jingqing hurriedly smiled. However, he immediately regretted it. C.I. Mei was already in the realm of the lotus. Although he and C.I. Hui were of the same generation, they still hadn't achieved fruition. Wouldn't his words agitate her? Fortunately, C.I. Mei didn't seem to care. She shook her head slightly and said, Jingqing, you still don't understand. Have you ever seen a bodhisattva achieve fruition outside the Pure Land world? Oh, or should I say, do you know, it's far more difficult to achieve fruition outside the Pure Land world. Yes, disciple understands. Jingqing nodded and said, the Pure Land world is a place illuminated by the Buddha's light. All living beings have strong willpower, so it's relatively easy to achieve fruition. No, you don't understand at all. C.I. Mei said coldly. Jingqing was shocked. He hurriedly put his palms together and asked, Grandmaster, please enlighten me. Amitabha. C.I. Mei chanted the name of Buddha. She stretched out a finger and pointed at her chest, fiercely tapping it twice. This. Jingqing was really at a loss. It wasn't that he wasn't proficient in Buddhism. It was just that what Ci Mei said exceeded what he had learned. He really didn't understand where the Zen principle of Ci Mei's action was. Chapter 38:18. Heart. Today, Ci Mei was different from the past. She didn't scold Jingqing too much and didn't let Jingqing comprehend it himself. Instead, she said, if you don't have a Buddha's heart, even in the Pure Land world, it's hard to attain enlightenment. This, of course I know. Jingqing said bitterly. He said in a low voice, I came to the hidden immortal continent and became the abbot of the Cloud Forest Temple. Didn't I preach the Dharma and have a Buddha's heart? Your Buddha's heart is only a Buddha's heart and a Buddha's heart. It's not the Buddha's heart. Ci Mei hit the nail on the head. Not only you, even I have lost my Buddha's heart. Hiss. Jingqing was shocked and asked hurriedly, why? What's a Buddha's heart? If I knew what a Buddha's heart was, I would be like senior brother Ci Hang in Manjushri. Ci Mei answered. Then, she looked back at the coffin under the golden body and said, actually, when I sent kindness to Jiangqiao Temple, the Buddha's heart that I could have, was already gone. Ah! Grand Master! Jingqing's body trembled and his voice trembled. Could it be that Grand Master knew that there would be such a day? No. I didn't know. Ci Mei shook her head. Or I buried my head in the monk's robe. I didn't want to know. However, I heard the news that kindness was killed. I knew that kindness was the first, but, he's definitely not the last. No one knows who the last one will be. No one knows when the last one will be. I understand. Jingqing seemed to have suddenly realized something and said hurriedly, the Buddha's heart that Grandmaster talked about is a heart that is clear and not tainted by the mortal world. We are Buddhas outside the Pure Land world who aim to promote the Dharma. How can we not be tainted by the mortal world and be clear? That's right, Jingqing. You finally got something. Ci Mei smiled. I'm very gratified. But, Grandmaster, if we didn't promote the Dharma, how could there be so many believers? How could our Buddha's light shine on the hidden immortals? Jingqing asked. Ci Mei nodded again. That's right. If we don't subdue demons and protect Buddha, how can we be Buddhist protectors? If it weren't for us sacrificing our hearts to impart the teachings, how could the Buddha's light reach so far? Alas, disciple understands why Grandmaster sighs. Jingqing sighed as well. He looked at the 99 feet tall Buddha statue and said, this disciple is also envious of Ku Tuchuo's bitter cultivation. Since you know, will you still make a promise to these kind men and women? Ci Mei asked again. Jingqing shook his head slightly. I can't give you this promise, nor can I. They might have thought that they were doing what they were supposed to do, but they didn't expect that the same kneeling would have different effects at different times. In 9 years, they prayed for blessings for the people 9 times, and the golden body of Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva 9 times. Every time, the Confucian cultivators were defeated by the people. This time, they were still kneeling and kowtowing. However, they were not praying for blessings, they were forcing him. You are forcing my Buddhist sect. That's right. In 9 years, the Confucian cultivators destroyed the golden body of Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva 9 times. In 9 years, it was these unarmed believers who reconstructed the golden body of Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva 9 times. How majestic is the power of the people's will. It's also this majestic power that forced Lushan to his death. It's also this majestic belief that killed millions or even tens of millions of lives. Ci Mei sighed. This is the believer's fault. Or the Buddhist Lord's fault. Or is it my fault? None of them. Jingqing shook his head. It's the Confucian cultivator's fault. They shouldn't have challenged my Buddhist sect's bottom line time and time again. They shouldn't have killed Martial Uncle Lushan, who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Do you think this is the work of the Confucian cultivators? Ci Mei asked. Jing Cheng shook his head and said, this disciple doesn't know either. It's just that Martial Uncle Lushan's body was injured by the water essence. Even if the Confucian cultivators wanted to get away with it, it's impossible for them to get away with it. Even if the Chongyun sect withdrew Longevity Academy from Longevity Town after Martial Uncle Lushan came to Longevity Town and even secretly sent experts to protect him, they still can't eliminate their suspicions. The water Qi Chaoyuan is a common cultivation method of Confucian cultivators in the Zhangxian continent. Except for the demons in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, even the disciples of Buddhism and Taoism can cultivate the pure water Qi Chaoyuan genuine Qi, let alone Confucian cultivators. Ah! Buddhist disciples. This isn't very possible. Jing Cheng turned pale with fright when he heard this. He lowered his head to look at the monk chanting sutras in the distance and said, Grandmaster, you're saying. My heart is no longer a Buddhist heart. It's hard to avoid thinking too much. Ci Mei wasn't surprised by Jing Cheng's reaction. This might be what some Buddhist disciples think. No, I don't believe it. Jing Cheng shook his head. I still think that it's either the Confucian cultivators who killed Martial Uncle Lushan and forced our Buddhist sect to withdraw from the hidden immortal continent, or it's the remnants of the Taoist sect who killed Martial Uncle Lushan and wanted to provoke a war between us immortals and Buddhas so that their Taoist sect can benefit from it. Therefore, Grandmaster, we must find the real culprit. Jing Cheng, you still don't understand. The truth of the matter is actually no longer important. Ci Mei shook her head. What's important is that Longevity Town, the #1 town of our Buddhist sect in the hidden immortal continent, the #1 Taoist sect of our Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva in the hidden immortal continent, and Abbot Lushan was killed by the Confucian cultivators. This is the most important thing. Grandmaster, what do you mean? Jing Cheng's face suddenly turned ashen. He seemed to have thought of something and cried out in surprise. Swoosh! At this moment, a Buddhist light flashed in the distant sky, and a Buddhist document fell in front of Ci Mei. Ci Mei reached out and scanned it with her Buddhist awareness. Her calm face slightly frowned and relaxed. She put the Buddhist document into her monk robe and said faintly, 10 days ago, the Yu province Confucian cultivator Shui Song state was destroyed by the Buddhist sect's Ji state. 253,000 people died. The Ho state was destroyed by the Confucian sect's Sun state and the Taoist sect's Yong state. 510,000 people died, 510,000 people. Jing Cheng was shocked. How could there be so many? The Yu province sect's Spirit Mountain's Chu Feng sect was destroyed by the Buddhist sect's Dilian state. 30,000 people died. The Yu province Jilian Mountain's Lianjiang temple was destroyed by an unknown Confucian cultivator. 603 people died. It's a mess, a mess. Jing Cheng bit his lips and seemed to be in disbelief. Swoosh! Before Jing Cheng finished speaking, several Buddhist lights flew from all directions to Ci Mei's hand as if they had agreed beforehand. The Jing province's Chu family destroyed the Wind and Rain temple. The Buddhist sect's Ji state captured the Confucian sect's Ming state and the Mingji state. The death toll is unknown. The Duanmu family sent an emissary with the family head's order to command the Yu province and the Liang province's Confucian state to destroy the nearby Buddhist state. The monks of the Ji province's Xiaolin temple, Linjiang temple, and Great Pine temple died suddenly. The Jing mountain sect, Yunfeng sect, and Jilin Academy's defenses were also broken by an unknown force. The death toll is uncountable. The three Buddhist states of Gun province, the Xianbai state, the Pure Moon state, and the Lianxin state, the Qin province's Jiyun temple, and the Qing state have sent soldier monks to reinforce our River Tide temple and resist the Confucian cultivators together. Ci Mei took the Buddhist archives, scanned them with her Buddhist awareness, and read them one by one. Every time she read a message, Jing Cheng's body trembled. In the end, he couldn't help but say, "Grandmaster, aren't they causing trouble? Don't they know this is strange? Don't they know the seriousness of this matter? The first town of the Buddhist state. This is also the first golden Buddha statue on the hidden immortal continent." Ci Mei put away the Buddhist archives and said with a sigh, "These Buddhas and Buddhist states, whether they have the intention or not, they can't not come. There must be some truth and some lies in these messages." Jing Qing suddenly said in a low voice, "Maybe Grandmaster can find the culprit." Ci Mei asked in reply, "If you did this, would you still draw legs on a snake?" Jing Qing was speechless. Swoosh! Suddenly, another Buddhist light flew from afar. However, this Buddhist archive didn't land in front of Ci Mei, but in Jing Cheng's hand. Jing Cheng didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily grabbed it and scanned it with his Buddhist awareness. His expression immediately changed again, and he hurriedly sent it to Ci Mei's hand while shouting, "Grandmaster, the 10 Confucian states of Yu province have jointly sent 1,000,000 troops to besiege our longevity town. They're preparing to forcibly disperse the believers and topple the golden body of Guan Yin Bodhisattva." Hiss. Ci Mei was also shocked when she saw this. They really dare to make a move. That's right, Grandmaster. What does the Buddhist Lord plan to do? Jing Qing asked. Ci Mei smiled bitterly and said, "How can I know what the Buddha's plan is? I'm afraid that even the immortal palace of Confucian cultivators doesn't know, right?" Woo! At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly sounded in the distant sky. Then, a fist of several acres in size rolled up thousands of pillars of great chi and smashed toward the golden body of Guan Yin Bodhisattva faster than a meteorite falling from the sky. Amitabha! How dare you! Ci Mei chanted the name of Buddha, and the Buddhist light flashed around her body. She slapped her forehead and her psyche power rushed out. The Buddhist light rushed into the sky like rolling clouds and condensed into the shape of a huge lotus. This lotus was several acres in size, and there were hundreds of tiny heavenly dragons swimming in it. Layers of Sanskrit characters gushed out with the heavenly dragons, and in the void shrouded by the lotus, chanting came out. Boom! The fist landed on the lotus. The light of Buddha was annihilated and turned into rolling inscriptions. The fist was also penetrated by the light of Buddha and turned into thousands of inscriptions. The huge airwave not only lifted the silk cloth outside the golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva, but also blew tens of thousands of devotees in the vicinity of Jiangqiao Ridge to the ground. Ci Mei's body swayed slightly, and a touch of red flashed across her forehead. "Huh, Ci Mei, you're just so." An arrogant voice sounded, "This is just a little warning from me. I won't take your life today. However, I heard that your Nirvana world has sent Buddhist generals and soldier monks to the immortal town. Today, I'll tell you one thing. If any of them set foot in the immortal town, I'll wash the Jiangqiao temple with blood. I'll kill tens of thousands of your believers." Chapter 38:19. Amitabha. Ci Mei didn't show any weakness. She chanted Buddha's name and used lion's roar. "I have no attachment to life and no worries about death. My Buddha is from the heart to the heavens. Today, my Jiangqiao temple will be cleansed and your Duanmu family will be destroyed. Ha ha ha, then we'll wait and see." That arrogant voice laughed loudly and flew away like a whirlwind. Duanmu family? Jingqing trembled slightly and cried out in surprise, why would a secondary rank 1 scholarly family appear now? Is this the Duanmu family's patriarch? It's not Duanmu Tianji. Ci Mei's face was somewhat pale as she said softly, Duanmu Lianheng, a disciple of the Duanmu family who has the highest chance of becoming a literary saint. Literary saint? Jingqing didn't know what to say. Looking at the abnormally embarrassed monks and believers around him, he said softly, "What about these believers who came to pray? Persuade them to leave." At this moment, Ci Mei also made up her mind. They can only force us here. It's enough that they have the heart. But Jingqing smiled bitterly. I heard that the Buddhist believers of the hidden immortal continent's 9 prefectures are also coming to my Jiangqiao temple. How can we stop them? Even these believers. I feel that we might not be able to persuade them to leave. If they don't leave. Ci Mei bit her lips and said softly, then, it'll be a great war between immortals and Buddhas. Clang. Just as Ci Mei finished speaking, an earth-shattering sword cry sounded from the direction Duanmu Lianheng flew away from. It couldn't help but cover Ci Mei's words. Even the chanting of the tens of thousands of monks and the sound of the wooden fish bell were annihilated. Tens of thousands of believers couldn't help but cover their ears with their hands, and a painful expression appeared on their faces. Ci Mei looked up in shock. She saw a giant sword in the sky that was like a flying immortal, flashing with extremely dazzling sword brilliance. It swept up an almost unparalleled power and fell towards the golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva beside her. The sound of the sword chime also shook the sky with the sound of thunder. Woo woo woo. Following the appearance of the sword light, a dozen powerful wills suddenly appeared around Jiangqiao Ridge. As soon as these wills appeared, they immediately stirred up powerful winds and tornadoes. All the wills flew in all directions. Ci Mei was shocked. Not only was she shocked by the shocking sword, but she was also shocked by the consciousness hidden in the surroundings. Needless to say, it must be the consciousness of those strong Confucian cultivators, and it must be the doing of the strong cultivators who paid attention to the river and tide temple. She had been here for so long, but she did not notice it. Although she did not know whether they knew who killed kindness, but what she had just said. However, Ci Mei didn't have time to think too much about it. The style of that sword was truly dazzling, and the ferocity of that sword was truly arrogant. Everyone's heart gave birth to a kind of reverence, and a kind of fear. It was as if they were ants under this sword light. Amitabha. Ci Mei's eyes were filled with determination. The light of Buddha appeared under her feet, and the light of Buddha surged around her. As Ci Mei flew up into the sky, the light of Buddha flickered, and Ci Mei's transcendence golden body grew bigger. A huge lotus, even more compassionate than before, went to meet the sword light. Grand Master. Beside her, Jing Cheng was shocked. Even with his cultivation, he could see that Ci Mei was no match for this sword light. If she flew out this time, Ci Mei had no other choice but to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Amitabha. Ci Mei's light of Buddha was almost annihilated by the sword light. However, just as she was about to die, another Buddhist chant resounded through the sky. This Buddhist chant was unusually compassionate. When people heard it, they immediately felt an indescribable vicissitudes of life. Then, thousands of flowers bloomed in the sky above Ci Mei. Under each flower, there was a heavenly dragon supporting it, and beside each flower, there were fairies dancing. Within each flower, there were countless Buddhist scriptures being chanted. Strands of telekinesis appeared from the void and surrounded the flowers, enveloping the entire longevity town. When Ci Mei saw this, joy appeared on her face. Rumble. The sword light suddenly descended, and the thousands of flowers were annihilated. It was as if the thousands of small worlds had disappeared. However, while the Arhat was still in shock, the myriad of creatures appeared once more. Thousands of flowers surged out from the heavenly dragon. Wang. The sword light shone brightly and sank into the flowers in a few breaths of time. The light on the sword light turned into thousands of tiny child bodies. The child bodies spat out sword light and killed the heavenly dragon under the flowers. Roar. A loud dragon roar suddenly came from the flowers again. 9 dragon bodies rushed out and instantly turned into 10,000 feet long dragons that pounced at the flying sword with their fangs bared and claws brandished. Boom. Countless fireflies flew out and waves of impact spread out in all directions. However, because the Longevity Town was protected by the flowers, it wasn't damaged at all. Amidst the explosion, a squarish flying sword was revealed. This flying sword looked ordinary, but the almost edgeless flying sword gave off an awe-inspiring majesty that made people tremble in fear. Under the flying sword, the 9 dragons also disappeared. A 9-dragon staff flashed with treasure light. The treasure light swayed as if it was filled with mercy. Amitba. A faint Buddhist chant shook the sky. A bright Buddhist cloud appeared from where the staff came from and slowly flew over. Before the Buddhist cloud got close, a faint voice sneered, "The Buddha Kingdom's new Manjushri Bodhisattva actually came to my burial immortal continent. It really is my burial immortal continent's fortune. Since it's Manjushri Bodhisattva, this old man will give you face and see how your Thunder Sound Temple handles this matter. If it's not to my liking, this old man will come back and cut down your golden Buddha statue." With that, the sword turned into a rainbow and flew away. The source of the voice was covered in white clouds, making it impossible to see who it was. Amitba, thank you Sandalwood. The sword left and the Bodhisattva came. A faint voice came from the Buddhist light. From where the Buddhist cloud came from, a Manjushri Bodhisattva rode on a green lion. He had a green lotus in his left hand and a treasure sword in his right hand. Looking at the Buddha's light behind Manjushri's head condensing into a mirror, and the power of faith flowing like a river, Ci Mei felt a stabbing pain in her heart for no reason. He knew in his heart that even if Ci Hui was only in the state of bright eye before achieving fruition, as a bodhisattva, Ci Hui could use the Buddha's light and the power of faith of hundreds of millions of believers with the help of the Buddha's fruit behind her head. Even the power of faith accumulated in her previous life could be used in this life. This was the true power of bodhisattva. Ci Mei didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly knelt in the air and chanted, "Disciple Ci Mei greets Manjushri Bodhisattva, get up." Manjushri Bodhisattva came down from the green lion and waved his hand. The 9-dragon staff fell into his hand and turned into an ordinary staff. "Thank you Bodhisattva." Ci Mei got up and said in a low voice, "Disciple sent a Buddhist letter to Lane Temple before coming to Jiangchao Temple. Disciple didn't expect Bodhisattva to come to Longevity Town so quickly. What Buddhist message did Buddha send?" Well. Manjushri Bodhisattva was a little embarrassed. He then said frankly, "I came under Buddha's Buddhist message. But this message has nothing to do with Longevity Town. I just saw that Jiangchao Temple was in a critical situation. I couldn't bear to see Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body suffer, so I helped." Ah! Ci Mei was stunned. He looked at Manjushri Bodhisattva in disbelief. He really didn't understand why Bodhisattva who wouldn't leave Lane Temple would suddenly come to Hidden Immortal Continent. Was there something more important than Longevity Town and Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body? Was there something more important than the war between immortals and Buddhas? There were still many things that Ci Mei didn't know. In the most southwest of the Hidden Immortal Continent, close to the East Sea, a huge storm had just passed through the gloomy sky. The sky seemed to have been trampled by thousands of black horses. Between the layers of clouds, the glaring sunlight streaked through the gaps and shone on the roaring waves on the coast of the East Sea. The waves were like beautiful flowers. In the sea of flowers, a wooden plank that looked like a boat broke through the waves. There were 2 people standing on the log. The one in front was a young monk who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The monk had red lips and white teeth, giving him an indescribably handsome appearance. However, his bald head and moon-white monk robes made the monk's temperament seem otherworldly. Not only was he handsome, his pair of bright eyes shone brighter than the stars in the night sky. These starry eyes revealed an incomparable benevolence and indescribable vicissitudes. Behind the monk, there was a stooped boatman holding a worn-out oar and rowing weakly. The boatman was wearing a straw hat. Occasionally, he would raise his head and look at the monk's back. But every time, the boatman's eyes would be filled with puzzlement. About a few miles behind the log they were sitting on, there were bits of wood, ropes, and cloth scattered all over the place, as if a huge ship had just met with danger in the waves. Not long after, the plank reached the shore. The monk jumped down from the plank and stood steadily in the water. He then turned around and said in a low voice, "Amitba. Boatman, this poor monk will help you down the boat." The boatman threw away the oar and walked over with difficulty. The monk carefully supported the boatman and helped him to the shore. Then he respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. "This little monk thanks Sandalwood. If it wasn't for Sandalwood, this little monk would have been buried in the fish's stomach like the others. You're welcome." The boatman waved his hand. His voice was a bit high-pitched, but I don't know why this little monk didn't cultivate in the Pure Land world. Why did you come to the hidden immortal continent from the Pure Land world? What plans do you have in the future? Sandalwood is wrong. The monk smiled. As long as you have Buddha in your heart, you can cultivate anywhere. Whether it is the Pure Land world or the hidden immortal continent. This poor monk wants to go to Longevity Town. Sandalwood's ship has been destroyed. I don't know what plans you have. Unfortunately, this poor monk is penniless and can't help Sandalwood. How about Sandalwood follow this poor monk to Longevity Town? Maybe this poor monk can ask the temple in Longevity Town to help Sandalwood. Chapter 38:20. Hee, little monk, you don't have to worry about my matters. I have my own place to settle down. Who knows where your Longevity Town is? You, a little monk, can go there to beg for alms, but how can I go there? Do I have to walk there with you? The boatman waves his hand and says, "Let's bid farewell here." Amitba, Tanua is right, this poor monk thanks Tanua. The monk bows, but then he seems to have thought of something and hurriedly says, "Oh right, Tanua, if you go to the Pure Land world again, you can go to the Jinshan temple beside the Qin River. This poor monk is a monk there. You already know this poor monk's Dharma name, it is Chuanzang. This poor monk has a junior named Mingshan, he will give Tanua some compensation." All right. Little monk. This old man already knows. Go quickly. The boatman stretches and says, "This old man is already old, this trip across the sea will be my last. If there are no accidents, this old man will not go to the Pure Land world again." Then Chuanzang is a bit embarrassed and says in a low voice, "Then what can this poor monk do for Tanua? Otherwise, this poor monk will not be able to live with it. How about this?" The boatman thinks for a while and says with a smile, "I wonder if you can meet Mahavirakana." This poor monk does not know. Chuanzang answers honestly. The boatman says with a smile, "How about this, if you meet Mahavirakana, help me ask how many years I can live. If you can't, then forget it. Western Paradise. Lane Temple." Hearing this, Chuanzang's eyes flash with a trace of splendor, his fair face seems to blush, and he puts his palms together. That's right, this poor monk's goal in this life is Western Paradise. Don't worry, Tanua, this poor monk will definitely go to Lane Temple in Western Paradise. When this poor monk meets Mahavirakana, this poor monk will definitely help Tanua ask about this matter. However, what is Tanua's name? How should this poor monk tell the revered one? Just say that you are a fisherman on the river. The boatman turns his eyes and answers, "Mahavirakana has searched all 3 continents, he must know this old man." Chuanzang nodded. "I will remember. Old Tanua, take care." After saying that, Chuanzang put his palms together and bowed. He looked at the direction and walked away step by step. His footsteps were firm, and his figure was vigorous, as if he had been walking for hundreds of years. When Chuanzang was far away, the boatman's body flashed and revealed the appearance of an ape. However, this ape was wearing chainmail and held a magic staff in his hand. He looked very mighty. Wasn't this the fire ape, Yuan Tongtian. Strange. Yuan Tongtian looked at the almost invisible Chuanzang and asked in confusion, why does master want me to protect this monk? It was really unreasonable. Furthermore, this monk did not have the slightest bit of Buddhist cultivation. He could not even take a single step forward. From the western land of ultimate bliss to the hidden immortal continent, he had to rely on the sea boat alone. If it wasn't for my protection on the sea boat, this monk would have already been fed to the fishes. Why did he come to the longevity town of the hidden immortal continent instead of cultivating in the Jinshan temple? Also, the so-called Western Paradise, Lane Temple, isn't it in the Pure Land world? Even I, who is not a monk, know about it. Why doesn't this little monk know about it? Isn't he going to the Lane Temple in the Pure Land world? Why did he come to the hidden immortal continent? Sigh, forget it, forget it. Master has given me a new life. Master told me to protect him. I will protect him. As long as I didn't find the wrong person. Yuan Tongtian scratched his ears and cheeks for a moment. He gritted his teeth and rushed into the air. From afar, he watched Chuanzang walk step by step into the depths of the hidden immortal continent. Isn't this Chuanzang the Jiang lure that Xiao Hua brought from the Xiaoyu continent to the western land of ultimate bliss? Chuanzang naturally came to the hidden immortal continent because of the Buddhist edict from the Lane Temple. However, as for the Western Paradise, is it the Lane Temple in the Pure Land world? Or is it the Western Paradise in Xiao Hua's space? That is not something that Chuanzang can distinguish. Even more so, it is not something that Yuan Tongtian can know. Who knows when Chuanzang will be able to find it? After walking for half a day, Chuanzang saw a fishing village in front of him. A net that was more than 10 zhang long was hung on a wooden frame to dry. A few fishermen were lying on the hillside basking in the sun while a few fisherwomen were repairing the net. Chuanzang licked his somewhat dry lips. He quickened his pace and walked forward. Before he could get close, a group of children playing on the hillside on the left saw him. A few timid ones quickly ran back to the adults. The remaining bold ones quickly ran down the hillside and stared at Chuanzang from afar. They looked at his monk robe and bald head. Little monk, you came from the Western Paradise? A fisherwoman not far from Chuanzang raised her head. Her hands did not stop working as she shouted again. Ba, Chuanzang respectfully saluted and said, this poor monk came from the Jinshan temple in the Pure Land world. I want to go to the immortal town in the Shi country of Yu province. This poor monk encountered a tsunami on the East Sea. Right now, my mouth is thirsty. Can I ask benefactress to give me a bowl of water to drink? Hee, little monk, you are so soft and tender. You actually crossed the ocean. When the fisherwoman heard that Chuanzang really came from the Western Paradise, she was not surprised. She smiled and said, the tsunami a few days ago was indeed rare. In this small village, 4 people were killed. However, for a Buddhist expert like this little monk, it is nothing. Speaking of this, the fisherwoman suddenly woke up. She asked in surprise, little monk, what did you say? You want to drink water? You monks with great magical powers, still need to drink water. In this fisherwoman's view, which monk who came from the Western Paradise to the hidden immortal continent did not fly over the fisherman and fisherwoman's head? Which one of them would come to this small fishing village? Even if there were monks who would come to ask for directions, who would come step by step? Who would ask for water to drink? This poor monk specializes in chanting Buddhist scriptures. I don't know Buddhist magical powers. I have a mortal body. Of course, I know that I am thirsty. Chuanzang's expression did not change. He replied with a smile. When the fisherwoman heard this, her eyes were immediately filled with respect. No one knew the dangers of the Eastern Sea better than them who made a living in the sea. Chuanzang, a mortal, actually came from the Western Paradise to the hidden immortal continent. Ordinary people could not imagine the hardships he experienced. Amitabha, the fisherwoman, also said the name of Buddha. She hurriedly put down the work in her hand, squatted down, and took out a small black porcelain jar from the side of a stone. She took off the small bowl covering the jar, pulled a cloth from her head and carefully wiped it. She poured a bowl of water in front of Chuanzang and said respectfully, "This monk is also an eminent monk. Please drink." "Thank you, benefactress." Chuanzang hurriedly took it over and drank it slowly, without spilling a single drop of water on the table. When Chuanzang returned the small bowl, he asked again, "Benefactress, this poor monk also wants to ask, how far is Yuzhou from here? Is this poor monk going in the right direction?" "This." The fisherwoman was very hesitant and said embarrassedly, "This servant only knows that this place is the border of Yangzhou. This servant does not know where Yuzhou is." At this point, the fisherwoman hurriedly called out to the several children beside her, "Second fish, third fish, quickly go and call your father." "Yes, mother." The two children who looked very strong responded cheerfully and ran to the hillside. They also called out, "Father, father." The two children ran away, and the other children also ran away. "Master, drink some more water." The fisherwoman finally thought of a title and hurriedly picked up the jar again. "Thank you, benefactress." Chuanzang licked his dry lips and said with a nod. Not long after, a man with a naked upper body and clothes hanging on his waist quickly walked over. He looked at Chuanzang with vigilance and then asked in surprise, "Second fish's mother, what's the matter?" "His father." The fisherwoman rebuked, "Quickly put on your clothes. This is an eminent monk from the Western Paradise. He wants to ask how to get to Yuzhou. Just fly in that direction." The man pointed with his finger without hesitation. "His father. He's asking how to get there." The fisherwoman poked the man and reminded him. The man was stunned. He looked up and down at Chuanzang and asked curiously, "Since the master can fly, why do you want to walk?" The fisherwoman hurriedly said, "This master is different from the previous ones. He can't fly. He wants to walk to Yuzhou." "Walk?" The man was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He almost jumped up and said in surprise, "You want to walk to Yuzhou? This place is less than 100,000 miles away from Yuzhou. Won't you have to walk for 8 to 10 years? The man naturally did not walk too far. Naturally, he did not know how long it would take to walk to Yuzhou. His words could only be guessed. However, when Chuanzang heard this, he smiled and still put his palms together and said, "Amitabha. No matter how far it is, this poor monk will go. This is my Buddha's decree. Amitabha." Chuanzang had a kind of infectious power. It was a kind of propaganda that came from the inside out. Regardless of whether it was his actions or words, they were filled with a kind of heavy dharma. People could not help but feel respect and worship in their hearts. The fisherman who was originally vigilant immediately chanted Buddha's name, "The master is really an eminent monk. Second fish's mother, quickly prepare some dry food and give it to the master. I'll go and ask for the way to Yuzhou. Master, please wait here for a moment." "Thank you, benefactors. Just ask for the way. There's no need to prepare any dry food. This poor monk can just ask for alms wherever he goes." Chuanzang said amiably. "That won't do." The fisherwoman hurriedly shouted, "This place is very far from the other fishing villages. If the master doesn't bring some dry food, I'm afraid he will starve to death on the way." "No matter. This poor monk can also eat the wild fruits and other things on the way." Chuanzang smiled and waved his hand. This poor monk came from Jinshan temple like this. When they heard that Chuanzang came to hidden immortal continent by eating wild fruits, the two fishermen's hearts softened. The fisherman waved his hand domineeringly and said, "Master, if you don't take this dry food, I won't ask for directions for you. How about I send you to Yuzhou?" Chapter 38:21. That's right. The fisherwoman agreed with her husband's statement and said, threateningly, "If you don't bring these dry rations, I will never let you go." "Amitba, thank you two benefactors." Chunzong smiled slightly, really radiating Buddha light. He put his palms together and thanked them. The two fishermen went away happily. Alas, this little monk is really strange. In the distance, Yuan Tongtian shook his head helplessly. What Chunzong said was what he saw with his own eyes. This Chunzong really ate wild fruits, drank spring water, and walked step by step from Xinjiang to the South Sea, then from the South Sea to the East Sea to the Tibetan Immortal Continent. Of course, since Yuan Tongtian wanted to protect Chunzong, he would not really let him starve to death. At the most critical moment, Yuan Tongtian would also let Chunzong, accidentally, find some wild fruits to fill his stomach, but Yuan Tongtian absolutely did not dare to do it because he knew that although Chunzong did not have the cultivation of Buddhism, as long as he slacked off a little, he would definitely be discovered by him. This strange behavior is really comparable to masters. Yuan Tongtian retracted his gaze and looked at the distant Elysium. He secretly sighed in his heart, but with this look, Yuan Tongtian's eyes were hazy again. "Master, where is he? Is he okay?" The master that Yuan Tongtian thought of course, would not be in Elysium. Now Xiaohua was sitting in the sky above the soaring Dragon Mountain range. His hands were forming gestures, and he was very careful to activate his spiritual power. As the gestures flashed, a dark red brilliance was born in the mountain range below him, and then it swept a few miles like a flame. However, in this flame, even the flowers and grass did not suffer any damage, and they were still swaying in the wind. After waiting for half a day, Xiaohua's figure flew for dozens of miles and stopped. He waved his hand and took out a few elixirs from the space and put them into his mouth. He smacked his lips and shook his head helplessly. Damn, this sect protection array is really not easy, and combining a defensive array like the Capital Star Array with two offensive arrays, the Pleiades Demon Devouring Immortal Array and the Golden Crow Immortal Slaying Demon Array is really difficult. I originally intended to let Xiong Yi and the other two help, but now it seems that I can only let them comprehend a part of the array first. With their current cultivation, it is already good that they can freely control it. This Xiao is destined to be exhausted. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua looked towards the direction of the country of Xi and muttered to himself, "I wonder what's happening over there." However, what does it have to do with this Xiao whether they are in chaos or not? If I release my divine sense, I will be able to see it. But once I release my divine sense, it will immediately be seen by others. Why would they come looking for trouble for no reason? Why don't we just set up camp here and enjoy ourselves? That day, when Xiong Yi said that Longevity Town's master Liao Shan was killed by a Confucian cultivator, Xiaohua immediately thought of the Sword Dao battle on Dawn Rain Continent. The current situation in Longevity Town was so similar to the situation before the Sword Dao battle on Dawn Rain Continent. How could Xiaohua possibly visit a place where a few words could ignite a fire? He turned around and flew to the soaring Dragon Mountain range with Xiong Yi. While observing the soaring Dragon Mountain range, he thought about how to set up the sect protecting formation. At the same time, he urged the Black Bear Spirit and the others to quickly move the Black Wind Ridges belongings to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. He knew better than anyone that if the Immortal Palace made trouble, his Black Wind Ridge would definitely bear the brunt. After all, he was the culprit of the Yaotai Mountain. However, he didn't know if the situation in Longevity Town was too sensitive, or if the Immortal Palace didn't think of attacking Black Wind Ridge, which was not too far away from Longevity Town, or if the Immortal Palace didn't realize that Xiaohua was the culprit. In this half a year, everything in Black Wind Ridge was moved to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Moreover, Xiaohua spent a lot of effort to gradually set up the Capital Star Array that he had successfully comprehended, as well as the Pleiades Demon Devouring Immortal Array and the Golden Crow Immortal Slaying Demon Array that he had comprehended. However, he didn't see half a shadow of the Immortal Palace's immortal soldiers and immortal generals, nor did he receive any other special information. Under Xiao Hua's soul technique, the immortal palace that had been patrolling Black Wind Ridge didn't notice anything strange about Black Wind Ridge. In order to not alert the immortal palace, Xiao Hua never bothered to send messages to them. Presumably, this was one of the reasons. Master. While Xiao Hua was resting, Imperial Prince Lan flew over from afar and bowed. You've worked hard. Xiao Hua nodded. If you don't want this old man to work hard, you all should hurry up and comprehend the array and help me set it up. Master. Imperial Prince Lan smiled bitterly at first, then said with a flattering smile, it's not that this disciple doesn't want to help Master. It's just that Master's array is truly wondrous. Even little junior brother can't comprehend it. It's better for this disciple to assist Master. The little junior brother that Imperial Prince Lan spoke of was naturally Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen's array Dao was relatively profound, but if he were to comprehend the array formed by the three innate divine restrictions, it would be beyond his cultivation and knowledge. In fact, not to mention Fu Jiwen, even the Gongshu family's lass could only stand at the side and give pointers. If she were to help Xiao Hua set up the array, she would also be unable to do so. You still need to cultivate more Xiao Hua said helplessly. This array Dao will be part of my Fortune Gates lineage in the future. Yes, this disciple understands. Hearing this, Imperial Prince Lan's heart was filled with admiration. The longer he followed Xiao Hua, the more he felt that Xiao Hua's cultivation was unfathomable. It could even be said that Xiao Hua was omnipotent. What smithing, what alchemy, what array Dao. Every single one of them was a breath of fresh air to Imperial Prince Lan. They were all out of his reach. This array Dao will be managed by little junior brother in the future. This disciple will depend on his own luck. There is no jealousy in your heart. This breadth of mind is much stronger than before. Xiao Hua nodded. Just based on this breadth of mind, this old man's teaching of you was not in vain. Yes, Master. Imperial Prince Lan straightened his face and said, Master said that to become an immortal, this disciple remembers clearly. Only with Master's breadth of mind can this disciple be worthy of being Master's disciple. This flattery, Master is gratified. Xiao Hua suddenly said such a sentence, making His Highness Lan stare blankly for a moment, then with a slightly embarrassed smile, he said, Disciple came today to inform Master that everything in the Black Wind Mountain Range has already been transferred to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. He Xiong asked this disciple to inform Master that there are too many origin stone veins underground. Not to mention the ones we have yet to excavate, just the ones we have are enough to mine for several years. This disciple has tried various methods, but none of them are ideal and can't speed up the progress. This disciple asks Master to make a decision. So it's like this. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said, when you return to the Black Wind Ridge, tell He Xiong and the others to come to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. You don't need to worry about the origin stone veins anymore. Yes, Master. Imperial Prince Lan added, also, recently, some Confucian cultivators have come to harass my Black Wind Ridge. And, let them be. Xiao Hua smiled and said, they are just some clowns, no need to pay attention to them. Also, there is news from the Longevity Town, some Confucian cultivator family wanted to topple the Buddha statue on the Jiangchao Ridge, but the Buddhist sect's Manjushri Bodhisattva appeared and scared them away. Many believers rushed to the Longevity Town, wanting to see the true face of the Bodhisattva. Oh. He came to the hidden immortal continent. Xiao Hua smiled and thought of the little monk Ci Hui. Master, you know this Manjushri Bodhisattva? Imperial Prince Lan was slightly stunned and asked probingly. He is a Bodhisattva from the Lane Temple. I know him, but he might not know me. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I only saw him before he attained enlightenment. Who is this Buddhist sect's Manjushri Bodhisattva? Imperial Prince Lan smiled and said, this is the first time disciple has heard of him. Manjushri Bodhisattva is indeed Manjushri Bodhisattva. Xiaohua replied, since attaining enlightenment is separated from the secular world, if I mention the past again, it would be disrespectful to him. Alright, disciple won't ask any more. Imperial Prince Lan knew that Xiaohua was unwilling to answer, so he smiled and said, also, there are two very important news. Xiongyi senior brother asked disciple to tell master. N. There are actually two. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, the first is that Jia Sa was destroyed. Imperial Prince Lan's words were shocking. Ah. Xiaohua was shocked. Destroyed by who? Master did not pay attention to this recently, such a big thing happened near my Black Wind Ridge. Naturally, it was Bronze Pillar Country, Gu Country, and Jiming Country. Prince Lan explained, Master didn't make things difficult for the Bronze Pillar Kingdom. Although the Bronze Pillar Kingdom's national power had declined, its national strength was still there. The Bronze Pillar Kingdom joined forces with the Gu Kingdom and the Jiming Kingdom to destroy the Jasa Kingdom in one fell swoop under the banner of annihilating the Buddhism sect. Hiss. Xiaohua suddenly inhaled sharply, seeming to understand something. He looked at Imperial Prince Lan. What else did your senior brother say about Jia Sa country? Senior brother said that the national teacher of Jia Sa country is too powerful, and that Chongling Princess is also a strategist. They must have seen the difficulty of the Buddhist sect establishing a country in Yuzhou, and first planned to use Taoism to establish Jiang country. Now, Jia Sa country has been destroyed as expected, but Jiang country still exists. If the Chongling Princess is a descendant of Jia Sa country, then the present Jiang country is the original people of Jia Sa country. It's just that it changed from the Buddhist sect establishing a country to the Taoist sect establishing a country. Ah, these people's thoughts are too complicated. Xiaohua sighed. This old man can't do this kind of planning. What's the second matter? The second matter is that a Taoist country in Jing province that received the lot of the national teacher was just killed by the Immortal Palace. And, this matter, this old man knows. Xiaohua frowned slightly, and then asked, how did Xiongyi know that the destroyed Taoist country was the one that received the lot of the national teacher? Master, our fortune gate has just been established, and does not have a mature source of information. Imperial Prince Lan answered, when this disciple was establishing a country, he would send a special disciple to be in charge of this matter. After all, without information, it is like being blind, and with information, you can take the initiative. Senior brother Xiong's information should have been sent by his former disciple. If he didn't personally investigate, then he got it from a place like Star Picking Tower. Usually, he wouldn't be wrong. Chapter 38-22. By the way, your disciples have also come to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, right? Xiaohua nodded, don't treat them unfairly. Senior brother Xiongyi and most of my disciples have come. There are still some scattered all over the hidden immortal continent who haven't had the time to come. His Highness Lan respectfully said, however, the disciples who have come are very satisfied with the situation in the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. And, these are some things this old man obtained before. You can discuss how to distribute them among yourselves. Xiaohua took out a few small Qinkuan bags and handed them over to His Highness Lan. In addition, if you have any special needs, or if Master forgets to give them to you, you can ask Master in time. Yes, Master. His Highness Lan took the small Qinkuan bags and carefully put them away without checking them. According to senior brother's arrangement, disciple has gradually begun to let some disciples arrange various kinds of medicinal fields and alchemy places in the mountain range. However, these things won't have any effect until 1,000 years have passed. Master knows. Xiaohua said, there are too many clues to establish a sect. Master will leave these chores to you. Master will be your backing. Master will give you whatever you lack. Master being so assured is also disciples' great fortune. His Highness Lan said with a smile, moreover, disciple is even more fortunate to have master to guide disciples' cultivation. His Highness Lan's words were absolutely from the bottom of his heart. After Xiaohua came to the soaring Dragon Mountain range to arrange the array, he had separately guided Xiong Yi, Lan, and Li Xiang's cultivation 3 times. His Highness Lan didn't know the effects of others, but he was clear about his own background. Before His Highness Lan guided Xiaohua, His Highness Lan's cultivation hadn't made any progress for many years. Therefore, he wanted to see if he could make a breakthrough in the Jade Pavilion Conference. However, under Xiaohua's guidance, His Highness Lan suddenly felt that the bottleneck in front of him had suddenly disappeared. That layer of barrier in front of his eyes had suddenly disappeared. An indescribable feeling of enlightenment made him see the direction of his cultivation. Moreover, what made His Highness Lan excited was that the medicinal pills Xiaohua gave him were really effective. They were many times more effective than the medicinal pills he had obtained and taken before. Seeing his cultivation progress by leaps and bounds, His Highness Lan was really glad for his decision at that time. "Alright, stop flattering me." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Go tell the disciples of Black Wind Mountain Range to return to Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Be careful, don't attract the attention of others. In a few days, Master will go and deal with the matter of the elemental or vein." "Yes, Master." Royal Highness Lan smiled, bowed, and flew away. "Looks like it's time for this old man to make a move." Xiaohua watched His Highness Lan fly away and smiled faintly. His hands once again formed seals and set up the array formation step by step. A few days later, the disciples of the Black Wind Ridge gradually returned. Xiaohua's arrangement of the Great Array had also come to an end. Xiaohua handed over the newly refined array flags and array talismans to Xiong Yi and the others, then flew to the Black Wind Ridge alone. Just as Imperial Prince Lan had said, there were a few more Confucian cultivators patrolling around Black Wind Mountain Range. However, these cultivators didn't deliberately attack, as if they were waiting for an opportunity. Xiaohua didn't care about these cultivators. They couldn't even sense Xiong Yi and the others leaving, so it was even more impossible for them to know that Xiaohua had arrived. Xiaohua once again took out the soil and examined it. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he entered the ore vein and followed the tunnel that the Black Bear Spirit and the others had opened up. Over the years, the Black Bear Spirit and the others hadn't slacked off. The number of tunnels in the ore vein had increased by a lot, and the number of caves for storing primal stones had also increased by a lot. At this moment, whether it was the caves or the tunnels, they were all empty. Not a single primal stone had been left behind. Xiaohua was very satisfied as he flew to the end of one of the tunnels. Looking at the dazzling array of primal stones embedded in the ground, he released his divine sense. Although the soil of the primal stone or vein was abnormally tough, it was extremely difficult for the divine sense of an ordinary cultivator to penetrate. However, with Xiaohua's full strength, his divine sense still penetrated more than 10 miles. "Collect." Xiaohua urged his divine sense. His divine sense was like a huge palm, instantly grabbing the soil layer that was dozens of miles wide, instantly digging out a hole that was dozens of miles wide. He. Looking at this hole, Xiaohua was a little proud. Damn it, this old man has already collected the metal, wood, and magnetic fields. What does this primal stone or vein count for? Wait until this old man has dug out this primal stone vein until it's the same size as the metal, wood, and magnetic field space. Thinking of this, a strange expression suddenly appeared on Xiaohua's face, as if he had thought of something. However, without waiting for him to think more, the soil layer above Xiaohua's head began to tremble. Streaks of dust and gravel fell from above the hole, and then the hole collapsed. With a loud rumble, Xiaohua was actually buried alive. Admittedly, the collapse of this hole was very powerful, but if it wanted to injure Xiaohua, it was not very likely. In a short moment, in the broken passage, Xiaohua's body flashed with a brilliant light, and he escaped from the soil layer in a somewhat sorry state. As soon as Xiao Hua flew out, he immediately lamented. Damn it, this old man finally understands why those great cultivators don't rashly use their divine abilities. However, at this time, Xiao Hua had other ideas. He did not have time to mutter anymore. He hastily formed a seal, and his figure continued to escape into the ground. After passing through the black fog, Xiao Hua arrived at the original metal, wood, and magnetic field space. The metal, wood, and magnetic fields had already been taken away by Xiao Hua, but the residual metal, wood, and magnetic forces still existed. This 3,650 acres of space was not filled with the black fog, and the black fog that isolated divine sense was still attached to the surroundings of the space. Yes, this space is indeed large, but it's extremely far from the ground. Moreover, there's still magnetic forces in the space, so there's no sign of it collapsing. Xiao Hua opened his divine sense, and after looking for a moment, he inwardly pondered. Such a large space, with the protection of the black fog, won't be discovered by others. It's really secretive. Since this Xiao wants to set up a teleportation array in the hidden immortal continent, it should be set up here. No one would think of it. Also, if the immortal palace comes to the Black Wind Ridge to look for this Xiao, that would be even better. Xiao Hua thought again. The Black Wind Ridge has been destroyed by the immortal palace, and has become a wasteland. Who would pay attention to the Black Wind Ridge? This Xiao's teleportation array will not be known by others. Let's do it this way. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily as he flew out of the magnetic field space, and continued to plunder primeval stones. Xiao Hua's thoughts were not wrong. He had obtained the Grand Universe teleportation token for a long time, and he had already comprehended the teleportation array inside, especially after activating the divine restriction. After he personally set up the capital star array, he already had 80% confidence in setting up the teleportation array. Within his space, he had already obtained a lot of materials to set up the teleportation array. In addition to the huge stone teleportation array at the bottom of the Saint River, it was more than enough to set up 2 teleportation arrays. However, Xiao Hua did not have the time, nor did he find a suitable place, so he had not set up the teleportation array. Of course, the most important thing was that this teleportation array was only useful when used in pairs. Xiao Hua had not thought of where to set up the teleportation array. Even the divine sense mark he left behind on the snowy mountain in the Western Paradise was just to prepare for setting up the teleportation array. Now, if the teleportation array was really set up under the Black Wind Ridge, then the other end of the teleportation array should be at the snowy mountain in the Western Paradise. If Xiao Hua wanted to set up the teleportation array, he would have to make a trip to the Western Paradise. Yes, I will first set up the teleportation array here, then this Xiao will make a trip to the Western Paradise and the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. This way, this Xiao will not have to spend too much time going to the other 2 places. Xiao Hua thought as he used his mind to tidy up the primeval stone mine. This Grand Universe teleportation token, its origin is indeed mysterious, and the secrets within it are definitely strange. The Grand Universe teleportation token. It is far from what ordinary cultivators think, it is purely to reduce the pressure of the teleportation array. Not only does it have the array to set up the teleportation array, it can also record the location of the teleportation array that has already been set up, and connect 2 or more teleportation arrays together. This kind of divine item, how could a devil general of the devil realm refine it? There is also Jiang Luer. After so many years, I wonder if he has already come out of the Nirvana realm. Presumably, not only has he grown up, his Buddhist cultivation is also astonishingly powerful, right? When this Xiao goes to the Western Paradise, I will still have to go to the Golden Mountain Temple to take a look. With the lesson of the collapse of the primeval stone mine, Xiao Hua was already very careful when he collected the primeval stones again. Every time he collected the primeval stones, he did not collect as much as the first time, but the speed at which he released his mind and divine sense increased by a lot. Sometimes, when he saw that the shape of the primeval stone mine was different, he even increased the range of the primeval stones. As a result, Xiaohua became more familiar with the process, and the primeval stones in the primeval stone mine became fewer and fewer. Just as Xiaohua was working hard to collect the primeval stones, in the sky above the 9 provinces of the hidden immortal continent, where the heavenly fire, wind, and thunder were rampant, several colorful clouds suddenly flashed. These clouds immediately blocked the surrounding heavenly fire, wind, and thunder. As the clouds surged, a belt of light twisted and entwined out. When the belt of light formed a straight passage in the astral wind high up in the sky, dozens of banners fluttered in the wind. A group of immortal soldiers dressed in bright armor, holding various weapons, or riding on auspicious clouds, flew out from this passage. After the 100,000 immortal soldiers rushed out, another dozen immortal soldiers rode chariots that spewed out flames, clustered around several immortal generals, and flew out. The immortal generals stood on the chariots, and their figures were blocked by the flames of the chariots, so their true faces could not be seen. However, these immortal generals were tall and sturdy, and the flames could not block the threatening evil chi of the immortal generals. The chariots were also hung with war banners. Some of the war banners had Qingyuan written on them, some had Sun Palace written on them, and some had Great General written on them. Although the handwriting on the war banners was different, each war banner surged with multicolored light. Streams of awe-inspiring chi came from the void and rushed into the war banners, and the big characters on them also showed incomparable majesty. Chapter 38-23. 100,000 immortal soldiers flew out of the light belt tunnel and immediately flew towards the heavenly fire wind lightning. When they left the astral wind, they quickly lined up again. Dozens of immortal soldiers rode on heavenly horses and scattered in all directions. More than 10 captains stood in front of them, welcoming the falling war chariot. Boom boom. The war chariot spat out flames and stopped above the group of immortal soldiers. From within the flames, a dignified voice sounded, "Is this place the Yu region?" Reporting to the great general. The captain of the immortal soldiers closest to the war chariot hurriedly replied, "I have already sent soldiers to investigate. There will be news soon." Yes, the hidden immortal continent is rather sensitive during this period of time. Although we are under the orders of the immortal palace and have nothing to do with the Buddhist sect, if this were to fall into the mouths of some people, it would be a weakness for them to attack us. The voice was very low and deep as it slowly came out. This Jiang country and Black Wind Ridge are extremely close to the immortal town. We should end the battle quickly and not delay the opportunity to leak the news. This subordinate understands. The immortal soldier hurriedly replied, "This subordinate will pass down the great general's order." After a short while, the immortal soldier that had gone to investigate returned with a message. The captain of the immortal soldiers hurriedly came to reporting to the great general, "This is the border between the Yu region and the Su province, it is not in the same direction as the immortal town." "Alright, let's go." Just as the great general gave the order from within the flames, a sharp voice suddenly sounded out from another war chariot, "Lord True Monarch, after the Jiang country's cultivators obtained the imperial advisor's lot, they actually took such a long time to establish a country. There must be something fishy going on. Why don't you lead the army to destroy the Jiang country first, and I will head to the Black Wind Ridge to investigate." "Shut up." Without waiting for the voice to finish speaking, the great general's dignified voice shouted angrily, "How can you, the Hall of Enlightenment, dictate the orders of the army? Even if you want to investigate, you have to listen to this general's orders. My sons, we will split into 2 groups. Hua Chong, you will bring your men and charge towards the Jiang country, and exterminate this Taoist country. The rest of you, follow this general to the Black Wind Ridge and exterminate the remnants of the Tao sect." Yes. On a battlefield, flames soared into the sky. Amidst the flames, a 30-meter-tall giant spirit immortal general, dressed in shining immortal armor and holding a Xianhua axe, shouted loudly, "This general, Hua Chong, will definitely not disappoint the general and exterminate the Dao sect's Jiang country. With that, the immortal general named Qua Chong drove the war chariot and led the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers down into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Sun Gang. Seeing that Qua had rushed away, the great general in the flames said coldly, "Didn't you want to follow this true lord to find the whereabouts of the imperial tutor's lot? Why didn't you follow Qua Chong to Jiang country?" Boom. The flames on the war chariot from which the sharp sound came just now were extinguished. Sun Gang's small figure appeared on the war chariot. "I'll let the great general know." Although the imperial preceptor's lot is recorded in the spiritual official hall and records the names and other information of the cultivators of the Jiang country's Jian Dao Gate, my Hall of Enlightenment feels that it's unlikely that this cultivator, who is only in the Golden Core realm, would be able to obtain the imperial preceptor's lot from Mount Yaotai. That's why I came to the lower realm this time to find the person who truly obtained the imperial preceptor's lot. Furthermore, I don't think that I can get any information from the Jiang country. You're not afraid of death, are you? The great general's voice was filled with disdain. With Qua Chong's ability, he can protect your safety no matter what. You don't have to be afraid. Sun Jian. Sun Gang's little face flushed red with anger, and he said angrily, "Don't think that just because you are the immortal emperor's personally conferred great general of the Sun Palace, true Lord Qingyuan, you can look down on my Hall of Enlightenment. Don't think that just because I'm young, you can deceive me. The Jiang country is just a short distance away from the Black Wind Ridge. Why did you send the vanguard to the lower realms to suppress the Jiang country first, and not with him? Instead, you're dawdling here. Aren't you afraid that the Black Wind Ridge's evildoers will escape?" Humph. With a cold snort, the Scarlet Sun war chariot did not change at all. Sun Jian's voice came out from inside, "How can you call this true lord's name? If not for the 9th princess's face, this true lord would have killed you right here. You. Sun Gang jumped a few times on the war chariot, but he did not dare to say anything else. Sun Jian was right. Do you know what a little kid is? Sun Jian sneered on the war chariot and shouted again, "Everyone, send troops to the Black Wind Ridge." Yes. Tens of thousands of immortal soldiers accepted the order in a low voice and once again formed a formation and descended towards the Black Wind Ridge. Sun Gang, who was on the war chariot, bit his lips and followed Sun Jian to the Black Wind Ridge. Only he himself knew what he was thinking. The hidden immortal continent's Yaotai Star Lord Palace's Hall Master was killed. In the eyes of the immortal palace's Hall of Enlightenment, this was really not a big deal. It was not like it had never happened before. The simplest way was to change the Hall Master. However, this matter was getting more and more fermented under the intentions of the Jasper Flower Palace. Moreover, under the power struggle of the Confucian cultivators, this matter had also become a reason to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. That was why the Immortal Palace sent troops to suppress the 10 nations. Sun Gang was not a fool. He naturally understood the new princess's intentions. When he received Xiaohua's image from the Hall of Enlightenment, he was even more shocked. After passing this news to the school of the Emperor Star, he also paid attention to the news from the spiritual official hall. After the founding of Jiang country, the spiritual official hall received the news from the imperial preceptor and found that the imperial preceptor of Jiang country was only at the Golden Core realm. He was not at the nascent soul realm as they imagined, nor was he Xiaohua as the Jasper Flower Palace thought. Naturally, they also passed this news to the Hall of Enlightenment. Of course, at this time, the Immortal Palace had already begun to conquer the 10 nations of Taoism. No matter who founded Jiang country, they would inevitably be killed by the Immortal Palace. However, the matter of the Longevity Town delayed the expedition for a while, and during this time, the Black Wind Ridge was also added to the scope of annihilation. Of course, the new princess also knew the news, but she could not show too much concern for Xiaohua in front of others, let alone attract more attention from the Jasper Flower Palace. Sun Jian, the general of the Hall of Sun who was conquering the 10 nations of Taoism, was a trusted aide of the immortal emperor. Although he respected her, he would never listen to her. That was why Sun Gang volunteered. Sun Gang wanted to send a message to Xiao Hua in advance, but he was immediately noticed by Sun Jian. He also knew that this was a dead end. He could only act according to the situation before the two armies. As for whether he could save Xiao Hua, only the heavens would know. At this time, the Black Wind Ridge was no different from before. There were still some Confucian cultivators who were unwilling to give up wandering around. From time to time, they would fly to the Black Wind Ridge's great formation to attack a few times, and then flee far away. Although it was an incomplete capital star formation, it was enough to block the eye clarity technique and divine sense technique of these Confucian cultivators. No one knew that the Black Wind Ridge was already empty. Woo! A gust of wind blew out of nowhere, and then, like a layer of biting cold wind and frost, swept across the Black Wind Ridge. All the Confucian cultivators in the surroundings could not help but shrink their necks. An indescribable feeling of being spied on arose in their hearts. Who is it? Many Confucian cultivators raised their eyebrows and looked up in shock. In the sky above, the originally blazing sun was now accompanied by a gust of wind. Dark clouds poured out from all directions. These dark clouds did not carry any lightning, but the thick black color was enough to whet the hearts of the Confucian cultivators. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of drums came from the dark clouds like mountains. The sound was like thunder, and the surrounding sky trembled slightly. The true qi in all the Confucian cultivators' bodies suddenly boiled and rushed out uncontrollably. Not good. The Confucian cultivators were shocked. Just as they were about to urge their cultivation methods to control their true qi, in the sky above the heavy clouds, layers of multicolored light rolled out. At this time, the multicolored light had already covered 1,000 miles around the Black Wind Ridge. Groups of immortal soldiers holding weapons arrogantly appeared in the clouds. The Immortal Palace's punitive expedition. The Confucian cultivators suddenly woke up, and a few of the younger ones shouted, "The Black Wind Ridge is going to be unlucky." Dong dong dong. The war drums sounded. In the flames, several war drums that were like the sun let out rumbling sounds. In the midst of the war drums, 2 sun chariots spat out flames and rushed out of the clouds. The Immortal Palace's crusade, the innocent cultivators forced back the 3 sects. The war chariots appeared and the war flags waved. A voice came from an unknown place in the clouds, accompanied by the sound of the drums. Let's go. How could the Confucian cultivators not know how powerful it was? Before they could see the flag on the war flags, they immediately used their flying techniques to escape. If the immortal soldiers attack, no one will be able to escape. As for the land that they were previously patrolling, they looked very far away and shrank back into the ground, disappearing in a moment. The war chariot stopped in the air and an immortal general flew out. He saluted and said, reporting to the great general, "There is a Taoist formation on the Black Wind Ridge. This humble one has already investigated it. It is a high-level Taoist formation. If there is no accident, it should be the Taoist's great heavenly star formation." This humble one couldn't see the situation inside clearly. Did any Taoist cultivators escape? Sun Jian's voice was very calm, as if he didn't care about the great heavenly star formation. Aside from the 121 Confucian cultivators within 100 miles of the Black Wind Ridge, not a single cultivator escaped from the Black Wind Ridge. Set up an inescapable net. Yes. The immortal general obeyed. Not long after, more than 10,000 immortal soldiers descended from the clouds and landed in an oval shape above the Black Wind Ridge capital star formation. Many immortal soldiers took out their weapons and flew out. The awe-inspiring Qi pillar outside the Black Wind Ridge from before rumbled incessantly. Great General Sun. Sun Gang stood on the war chariot and sneered, this place doesn't seem to be too far from the Longevity Town. With such a large formation, I'm afraid it has already attracted the Buddhist sect's attention. Is this your plan to intimidate them? Sun Jian's figure didn't appear on the war chariot, so Sun Gang naturally couldn't see his expression. However, he did hope that Xiao Hua, who was inside the Black Wind Ridge, would be quick-witted and quickly escape from the formation. He would take advantage of the fact that the Great Heavenly Star formation had yet to take shape and break through. Those who weren't from the Immortal Palace wouldn't know how powerful the Great Heavenly Star formation was. Relying on the Taoist formation to resist stubbornly would definitely lead to death in the end. This wasn't something Sun Gang wanted to see. Chapter 38-24. Unfortunately, the inescapable net's power was not small, and the sound of the war drums was also very loud, but Xiao Hua, who was deep under the Black Wind Ridge, could not sense it. Looking at the colorful clouds filling the sky and the countless golden rope-like engraved rule chains covering the entire Black Wind Ridge like a big net, and the engraved rule chains even penetrated the ground, Sun Gang suddenly realized something. Maybe Xiao Hua was not in the Black Wind Ridge at all. Xiao Hua was of course in the Black Wind Ridge. At this moment, Xiao Hua was brimming with confidence and prepared to work harder to clean up the Black Wind Ridge's source stone vein. Suddenly, an extremely strange aura appeared from underground, and then it instantly surrounded Xiao Hua's figure like mercury. Moreover, that aura didn't stop at all, and it continued to spread towards the surroundings. This aura overflowed the engraved rule chains, and Xiao Hua was very familiar with the power of order between the engraved rule chains. This. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. What is this? Could it be that there is a Heaven's Punishment prison crystal under the Black Wind Ridge? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly gave up on the source stone vein and moved down. When he was close to that aura, he did not need to release his divine sense. Xiao Hua's eyes could already see that between that dark layer of soil, a layer of armor inscriptions flashed with a faint multicolored light like a small stream flowing slowly. That armor inscriptions were connected to each other, and it was extremely similar to the engraved rule chains on the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and looked around. This faint multicolored light covered the entire ground, as if it was everywhere. What was special was that this layer of multicolored light was between the source stone vein and the metal and wood magnetic space. Xiao Hua could be sure that this multicolored light was definitely not there before, and was just born. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and released his divine sense. Boom! Xiao Hua's divine sense had just touched the multicolored light when a huge thunderbolt rushed out from the engraved rule chains and pounced on Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace along with his divine sense. The power of this thunderbolt was even more fierce than the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal. Humph! Xiao Hua's divine sense condensed and attacked the thunderbolt. In a loud noise, the thunderbolt was broken and retreated, and Xiao Hua's divine sense was shattered. Motherfucker! Xiao Hua's heart went cold. Looking at the densely packed Ming Law shackles under his feet, his scalp couldn't help but go numb. These are tens of thousands of Heaven's Punishment prison crystals. Even if I have the Demon Clan Saint bloodline in my body, I'm afraid I can't get rid of it, right? Inside Xiao Hua's body, the 132 million small dots were constantly changing. The bloodline of the Absolute Saint was also constantly transforming Xiao Hua's body. However, this bloodline was known as the Absolute Saint. How could it possibly complete the transformation of the body in just a few years or a dozen years? Even if Xiao Hua had successfully obtained the inheritance of the demonic beast clan, it would still be impossible for him to break this strange engraving chain. No, no. Xiao Hua looked at the crisscrossing Ming Lu chains and suddenly realized, this thing definitely didn't exist originally, it was originally hidden in the ground. Instead, it had just been laid down by someone. Fuck, this Xiao's Black Wind Ridge has indeed attracted the attention of the Immortal Palace. This Xiao has been blocked in the Black Wind Ridge. Xiao Hua's regret only lasted for a moment. Although he had already given up on the Black Wind Ridge, in his plan, if the Immortal Palace's immortal soldiers and immortal generals came to exterminate the Black Wind Ridge, he should still meet the immortal soldiers and immortal generals face to face. He wanted the Immortal Palace to think that the Black Wind Ridge was Xiao Hua's lair and not pay attention to the soaring Dragon Mountain Range and other places. Alright, since the Immortal Palace's people have come, this old man will take a look at the difference between the Immortal Palace's Ming Law shackles and the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal's Ming Law shackles. Xiao Hua understood. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Kunlun mirror. Under the stimulation of his magic power, a six-colored light pillar loudly fell on the Ming Law shackles. Boom! In the light pillar that was several feet in size, the Ming Law shackles were particularly obvious. The same power of order between them very harmoniously sealed the entire space. When the Kunlun mirror's light pillar fell, the minute the light in the light pillar touched the Ming Law shackles, runes of the same size as the Ming Law shackles immediately appeared. These runes frantically respected the Ming Law shackles. Flickering crystal filaments were born between the Ming Law shackles and the runes. These crystal filaments flickered and emitted a strong sound. Cracks that looked like spider silk faintly appeared in the light pillar. Gotcha! Just as the fine lines of the space cracks appeared, the Ming Law shackles within several feet of Xiao Hua flashed at the same time and pounced on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sneered. He didn't dodge or evade. He stimulated the yuanying in his body. The Kunlun mirror's brilliance once again flourished. Gotcha! Several thunderbolts fell on Xiao Hua's body. The golden light protecting Xiao Hua's body was shattered. His Daoist robe also turned into ashes. However, on his flashing dark golden skin, in addition to hundreds of tiny black lines, there was also the Ming Law shackles that penetrated deep into his flesh that were more painful than the tip of a needle. Xiao Hua didn't suffer any particularly big injuries. However, after this thunderbolt, even if the Kunlun mirror's light pillar increased again, the chains in the Ming Law shackles became thicker and sturdier. The Ming Law shackles' runes far surpassed the Kunlun mirror's runes. Even more Ming Law shackles pounced on the Kunlun mirror with flickering crystal filaments. Seeing this, Xiao Hua understood that his Kunlun mirror might not be able to resist the entire Ming Law shackles. If he wanted to escape, he would need to use other methods. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't have time to think anymore. The entire Ming Law shackles trembled. Countless thunderbolts turned into a torrent and pounced on Xiao Hua. An incomparably majestic voice came from the thunderbolts, "Evil path, you dare to break my Immortal Palace's inescapable net? Why don't you come in front of this general and admit your crimes before being captured?" The enormous thunderbolt forced Xiao Hua to have no choice but to flee upwards. He originally wanted to take out another magic weapon, but when he heard this voice, he sneered and shouted, "What big words! This old man wants to see just how great your divine ability is to capture this old man." At this moment, high up in the sky, the immortal general in charge of setting up the inescapable net frowned. He urged his body to look down and then hurriedly flew to the front of the war chariot. He bowed and said, "Reporting to the great general, there are signs of the inescapable net being attacked under the Black Wind Ridge. What's the result? Did anyone escape?" "No." The immortal general hurriedly replied, "There are no signs of the inescapable net being broken." Sun Jian, who was on the war chariot, said indifferently, "Set up the formation. Prepare to use the inescapable net to attack the Dao Sect's great heavenly cycle star formation. When the formation is broken, capture all the evil path members of the Black Wind Ridge." "Yes, sir." The immortal general gave the order and waved the flag in his hand. Tens of thousands of immortal soldiers activated their bodies and surrounded the Black Wind Ridge. Seeing that not a single person had come out of the Black Wind Ridge, Sun Gang finally relaxed. No matter where Xiao Hua went, as long as he was not in the Black Wind Ridge. Even if Xiao Hua was in Jiang country, with Hua Chang's strength, he might not be able to take Xiao Hua down. But right at this moment, a gust of wind rose in the distance, and another war chariot swayed with flames as it flew over. Hua Cheng's striking 30-meter figure appeared in Sun Gang's line of sight. Looking at Hua Cheng and the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers behind him, Sun Gang maliciously guessed that Hua Cheng had been defeated by Xiao Hua. Why are you back so soon? Sun Jian was also a little surprised, but seeing that Hua Cheng and the rest did not look like they had been defeated, he asked curiously. Hua Cheng drove the war chariot closer and bowed, reporting to the great general, although the country of Jiang was established by the Dao sect, there are very few Dao sect cultivators in the country, and there are very few of them. Under the siege of the city, these Dao sect cultivators were so scared that they pissed their pants. However, there is an unexpected matter that I have to report to the great general. I believe that the great general would not have thought of it. Oh. Sun Jian was startled and asked, what is it? After the Dao sect cultivators of the Jiang country were killed by my subordinates, many Buddhist sect disciples flew out from the surroundings of the capital. There were even monk soldiers. What? Buddhist sect? Monk soldier? Sun Jian, who was inside the flames, was truly surprised. In the current situation, it was not wise to rashly go against the Buddhist sect country. Yes, it's the monk soldier. Hua Cheng nodded, but what's strange is that the cultivation of these Buddhist sect disciples is relatively low, and none of them can be the master of a country. Thus, this general might as well go all out. Humph, you sure are bold. Sun Jian sneered, I told you to destroy the Dao sect's Jiang country, but you actually killed the disciples of the Buddhist sect. Hua Cheng said in a low voice, feeling wronged, Great General, the Jiang country is indeed a Dao cultivator country. The imperial advisor's lot recorded at the Dao sect cultivators established a country. My Sun Palace is under the orders of the immortal emperor to annihilate the Jiang country. Not to mention the appearance of the Buddhist sect in the Jiang country, even if it was a Confucian cultivator. This general does not dare to disobey the orders of the immortal emperor. That's right, that's how it should be. When Sun Gang heard this, no matter what happened to Xiao Hua, he was already in high spirits. He did not have a good impression of the Buddhist sect. Hearing that Hua Cheng had killed a Buddhist sect disciple, he naturally cheered from the side, kill all these bald donkeys. Unfortunately, after Sun Gang finished speaking, he suddenly came to his senses. If Xiao Hua was not in the Jiang country, where could he be? Wasn't he inside the Black Wind Ridge's great formation? Sun Jian muttered to himself on the war chariot. He was born to kill, and who knew how many vengeful spirits he had under his command? How could he be afraid of killing a few more Buddhist sect disciples? The only person he was afraid of was Sun Gang. Now that Sun Gang had spoken, what else could he say? Those who shouldn't be killed, none of them can be killed. Those who should be killed, not a single one of them can be let off. Sun Jian's voice was very indifferent, as if tens of thousands of lives were nothing more than a gust of wind. Don't worry, great general. Hua Cheng laughed, this general's subordinates will definitely not touch the people of the secular world. They will not let any of the descendants of the royal family go. Humph. Sun Jian snorted, feeling that Hua Cheng had said too much. Hua Cheng looked at Sun Gang's war chariot, and then said to Sun Jian, Great General, this Black Wind Ridge seems to be rather troublesome. Great General, please wait a moment, and let this general be the vanguard. Go. Sun Jian nodded, don't be careless. Yes sir. Hua Cheng waved the axe in his hand and laughed, this general is not an idiot. How could this general dare to be careless with a Dao sect cultivator who could kill Kong Hongwu of the Star Lord Palace? Chapter 38-25. Hua Cheng, what did you say? Sun Jian said sternly, who told you that the cultivators of Black Wind Ridge were the ones who killed Kong Hongwu? This. Hua Cheng heard the change in Sun Jian's tone and knew it was bad. He quickly bowed and said, this general deserves to die, this general deserves to die. Speak, who told you? Sun Jian hid in the flames and didn't show himself, but his tone was very strict. Dongfang Haohua. Hua Chong replied without hesitation. After this general followed the great general to conquer Jing province, Dongfang Haohua came to. This general told this general when we were drinking. Hua Chong wanted to say something else, but when he saw the flames on the Sun chariot and Sun Jian's figure inside, he didn't say anything in the end. Hua Chong, this old man has told you more than once. Sun Jian said indifferently, we are immortal generals of the immortal palace. We only follow the orders of the immortal emperor. We only care about killing and conquering. Other things have nothing to do with us. Could it be that you've forgotten? Yes, this general knows his mistake. Hua Chong's huge body slightly bowed. It seemed like he was very afraid of Sun Jian. Go, this old man will remember this. Don't let others use you in the future. Sun Jian ordered. Hua Chong lowered his head and retreated. After flying for a while, he suddenly turned around and waved the broad axe in his hand in midair. The layers of clouds were torn in half by the broad axe. Roar! Hua Chong roared and shouted angrily, damn evil path. Come out and die. Sun Jian's words clearly had a double meaning. Sun Gang was shy and his face was burning. However, he didn't care because he was young. Sun Jian, on the other hand, stood on the war chariot like an iron tower. He looked at the red-faced boy on the battlefield with a puzzled expression on his cold face. He really did not understand why the Hall of Enlightenment would send this boy over for no reason. However, since Sun Gang was holding the token, he could not be bothered to care too much. In front of 100,000 immortal soldiers, Sun Gang was nothing. Hua Chong cursed a few times in the Black Wind Mountain, but no one came out. Hua Chong was furious. Roar! Hua Chong opened his mouth and spat out Jin Qi. The Jin Qi tumbled in the air and condensed into pillars of Jin Qi from all directions. They crashed into Hua Chong's body. Layers of inscriptions gushed out from Hua Chong's body. The inscriptions were like clouds. Hua Chong's body was supporting his body. In a moment, it grew to a size of 100 zhang. Puff! Hua Chong's sub-body opened its mouth again, and a mouthful of three-colored true qi landed on the Xian Hua broad axe. Layers of inscriptions also appeared on the surface of the Xian Hua broad axe, and in a few breaths, it expanded to a size of 1,000 feet. Since you don't want to come out. If you want to be a coward, then take a look at my axe. Hua Chong shouted and waved his arms. The Xian Hua broad axe let out a thunderous roar in the air. Gray cracks faintly appeared on the sharp axe. Woo! The axe was like a mountain as it chopped down on the capital star formation, General Hua. Another immortal general standing in the distance saw Hua Chong swing his axe to attack the formation and quickly wanted to warn him. Unfortunately, just as he shouted, a huge crack appeared where the axe landed. It was as if the entire void had been split open by Hua Chong. Hua Chong, dodge! Suddenly, Sun Jian's voice came from the war chariot. Hua Chong was stunned and somewhat puzzled. It was at this moment that he saw the crack suddenly sink. Then, there was a flash of brilliance at the deepest part of the crack. A seemingly cryptic rune moved slightly, and starlight appeared. A powerful force that suffocated Hua Chong came rushing at him. This force was like a huge hand that pushed Hua Chong's axe in the opposite direction and cleaved at Hua Chong's sub-body. At this moment, a huge flaming arm extended from the Sun War chariot and grabbed Hua Chong's arm. Hua Chong's 1,000-foot-tall body dodged to the side. Whoosh! The back of the huge axe whistled past the sub-body. It was completely out of Hua Chong's control. The huge sub-body was even brushed by the huge axe, and a few feet of it was sliced off by the huge axe. Damn it! Hua Chong could not help but curse. What kind of array is this? General Qua. The immortal general in the distance hurriedly replied, "This is the Taoism's grand heavenly cycle star formation." See. Qua Chong could not help but exclaim when he heard that. Grand heavenly cycle star formation. Isn't this the Taoism's long-lost ancient great array? How did it appear in Black Wind Ridge? Qua Chong was so surprised that he stuttered. Damn it! Before the immortal general could reply, a rather arrogant voice came from the great array. Which shameless thing actually dares to smash my door? Do you not want to live anymore? While speaking, a figure slightly distorted and flew out from the capital star formation. Wasn't that Xiao Hua? See, it really is. Seeing Xiao Hua fly out like in the image, Sun Gang cried out in his heart. His eyes turned rapidly, wanting to warn Xiao Hua of something. However, looking at the inescapable trap that had already been set up, and thinking about his cultivation that could almost ignore it, he could only sneak a glance at the distant Sun War chariot, not daring to act rashly. Are you that Xiao Hua of the evil path? Qua Chong saw Xiao Hua fly out and pointed with his wood-like finger. Xiao Hua ignored Qua Chong. He first looked at the flashing inescapable trap in the sky, then looked at the distant flaming battlefield. His gaze swept across the 100,000 immortal soldiers surrounding them before finally landing on Qua Chong. He also shouted, "Good. You also eat this Xiao's axe." As he spoke, the Xian Hua axe made a trembling sound. It was as excited as Qua Chong, and it split a subtle arc in the air to meet the wishful steel staff. Boom! A loud sound was mixed with violent shockwaves. This was the first time the two of them clashed, but they had already set off a powerful aura. Not to mention the surrounding immortal soldiers and immortal generals, even the capital star formation above the Black Wind Ridge was rippling slightly. Qua Chong's figure quickly retreated 100 feet. The handle of the Xian Hua axe was still trembling violently. Obviously, in this fight, Qua Chong did not have any advantage at all. However, Qua Chong wasn't depressed. Instead, he was unusually excited. It was as if he was happy that he had met his match with Xiao Hua. He was so excited that he actually forgot about Sun Jian's warning and shouted, You are really powerful. Sure enough, you are the cultivator who killed Kong Hongwu." Xiao Hua's figure also retreated. His astonished eyes were also slightly narrowed. Qua Chong's strength was really great, only inferior to the dwarf he saw above the Liao River in the Longevity Town. However, thinking about it, Qua Chong's surname was Qua. He was afraid that the Qua bloodline of the Sunset Island would be normal for him to have such strength. With a roar, he waved the Xian Hua giant axe with both hands and slashed towards Xiao Hua. However, at the same time that the broad axe chopped down, a three-colored light emerged from the sub-body that was 100 zhang in size. As the light surged, another 3 sub-bodies of different colors appeared out of thin air and surrounded Xiao Hua in an instant. Every sub-body looked exactly the same as the sub-body in front of Xiao Hua. Even the broad axe that chopped down at the same time similarly flickered with a cold light, blocking the direction that Xiao Hua dodged in. It's a little strange. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and didn't perceive the difference between these 4 sub-bodies. Your 4 giant axes are also very sharp. Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. He didn't open his delusion breaker Dharma eye to see the truth. Instead, his figure suddenly rushed forward. His arms gathered all the strength in his body and waved the wishful staff to smash the giant axe in front of him. At the same time, he released his divine sense and condensed it into a hammer, directly facing the giant axe on the left side. Boom! 2 loud sounds came out at the same time. Xiao Hua's wishful staff hit Qua Chong in front of him and sent him flying 100 meters away. The giant axe in his hand had thousands of inscriptions on its handle and instantly shrunk like a child's toy. Looking at Xiao Hua's left side, the hammer of divine sense also sent the giant axe flying. Moreover, the giant axe was extremely sharp. Xiao Hua's divine sense was actually split in half. However, at the same time that Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace shook violently, the two hammer of divine sense crashed into one of Qua Chang's sub-bodies like meteors. Amidst a loud explosion, Qua Chang's avatar was pierced through. Two massive holes appeared like a pair of soulless eyes. Swish! The 1,000-meter-sized avatar collapsed in a flash. It was even faster than melting snow. Boom boom. When the sub-body clone collapsed, the other three clones had fear in their eyes. As the sound of their bodies collapsing rang out, Qua Chang's clone disappeared, and so did his main body. In fact, his body, which had gradually returned to its original size of 100 feet, was covered in layers of cracks that resembled spiderwebs. A bloody aura gradually spread out from the cracks. Damn it! Qua Chong had never imagined that he would actually fall into such a losing situation. It seemed that before he used his divine ability, he was still evenly matched with Xiao Hua. How could there be such a huge difference with just one strike? However, he didn't have the time to think any further. His intuition from the bloody battle told him that he was absolutely not a match for this Taoist sect cultivator, and he could only flee now if he didn't want to die. Qua Chong hurriedly moved his body, ignoring his injuries as he tried to escape. You want to leave? Xiao Hua's huge transcendence golden body sneered, and his big hand grabbed down from the air. In an instant, Qua Chong was imprisoned by the big hand for hundreds of feet. Kill! Qua Chong resisted stubbornly, waving his Xian Hua axe. Unfortunately, his axe was also broken by Xiao Hua, and it didn't show any special light. Break! The immortal general at the side naturally waved the formation flag in his hand. Above the inescapable net, a thunderous chain of Minglu issued a crackling sound, wrapping around Xiao Hua's large hand. Ah, troublesome. Xiao Hua had seen the power of the heavenly punishment prison crystal and knew that he couldn't compete with this chain of law. With a slight sigh, he hurriedly pulled back his big hand as if to avoid it. Seeing this, Qua Chang's heart relaxed slightly. Under the stimulation of his genuine qi, his body flew toward his chariot. However, the moment he relaxed, Xiao Hua's huge body suddenly flashed with lightning, and a string of phantoms was born in the lightning. In a few breaths, Xiao Hua was like a huge mountain flying above Qua Chang's head. In the past, it was always Qua Chong who used this kind of deterrence to scare his enemies. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be bullied. Ah! Qua Chong couldn't help but scream. As soon as he screamed, Xiao Hua's big hand grabbed him again like catching a chicken. How dare you! The immortal general who set up the formation obviously couldn't save him in time. Sun Jian on the Sun Chariot certainly couldn't ignore it, but after hearing his soft reprimand, the flame on the Sun Chariot turned into a flying arrow, flashing over thousands of feet and shooting straight toward Xiao Hua's big hand. Although Xiao Hua was very confident in his transcendence golden body, he still didn't dare to rashly collide with the fire arrow. He raised his big hand again and dodged the flame arrow in a flash. Phew! Qua Chong breathed a sigh of relief again. His body flew a few hundred feet in an instant. Seeing that he was close to the Sun Chariot, suddenly, another kind of suffocating aura appeared, as if an invisible big hand had appeared out of thin air and tightly grabbed Qua Chong. How dare you! The flame arrow that had just flown by suddenly exploded, as if Sun Jian was angry, turned into thousands of fire points and rushed toward Xiao Hua. Hee hee! Xiao Hua sneered. His big hand didn't hesitate and grabbed upward. The innumerable flames immediately froze under Xiao Hua's universe in the sleeve technique. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to extinguish the flames, rumble. The innumerable flames exploded with a loud rumble, causing Xiao Hua's large hand to be abruptly lifted up. However, although the flames were powerful, the dark golden light on Xiao Hua's large hand flickered slightly, and it was not damaged at all. When Xiao Hua raised his big hand, his face suddenly changed slightly and he roared like Sun Jian. Then, with his other hand, he suddenly waved the wishful steel staff and very strangely smashed it into a place in the air, clang. With a crisp sound, a flame was born under the wishful steel staff. Under the splashing of the flame, a three-pointed double-edged sword was revealed. And behind this three-pointed double-edged sword, Sun Jian's burly figure appeared in the air with flames lingering around him. Humph, the immortal general of the immortal palace is really powerful. Xiao Hua waved his left hand and pinched Qua Chong in his big hand. He sneered, this sneak attack ability, one is better than the other. Xiao Hua. Sun Jian's voice was like a burning flame, let go of Qua Chong. Xiao Hua sneered, Lord Supreme, I am so scared. The immortal palace really thinks highly of this Xiao. With that, Xiao Hua's figure slowly shrank, but his big hand still held Qua Chong tightly. If you want to live, let go of Qua Chong. Sun Jian did not reveal his figure and said, this lord knows that you may be wronged, but this lord is under the emperor's order. If you let go of Qua Chong, this lord promises not to hurt you. You only need to go to the Lingyun Palace and explain things clearly. There is no danger to your life. To be honest, didn't you just kill Kong Hongwu? It's really nothing. Tsk tisk. Xiao Hua sneered and smacked his lips, Lord Supreme's upper lip touching the lower lip is easy to say. Not to mention whether this Xiao killed Kong Hongwu or not, just by the fact that Lord Supreme led so many immortal soldiers and immortal generals to besiege my Black Wind Ridge and set up such a huge defensive formation here, this Xiao can't see that the immortal palace wants to exterminate my Black Wind Ridge without leaving anyone alive. This Xiao took a lot of effort to capture a hostage. If I let him go, how can this Xiao face the disciples of my Black Wind Ridge? Chapter 38-27. Xiao Hua, don't think that just because you have an immortal general of my Sun Palace, this true monarch will hold back. Sun Jian replied decisively, in this inescapable net, this true monarch has 10,000 ways to capture you. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed and raised Qua Chong, you can try. If you don't put your vanguard's life in your eyes, you can come at me. This Xiao can't guarantee that you won't crush Qua Chong into flesh and blood when you try. Oh, right, my Dao sect seems to have another method. This Xiao also wants to try it. Can I crush Qua Chong's soul at the same time? How dare you? The flames around Sun Jian rushed into the air again. He was obviously extremely angry. Great General. Qua Chong struggled with all his might and shouted, don't care about this general's life or death. Quickly kill this evil cultivator. Shut up. Sun Jian scolded, scaring Qua Chong into shrinking his head. He knew that Xiao Hua suddenly released his magic power to let him speak. This was Xiao Hua's plan to lure the enemy. Xiao Hua. Sun Jian pondered for a moment. The flames around his body suddenly disappeared, revealing his true body. He said, look at who I am. Ah. Sun Jian. When Xiao Hua saw Sun Jian, who had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a lion's nose, and a tiger's mouth, he was slightly stunned. Then, he mocked himself, I really didn't expect you to be the great general of the immortal palace. Sun Jian ignored Xiao Hua's sarcasm and said indifferently, when this son obtained the emperor's decree, I also obtained your image. This son obviously knows that the enemy this time is you. However, this son is a great general of the immortal palace. Therefore, this son can't violate the emperor's decree because of some previous friendship. Moreover, to tell you the truth, I've already decided to follow the celestial emperor's order to annihilate your Black Wind Ridge and capture you to the Lingyun Palace. I'll personally plead for mercy on your behalf and ask the celestial emperor to forgive me with my status as a great general, then I really have to thank Lord True Monarch. Xiao Hua laughed and said, however, this Xiao is a remnant of the Dao sect. I don't dare to associate with Lord True Monarch of the Immortal Palace. True monarch, you don't need to worry about your former friendship. You should only worry about your vanguard. I'm sure true monarch already has a plan in mind. No matter how high true monarch's cultivation is, no matter how fierce this inescapable net is, as long as I'm determined, Qua Chang's life will be in my hands. That's right. You have the ability to do so. This son has long known about it. Sun Jian nodded and raised his hand, throwing a universe bracelet into the air as he said, "This is what I owe you. Take it." Hee hee. I didn't expect Lord True Monarch to be such a trustworthy person. Xiao Hua stretched out the wishful steel staff and picked up the heaven and earth bracelet. He was not afraid of Sun Jian's tricks and directly put the heaven and earth bracelet into the space. Then he said, "Presumably, once this thing is returned, you and I will no longer have any entanglements. Are you going to make a move?" "That's right. Xiao Hua, if you are a man, then release Qua Chong. This son can give you a guarantee. If you defeat this son can let your Black Wind Ridge live." This. Xiao Hua hesitated. He had seen Sun Jian's strength. Previously, he might be stronger than him, but now, Sun Jian may not be his opponent. But then Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and asked faintly, "What if this Xiao doesn't release him? Then, you are not the man this son has seen before." Sun Jian frowned, "And even if this son lets you live, this son will kill your Black Wind Ridge until blood flows like a river." Okay, you are a man. Your immortal palace is full of men. Xiao Hua waved his hand disdainfully. Puchi. Sun Gang, who had been paying attention to the situation in the distance, couldn't help but laugh. When Xiao Hua said this, the new princess who was concerned about Xiao Hua naturally became a woman. Xiao Hua glanced at the boy and ignored him. Sun Jian's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "So, you are determined to cut off all ties with this son?" "That's right." Xiao Hua nodded, "But this Xiao is unworthy. Now that this Xiao has fallen into the hands of the immortal palace, this Xiao's life is no longer in this Xiao's hands. Moreover, this Xiao has doubts as to whether true monarch can save this Xiao's life. In a matter of life and death, this so-called kindness, if it's cut off, then so be it. You don't believe this son? Sigh, Sun Jian, it's not that this Xiao doesn't believe you." Xiao Hua sighed and pointed around, "The tens of thousands of immortal soldiers and generals besieging my Black Wind Ridge must be your subordinates. But can you guarantee that these immortal soldiers and generals are wholeheartedly loyal to you? This Xiao doesn't know how many palaces your immortal palace has, and how many generals you have, but this Xiao is sure that there must be someone who leaked the news today. If you have the heart, why did you reveal your relationship with this Xiao at this time? You only need to use the excuse that Qua Chong was captured by this Xiao to let this Xiao and Black Wind Ridge live. This is a reasonable reason in front of the immortal emperor. But you actually said it in front of so many people. Do you want this Xiao's life or Qua Chong's life? Or do you want your own life? This son knows what you're talking about." Sun Jian said indifferently, "But this son is true monarch Qing Yuan, personally conferred by the immortal emperor, and also a general of the Sun Palace. This son does things openly and honestly, and disdains to do such shady things. Yes, it's because you're so open and honest that this Xiao doesn't dare to entrust this Xiao's life to you." Xiao Hua nodded, "This is not a fight with real strength. The danger. Perhaps you really don't know." Of course, Sun Jian was not a fool. He raised his head and swept his gaze across the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers, finally landing on Sun Gang's face. Sun Gang jumped in fright and fiercely glared at Xiao Hua, hurriedly saying, "Lord True Monarch, this one, no need to say more." Sun Jian waved his hand and said coldly, "What this true monarch has done is worthy of the heavens above, worthy of the earth below, and worthy of the immortal emperor. How you report it is your own business." This. Sun Gang laughed bitterly. He did not expect Xiao Hua to have such a relationship with Sun Jian. If he had known earlier, why would he have followed them? From the looks of it, he might be the key reason why Xiao Hua was unable to escape. Xiao Hua ignored the relationship between the two and indifferently raised Qua Chong, Lord True Monarch, this is in front of two armies, you can decide for yourself. Do you want Qua Chong to return to the Immortal Palace alive or not? You plan to abandon the disciples of the Black Wind Ridge and escape? Sun Jian glanced at the Du Tian star formation and said coldly, looks like this sun really misjudged you in the past. Xiao Hua said indifferently, you've only seen it once, what can you tell? As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time, but not their heart. Besides, this Xiao is full of demons in this Black Wind Ridge, how many disciples can this Xiao have? Those disciples were already killed by you guys in Jiang country. Why should this Xiao care about the life and death of the Black Wind Ridge's demons? Lord True Monarch. Sun Gang rolled his eyes and anxiously said, Qua Chong is a general of my immortal palace, his identity is not something that this evil Xiao Hua can compare to. In my opinion, why don't we let Xiao Hua go in exchange for General Qua Chong's life? All the demons in the Black Wind Ridge are here. If we kill all of them, we won't go against the Immortal Emperor's orders. Shut up. Sun Jian berated, this true monarch knows what to do. How can a child with a yellow mouth speak in front of two armies? Seeing Sun Gang shut his mouth in anger, Xiao Hua sighed. It was obvious that Sun Gang wasn't Sun Jian's subordinate. Now that Sun Jian knew him, Sun Gang already had something on him, and Sun Jian still scolded him like this. This kind of upright and plain-spoken person was worthy of being friends, but the chances of this kind of person being framed was also very high. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he looked at Sun Gang. Hiss. Although Sun Gang was small, he was very quick-witted. Seeing Xiao Hua looking at him, his heart turned cold. He hurriedly shrank his body and hid behind the immortal soldier driving the carriage, afraid that he would attract Xiao Hua's attention. At this moment, the Black Wind Ridge was truly cold, as if the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers did not exist. In the air, other than the whistling of the wind, there was only the roaring of fire on the flaming chariot. Sun Jian's gaze was fixated on Xiao Hua, as if his gaze was about to pierce into Xiao Hua's body. This Sun. I thought you were a peerless hero. Sun Jian said word by word, his tone heavy, I've always wanted to come down to the lower realms to pay you a visit, but who would have thought that you are actually such an irresponsible person? The cultivators of the Black Wind Ridge who are about to die are the same as this Sun. I didn't see your true face. Since you want to escape, fine. This Sun will risk being punished by the Immortal Emperor and let you live today. Everyone. Open the inescapable net. Sun Jian's order was like a mountain, the immortal general who set up the formation didn't dare to say a word. He slightly raised the formation flag in his hand and a ray of light shot through the inescapable net. Looking at the way to live and then looking at Sun Jian's heartbroken expression, Xiao Hua slightly frowned. Sun Jian's words moved his heart. After all, Xiao Hua and Sun Jian worked together to kill the strange insect in the void. Xiao Hua's strength had already shown that he was at the lower fifth level of origin energy. If Sun Jian wanted to, he would have already reported to the Immortal Palace. Xiao Hua might not be able to live freely in the future. If Sun Jian wanted to capture him, he would definitely have a hard fight with him. But why didn't Sun Jian reveal his strength to the Immortal Palace? But at this moment, Xiao Hua didn't have time to think too much. He coldly waved his hand and said, Lord True Monarch, don't think too much. This Xiao is the vanguard that captured your Sun Palace, you have no choice but to let this Xiao go. Even if you say so much, this Xiao won't accept your kindness. You don't need to accept my kindness. This true monarch disdains to make you accept my kindness. Sun Jian waved his hand, this true monarch will let you go today, but the next time this true monarch sees you, we'll definitely meet and capture you. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He held the Kuachong in his hand and calmly flew to the gap of the inescapable net and said, if you want to see this Xiao, then go ahead. This Xiao doesn't want to see you. Wait until you're no longer a man, then we'll talk. Chapter 38-28. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he didn't hesitate at all. His body shrunk slightly and he flew out of the gap in the inescapable net. At this time, although the inescapable net had a gap of several tens of zhang, there were hundreds of engraved chains cruising inside like poisonous snakes. They were waiting for Xiao Hua to be careless and immediately pounce on him to kill him. Xiao Hua flew to the gap and suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at the flag bearer with a strange expression. Sure enough, the flag in the flag bearer's hand was slightly trembling. Seeing Xiao Hua's gaze sweep over, the flag bearer's face revealed an unnatural expression. Xiao Hua's left hand shook the motionless Kuachong in an extreme display of strength. Then, he swaggered out of the gap. Lightning flashed around Xiao Hua's body as he prepared to fly in the direction of the Longevity Town. But at this time, rumble. Several huge rumbling sounds came from all directions of the Black Wind Mountain Range. The entire sky suddenly darkened. Several huge shadows were like distorted shadows cast down from the distant sky. Several terrifying divine senses swept over from the sky in an unbridled manner, and the suffocating aura surged over as well. Who? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. His hand involuntarily exerted strength. Kuachong's eyes rolled. He was almost crushed to death by Xiao Hua. Ha ha ha. Little Sun Jian, although this old man and the others came late, I still saw your defeated appearance. I really didn't expect Master Xiao of the Black Wind Mountain Range to be so powerful. You could still safely escape from 100,000 celestial soldiers. An arrogant voice seemed to come from all directions. It was like a thunderclap falling down. Sun Jian, don't you feel ashamed? You are the dignified Sun Palace's true monarch Qingyuan. You actually let someone escape like this. Don't you feel ashamed? Come out. This old man will let you capture this old man and report back. See. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to understand something and said in surprise, could it be the Grand Mist Ancestor? Humph. Sun Jian didn't fly out of the inescapable net. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the rapidly changing sky. He coldly snorted and said, just a thief who escaped from the Penglai immortal realm. How can this true monarch make a move? Even if you're not afraid of being embarrassed, this true monarch is afraid of dirtying my hands. Daoist Xiao. A rainbow flew over from afar and stopped not far away from Xiao Hua. After the rainbow faded away, Daoist Qing Su's figure was revealed. He cupped his hands towards Xiao Hua and said, I have come to save you under the orders of the Grand Mist Ancestor. However, it seemed like there was no need for that now. Daoist Master Xiao is indeed the champion of the three armies. 100,000 heavenly soldiers are nothing to him. As expected of the person valued by the Patriarch. He, thank you, fellow Daoist Qing Su. Thank you, Ancestor, for your kindness. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. This Xiao didn't expect that Ancestor would send you all to help this Xiao. Nothing else. Hidden immortal Dao cultivators are one family. Daoist Master Qing Su says with a smile. Daoist Xiao is in trouble, how can we just stand by and watch? Now that fellow Daoist is out of danger, why don't you come with me to pay a visit to the Grand Mist Ancestor? Sigh, I also want to pay a visit to the Ancestor. Xiao Hua sighs. However, this Xiao has other important matters. I hope that fellow Daoist can bring eyes respect and apologies. When this Xiao has the chance, I'll definitely pay a visit. Daoist Qing Su is somewhat helpless. However, he came a step too late and can't show Xiaohua any kindness. Therefore, he can't force Xiaohua. He can only cup his hands and say, since that's the case, I won't force you. However, Taoist Xiao, you also saw that the ancestor cherishes the talents of our Taoism. For you, he didn't hesitate to expose his strength, didn't hesitate to borrow the strength of the seniors. If Taoist has time, you'll definitely pay a visit to the ancestor. Yes, this Xiao understands. Xiaohua nods. This Xiao appreciates the ancestor's intentions. Good, farewell. Taoist Qing Su cups his hands and leaves. After his figure disappears. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter ripples through the sky. Hurricanes and thick clouds rise. In just a moment, that terrifying aura completely disappears. Seeing that Taoist Qing Su left easily, Xiaohua heaves a sigh of relief in his heart. He understands that with the Grand Mist Ancestor's character, Taoist Qing Su has the intention to save him, but more importantly, he wants to pull him closer to the Grand Mist Ancestor and let the Immortal Palace force him a little more. Grand Mist Ancestor, it's better to stay away from him. Xiaohua thinks and hurriedly moves his body, flying towards the Longevity Town. After flying for a while, Xiaohua turns his head and calls out, Lord True Monarch, when this Xiao feels safe, this Xiao will release Qua Chong. Don't chase. Xiaohua's laughter echoes in the air and soon disappears. However, Sun Jian's voice chases after Xiaohua, Xiaohua, if you want to live, stay away from the Grand Mist Ancestor. Otherwise, this true monarch won't need to crusade again, you'll be bitten into pieces by him. Lord True Monarch doesn't need to worry about this. Xiaohua's voice is very strange. Great General. Seeing that Xiaohua has left, the immortal general in charge of the formation says in a low voice, this Xiaohua is really powerful, this general doesn't dare to act blindly without thinking. When did this true monarch ask you to attack? Sun Jian says coldly. The immortal general doesn't dare to answer and hurriedly waves the formation flag to fill the gap. Break the formation. Sun Jian retracts his gaze from the distance and looks at the capital Heaven Star formation under his feet. He orders indifferently. His figure flashes and instantly lands on the Sun Chariot. The chariot's flames rise again, blocking Sun Jian's figure. Damn it, this Xiaohua is too cunning. Not only did he take Qua Chong as a hostage, he also escaped to the Longevity Town. Even if Sun Jian wants to chase, he doesn't dare to. Not to mention, the Grand Mist Ancestor actually sent a 5th or 6th grade Tao sect cultivator over. Once Sun Jian leaves the inescapable encirclement, he might really be captured by these cultivators. Sun Gang pokes his head out from behind the immortal soldier and looks at Sun Jian behind the flames. He laughs bitterly and thinks, it seems that true monarch Qing Yuan is really angry. This Black Wind mountain range is probably going to be a bloodbath. Boom. While Sun Gang is thinking, countless inscription law chains crazily pounce on the capital Heaven Star formation like tyrannical flood dragons. This represents Sun Jian's unusual feelings of shame and anger. Although the capital star formation that Xiaohua had set up in the Black Wind Ridge was incomplete, it was still a famous defensive formation of the Taoist sect. Under the inescapable attacks of the 100,000 celestial soldiers, this unmanned formation actually managed to hold on for 2 hours before it collapsed with a loud bang. At this moment, Qua Chong, who has already returned, looks at the messy but dead Black Wind mountain range and is dumbfounded. The Immortal Palace spent so much energy to suppress the Black Wind mountain range, but actually, nothing. Thinking that he was still captured by Xiaohua, Qua Chong clenches his teeth and flies to the front of the Sun Chariot. He bows and says, reporting to Great General, there is no one in the Black Wind mountain range. Sun Jian's tone is calm as he orders, destroy all the elemental or veins underground and flatten the Black Wind mountain range. Yes. Hua Chong passes down the order, only to see the entire Black Wind Mountain range shaking. Tens of thousands of inscription law chains shuttles on the ground. As the inscriptions burst one by one, as the majestic pillars of Qi rumbles down, the heaven and earth elemental Qi like a hurricane is born from the underground veins. It is the heaven and earth elemental Qi that was destroyed by the inscription law chains and dissipated. Great General. Hua Chong looks at the Black Wind Mountain range collapsing like tofu and asks in a low voice, since there is no one in the Black Wind Mountain range, Xiaohua's disciple must have fled elsewhere. Why don't we search around the Black Wind Mountain range, maybe we can find something. My Sun Palace was only ordered to suppress Jiang country and the Black Wind Mountain range. Now that it has been completed, there is no need to do anything else. Sun Jian replied indifferently, when the Hall of Enlightenment finds the information of the other survivors of the Black Wind Mountain range, it won't be too late for us to follow orders. Good. Sun Gang cupped his hands and said, I will definitely report this matter to the deacon. Sir, please make a decision. The Black Wind Mountain Range's primordial stone mine was almost completely plundered by Xiaohua. The inescapable net only used an hour to destroy the remaining primordial stones. As Sun Jian activated the Sun Chariot, the 100,000 immortal soldiers returned to the Immortal Palace. Just as the immortal soldiers left, the Confucian cultivators who had been coveting the Black Wind Mountain Range flew over. When they saw the Black Wind Mountain Range changed beyond recognition and the dense heaven and earth elemental Qi in the air, they unconsciously understood. Many cultivators turned and flew away. There were still cultivators who did not give up and escaped underground. However, not long after, all the cultivators flew away. From then on, the Black Wind Mountain Range disappeared from the hidden immortal continent, just like the short-lived Jiang country. After a few months, the black gas that was no longer suppressed by the capital star formation began to seep out again. Gradually, the Black Wind Mountain Range returned to its former state. Tongzhou country, Gu country, and Jiming country all sent troops to investigate. Then, they all tacitly made their own plans for the original Black Wind Mountain Range. This area became a barren mountain range again. It was also at this time that Xiaohua, who had almost finished setting up the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's great formation, escaped underground into the metal and wood magnetic space and began to set up the transmission formation. The majority of the transmission formations at the bottom of the Sage River were intact. Xiaohua only needed to refine these intact materials again. Of course, this teleportation array was different from the capital star array and so on. It needed to be meticulous, but Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. While he was refining it, he carefully comprehended the array and practiced his divine sense. In this leisurely manner, the entire teleportation array took 5 years to set up. 5 years was not a long time, but it was extremely important for Xiaohua, who especially needed to go into seclusion. In these 5 years, Xiaohua's cultivation in all aspects advanced by leaps and bounds. Although he did not encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation and reached the point of breaking through, compared to before he went into seclusion, it was incomparable. Within the space of the metal and wood elemental magnetism, a massive teleportation array with a boundless aura had been successfully set up. Xiaohua's figure flew out from the array. As a smile appeared on his face, he took out the Grand Universe teleportation token from the space. Quick! Xiaohua chanted an incantation and pointed at the Grand Universe teleportation token. A crystal thread fell from Xiaohua's finger into the Grand Universe teleportation token. Chapter 38-29. Buzz. The Grand Universe teleportation token in mid-air made a strange sound. A faint green color began to flash in the void within a 1-foot radius. It looked extremely strange. As the strange sound appeared, an even greater movement rippled in the void. The void swelled as though Xiaohua was using green seal text. Ah! Xiaohua was a little surprised. Seeing the teleportation array in this state, How could he not know that the sacrificial refining of this teleportation array was related to the green seal text of soul cultivators? Xiao Hua hurriedly released his soul consciousness. Indeed, several soul strands had appeared around the Grand Universe teleportation token. These soul strands extended out from the Grand Universe teleportation token and entered the void. The grayish-white air current in the void started to revolve around the soul strands. Waves of green seal text sounds were emitted from this vortex. Looking at the Grand Universe transference token again, as Xiao Hua activated his technique, it gradually expanded. The dark green brilliance gathered into a ball, and even more soul strands extended out from the void and stuck onto this ball of light. Similarly, even more vortexes appeared around the Grand Universe transference token. In the end, it actually formed a spatial crack that was invisible to the naked eye. Go! Xiao Hua observed and activated his magic power. The Grand Universe teleportation token fell into the teleportation array that was as silent as a monster. Like a spark falling into a withered leaf, the green brilliance of the Grand Universe teleportation token instantly lit up the huge teleportation array. After this brilliance, that strange fluctuation spread out from within the teleportation array and passed through the entire teleportation array in a few breaths. Boom! The ball of light around the Grand Universe teleportation token began to expand again and drown the entire teleportation array inch by inch. As the ball of light expanded, the vortex in the void also pushed the silent teleportation array and began to emit a roaring sound from the inside out. It was like the roar of a monster that had woken up from a deep slumber. Xiao Hua watched as the entire transmission array began to revolve like a giant stone ball. Sounds that sounded like green seal characters began to reverberate within the magnetic space. His brows unconsciously furrowed. Obviously, the teleportation array in front of him was different from the one he had seen in Sky Patrol City. He did not know if his teleportation array was successful. It took a few hours for the Grand Universe transference token's green light to cover the entire teleportation array. Moreover, the entire teleportation array was rotating in different ways. It was as though there was a strange giant hand pushing it and it didn't seem like it would stop. Xiao Hua took a deep breath as his hands started to form seals, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Following Xiao Hua's incantation, the huge ball of light began to slowly recede from the outermost edge of the transmission array. This receding speed was even slower than before. Every inch of movement consumed a huge amount of Xiao Hua's spiritual power. This continued for several days. Xiao Hua's face was pale. With the help of the green-robed Xiao Hua twice, the huge green light finally shrank to the area around the Grand Universe shifting token. Quick! With the incantation for the last time, Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and he actually sat in the air limply. The green light emitted an intense brilliance around the Grand Universe shifting token. A strange rune appeared. This rune was not green seal text, but it was flashing with green light. Puff! The rune landed on the Grand Universe shifting token. The Grand Universe shifting token shook violently for a moment before becoming still. At this moment, all the sounds disappeared, the void disappeared, and the teleportation array stopped moving. It was as though Xiao Hua had never cast a spell. The exhausted Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the Grand Universe shifting token landed in his hand. Xiao Hua scanned it with his spiritual sense, and a strange fluctuation and imprint emerged from it. Xiao Hua understood that this imprint was the location of the teleportation array in front of him. If he wanted to set up a teleportation array that was connected to this teleportation array, he had to use this imprint. Otherwise, he would not be able to connect to this teleportation array. If I'm not mistaken, the teleportation array of my Taoism should be derived from the teleportation tunnel of soul cultivators. Xiao Hua put away the Grand Universe shifting token. As he closed his eyes to rest, he thought to himself, the teleportation tunnel of soul cultivators that I saw in the Misty Mountains is the real teleportation array. The teleportation tunnel of soul cultivators looks simpler than this teleportation array, and the distance is also longer. Unfortunately, there seems to be no method to set up a teleportation tunnel in the millions of Meng Mountains. Who knows where this secret technique is lost? Also, after 5 years of cultivation, with the support of the netherworld fruit, soul cultivator Xiao Hua's 9 heavens of spirit origin had long reached the peak of heart heaven. But for some reason, the gap between heart heaven and soul-forming heaven was so tenacious. Even with the help of Whitey, he could not break through. What should he do? After all, the gap between heart heaven and soul-forming heaven is not a simple bottleneck. From the perspective of soul cultivators, it is the difference between soul scholars and shamans. There must be some secrets that I don't know about. Soul cultivators, even if I am about to reach the shaman realm and enter the 3rd heaven of spirit origin, I am still so mysterious. Xiao Hua had consumed a lot of magic power this time, so he had to rest for more than a month to recover. After he put away the spirit stones he needed for the teleportation array, he circulated his magic power and left the magnetic space. Looking at the faint black fog lingering within 100 li radius, Xiao Hua was very satisfied. He knew that there would be very few cultivators coming here in the future. Finally, Xiao Hua released his soul sense and carefully scouted the area within 1,000 li radius. After confirming that there was no immortal palace, he flew towards the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Xiao Hua's several years of closed-door cultivation were not just for setting up the teleportation array and cultivating. Many times, he would fly back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range to set up the incomplete Grand Formation. Therefore, when he flew back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range this time, the Fortune Gate's disciples did not know what he was doing outside. They just thought it was a simple trip. Although the soaring Dragon Mountain range's Grand Formation was not as detailed as the teleportation array, it covered a large area. It was also different from the Black Wind Ridge's Capital Star Formation. After Xiao Hua returned to the soaring Dragon Mountain range, it took him more than a month to set up the Grand Formation. On this day, Xiao Hua was in mid-air. He seemed to be struggling as he made a grabbing motion with his hand. Within 1,000 li radius, the wind and cloud surged, and the scenery turned into a stream of light that fell into his hand. Then, a crisp "kacha" sound was heard, and a palm-sized crystal plate appeared in Xiao Hua's hand. Xiong Yi and the others who were standing respectfully in the distance and carefully observing Xiao Hua's Grand Formation had an illusion in their eyes. It was as if a layer of mist was gushing out from the soaring Dragon Mountain range, but this mist was thinner than the clear morning fog. After it gushed out, it dissipated with a "kacha" sound. However, after the mist dissipated, the entire soaring Dragon Mountain range had an indescribable change. Xiong Yi released his soul sense and carefully observed. After a long time, he withdrew his soul sense and said in a low voice with admiration, "Junior brothers, did you notice the difference?" "Of course." Li Xiang lowered his voice, "The scenery of the soaring Dragon Mountain range is completely the same as before, but everything is completely different. Ordinary cultivators can't discover the location of our sect even if they directly flew over the mountain range, let alone flying over the sky. It's even more impossible for them to know that they have already fallen into the Grand Formation. Senior brothers are right. The flowers are not flowers, the mist is not mist. The soaring Dragon Mountain range is no longer the soaring Dragon Mountain range of the past." Fu Jiwen prostrated himself in admiration and said, "Master's Grand Formation Dao has greatly improved these past few years. It seems that no matter how much I cultivate, I can't see Master's back. It's not just the Grand Formation Dao." Imperial Highness Lan said with a smile, "I don't know where Master went to train during this period of time, but every time he comes back, I can feel that Master is different. However, I can't detect Master's realm at all. Let's go, Master is calling us." Seeing Xiao Hua waving his hand in the distance, Xiong Yi hurriedly reminded them. The 4 of them flew and landed in front of Xiao Hua. "Master has worked hard." Xiong Yi and the others bowed. "It's nothing." Xiao Hua said with a smile, setting up a formation is the same as cultivating. Master has been setting up a formation for a few years, and Master has benefited greatly. Yes, senior brother was just envious of Master just now. He said that every time he sees Master, he feels that Master is more profound and unfathomable. Already profound and unfathomable, can it still be more unfathomable? Xiaohua smiled and said, my Taoism's 3,000 great Taos, each of them is unfathomable. You all have your own opportunities, so there's no need to be envious of Master. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you'll understand what Master is doing now. Everyone's expression turned cold, and they hurriedly bowed and said, many thanks for Master's reminder. Xiong Yi, ring the bell, this old man has something to instruct. Xiaohua waved his hand and ordered. Xiong Yi didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Strangely, although his transmission landed in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, no one responded. Ha! Xiaohua lightly smiled. He waved the crystal token in his hand, and a faint light fell into the mountain range. At the place where the mountain range landed, a red cloud emerged like a fountain and landed right under everyone's feet. Let's go, the great array has already been sealed. Even a fourth-grade essence energy would not be able to send a message inside. As the rosy cloud descended, the scenery in front of Xiaohua and the others flashed slightly. The mountain range was still the same mountain range, and the forest was still the same forest. However, between the mountain range and forest, there were some towering palaces standing there. Xiaohua smiled and flew directly to the largest palace on the mountain peak. Before Xiaohua landed, the sound of a golden bell rang in the mountain range. Dozens, or even hundreds of rays of brilliance flew out from various parts of the mountain range and gathered towards Xiaohua's landing spot. The palace that Xiaohua landed on looked dazzling and magnificent. It was close to several hundred zhang tall, and there was a bright and colorful signboard on top of it. The words, Fortune Dao Palace, were written in large letters. The palace was built with huge bluestones, and many Dao runes were carved on the bluestones. Wisps of heaven and earth yuan qi were constantly pouring into these runes from all directions, and the tens of thousands of runes were flashing with faint waves of Dharma power. Although the waves were obscure, they gave off an indescribable aura that was like a coiling dragon. This palace was naturally the Fortune Gate's main palace, the Fortune Dao Palace. Chapter 3830. The Fortune Gate was currently entrenched in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and they had already built more than 100 palaces. However, the Fortune Dao Palace was different. The Fortune Dao Palace was created by the combined efforts of Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiang, and the restrictions inside were personally laid down by Xiaohua. These runes not only contained the Dao sex restrictions, but also the Confucian cultivator's dragon qi, occupying the fate of tens of thousands of li around it. When the Fortune Dao Palace's restrictions were completed, there was a faint dragon roar coming from the ground, followed by a nine-colored radiance soaring into the sky. If Xiaohua hadn't used the capital star array to conceal it, it would have attracted the greed of the Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua's figure landed in front of the Fortune Dao Palace, pausing for a moment before walking up the steps. There were 365 steps in front of the Fortune Dao Palace, and the center of the steps was not only engraved with dragons and phoenixes, but also inscriptions of mountains and rivers. Walking up the steps, there was a supreme majesty coming from the steps. Xiaohua had just led Xiong Yi and the others up the steps when they saw the black bear spirit, white lion, and golden condor kneeling on the steps to welcome them. The black bear spirit even shouted, "Welcome Master into the palace." Following the black bear spirit's shout, a tsunami of shouts came from the platform above the steps. "Welcome Master into the palace." On the platform, there was a black mass of Fortune Gate's disciples kneeling on the platform. "Rise." Xiaohua walked up the platform, turned into a streak of light, and landed in front of the embroidered chair. "Thank you, Master." The group of disciples stood up and respectfully stood to the side. Master has orders. Lu Yi's voice rang out. Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, Li Xiang, and the others, enter the palace for a discussion. We obey Master's orders. Xiong Yi and the other disciples didn't dare to delay and entered the palace. The interior of the Fortune Dao Palace was similar to the other palaces. There were several huge coiling dragon pillars in the palace, and Xiaohua sat on the embroidered chair on the high cloud platform. Lu Yi and Wang Yifei stood on the sides of the embroidered chair. Seeing that all the disciples were standing in order, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "This old man established a sect on the hidden immortal continent and established the Fortune Gate on the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Although I don't dare to say that I'm the first to establish a Dao sect, but looking at the current Dao sect sorrow, I can be considered as a prodigy. This old man is very happy that all of you have chosen to join my Fortune Gate. Today, my Fortune Gate's grand protective formation is finally completed. We can retreat, defend, or attack. Even if the Immortal Palace attacks again, even if there is an inescapable net, there is no need for you to be afraid. Many thanks for Master's grace." All the disciples were beaming with joy when they heard this. They bowed and saluted. Xiaohua continued, "Although our Fortune Gate has risked universal condemnation and dared to drag the Immortal Palace down to the mundane world, our foundation is still lacking. Compared to the hundreds of millions of years of heritage of Confucian cultivators, we are just children. However, a child will eventually grow into a strong man one day. This old man believes that as long as our Fortune Gate disciples work together and cultivate diligently, there will come a day when our Fortune Gate will become the most brilliant Dao sect on the hidden immortal mainland." Although Xiaohua was encouraging everyone's blood was boiling with excitement. It was not only because of Xiaohua's words, but also because of the rapid improvement in their cultivation after entering the Fortune Gate. This was something they could never have imagined even in their dreams. After Xiaohua said a few more words and asked about the Fortune Gate's recent affairs, he asked, "Xiong Yi, how is the situation in Yu province?" "Good, Father knows." Xiong Yi's face lit up with excitement. "Today's Yu province, no, the entire hidden immortal continent is in a mess." "Oh. What do you mean?" Xiaohua was already prepared, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He asked, "Could it be that the battle between the immortals and Buddhas in Shi country's Longevity Town has spread to the entire hidden immortal continent?" "Not only the battle between the immortals and Buddhas." Xiong Yi laughed, "There is also the 100 schools of thought debate of the Confucian school." 100 schools of thought contending. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at Fu Jiwen, frowning slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's talk about Longevity Town first." "Yes, Master." Xiong Yi continued to explain, "Just like what disciple reported to Master earlier, the Longevity Town's immortals and Buddhas have been in an extremely delicate situation. The hidden immortal continent's kind-hearted men and women have been trekking from all over the continent to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. Shi country's monarch and Chongyun's sect have been thinking of ways to stop this, but after all, they couldn't compete with the millions of people's hearts. Therefore, the Confucian cultivators gradually retreated under the pressure of the Buddhist sect. Yu province's other Confucian cultivators, seeing the Buddhist sect's expansion, began to pay attention to Longevity Town. At the same time, this attention attracted the attention of many Confucian cultivators. When the Immortal Palace was conquering my Black Wind Ridge, the Dongfang family's martial grandmaster brandished his sword to destroy the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. At this time, the Southern Paradise's Manjushri Bodhisattva's golden body suddenly descended to the Rivertide Temple and waved his 9-dragon staff to block the sword. After that, Manjushri Bodhisattva took charge of the Rivertide Temple and investigated the murder of the Rivertide Temple's abbot Lashan. This matter has been going on for almost 10 years. Is there still no result? Xiaohua listened to Xiong Yi's detailed explanation and didn't say much. When he heard this, he couldn't help but feel moved and asked, "How can there be a result?" Xiong Yi's face showed a mocking expression, even if there is a result, Manjushri Bodhisattva will definitely not announce it. Why? Fu Jiwen was puzzled and asked curiously, didn't Manjushri Bodhisattva come to investigate the murder of Lushan? It's very simple. Prince Lan laughed. The Confucian cultivator who killed Lushan was very skillful. That Cloud Forest Temple's master Ci Mei couldn't find any clues at that time. After that, Manjushri Bodhisattva couldn't find any clues. There's no need for any clues, the Buddhist sect has many ways to find clues. Fu Jiwen retorted. Manjushri Bodhisattva naturally has the Buddhist sect's supernatural powers, but why didn't he announce it? The biggest reason is that he couldn't find it. In other words, Thunder Temple's Mahavirakana also couldn't find the real murderer of Shan. Ah. Then isn't it done by the Immortal Palace or the patriarch of a first-class family? Fu Jiwen was dumbfounded. Xiaohua nodded, if that's the case, it must be someone who inverted yin and yang and disturbed the five elements. Without extraordinary supernatural powers, it can't be detected. There's another possibility. Prince Lan said, Manjushri Bodhisattva found the real murderer, but the real murderer is an important figure of the Confucian cultivator. Once it is announced, the anger of the Buddhist sect's followers in the hidden immortal continent and the anger of the Nirvana world's followers will ignite a war between the immortals and Buddhas. Therefore, Manjushri Bodhisattva didn't dare to announce it. Speaking of this, Prince Lan showed a worried expression. He looked at Xiaohua and said, actually, disciple is worried that not finding the real murderer is not a good thing for our Tao sect. Maybe one day, the Buddhist sect and the Confucian cultivators will pour this dirty water on our Tao sect. Li Xiang nodded, disciple has also considered this matter. But fortunately, the hidden immortal continent is in dispute with the Confucian cultivators. Although our Tao sect's disciples are weak, they are still useful in restraining the Buddhist sect. The Confucian cultivators won't agree to frame our Tao sect. Other than the country of Shi's longevity town, the hidden immortal continent's 9 prefectures is already burning with the flames of war. Xiong Yi said, not only were the Buddhist sect's countries destroyed, but the Confucian cultivators' countries are also fighting with each other. It is said that 10 countries in the Su province were destroyed in one day. The 100 Confucian cultivators each occupy a part of their sphere of influence. It's really a mess. It's also because of the war between the Confucian cultivators and the immortals and Buddhas. Li Xiang smiled, our fortune gate has a chance to breathe. Otherwise, Master's big movements might have attracted the attention of the Confucian cultivators. All right. Xiaohua nodded, our fortune gate's strength is weak. It's already not easy for you to find out so much. We don't care about other people's matters. We only work behind closed doors. Li Xiang, bring me the array plate you used in the Black Wind Mountain. Yes, Master. Li Xiang respectfully handed over the Black Wind Mountain's array plate to Xiaohua. Xiaohua casually refined the array plate and passed it to Li Xiang. However, Li Xiang did not put the array plate into his cosmos bag after receiving it. Instead, he smiled and said, Master, disciple was guarding the Black Wind Mountain, so of course I had to use this array plate. Among us disciples, senior brother Xiong Yi is the leader, so this array plate should be under his control. You have yours, and he has his. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the crystal plate he had refined earlier. He tapped on it, and the crystal plate split into 2. With a wave of his sleeve, the 2 pieces of crystal plate fell in front of Xiong Yi and Prince Lan. He said, this array plate is the main array plate to control the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Grand Array. The 2 of you will control it together. Inside the array plate is the method to control the Grand Array, and there are also other methods to enter and exit the array plate. You 2 can decide on your own. Yes, disciple understands. Xiong Yi and Prince Lan carefully answered. Li Xiang's array plate was personally refined by Master. It can freely enter and exit the Grand Array, but it does not have the power to control the Grand Array. Xiaohua explained. Ah! Li Xiang was about to accept the array plate, but when he heard Xiao Hua's question, he was startled. He hastily took out the array plate and presented it with both hands. He said, "Master, you should take this array plate yourself. Disciple will ask senior brothers to refine another one for disciple." "Master, you." Xiong Yi was also stunned, but he soon understood. "Are you going on a long journey again?" Li Xiang and Xiong Yi's words immediately made their realms clear. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, Master will be going on a trip in a few days. I'm afraid this trip will take a long time. The matters of the Fortune Gate will be handled by you three senior brothers. It's not that Master doesn't trust any of you, but the Fortune Gate has just been established. Under the eyes of Confucian cultivators and in the midst of the battle between immortals and Buddhas, it's better for us to be careful. As for Li Xiang, although this array plate is somewhat transcendental, in the hands of someone who is at ease, wouldn't it have any transcendental effect? Since Master said so, disciple can naturally take it." Li Xiang smiled and said, "But wouldn't it be better if junior brother Fu takes this array plate?" "Master, why don't you give it to junior brother?" "Royal Highness Lan, Master wants you in." "See." Royal Highness Lan sucked in a deep breath, his heart thumping wildly as he walked into the back of the palace. The three nascent soul cultivators' cultivation was naturally guided by Xiao Hua himself. Not only did Xiao Hua teach them the astral soul and soul-severing stage cultivation techniques according to their cultivation realm, he even took out the spiritual artifacts refined by the green-robed Xiao Hua. How could the three nascent soul cultivators not be overjoyed to receive such generous rewards? After settling the three nascent soul cultivators' affairs, Xiao Hua returned to the main hall and sat down. His gaze swept past everyone and landed on Changyu and Wu Tian. He said, "Changyu, Wu Tian, you two are different from other disciples. You can be considered Master's in-name disciples. Now that my Fortune Gate has been established, this old man would like to ask you, are you willing to enter my Fortune Gate?" How could Changyu and Wu Tian hesitate? They immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Disciple is willing to enter the Fortune Gate and respect Taoist as master." "Good." Xiao Hua nodded. "Today, this old man officially accepts you two as disciples, but this old man doesn't like any formalities, so I don't want anything like that. We will follow Master's decision." Both of them respectfully kowtowed 9 more times before getting up. "Congratulations, junior brothers." Xiong Yi and the others were also overjoyed as they stepped forward to congratulate them. Changyu and Wu Tian also got up from the ground and happily returned the greeting. After waiting for a while, Xiao Hua said, "Changyu, you are different from Master's other disciples. You have already reached late-stage Golden Core realm. You have cultivated the cultivation technique Master gave you for so many years. If it weren't to make up for your previous missteps, you would have been able to conceive a nascent soul long ago. This time, this old man's trip is to send the disciples into the country artifact. The origin energy inside the country artifact is not abundant, so it is not suitable for you to cultivate inside. You stay in the Fortune Gate and ask your three senior brothers about your cultivation. Master hopes that when I return, my Fortune Gate will have another nascent soul cultivator." What Xiao Hua said was the truth. Lu Yi and the others were merely at the Qi refinement realm. How much origin energy did they need to cultivate Changyu alone was equivalent to several hundred Lu Yis. Changyu bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, disciple obeys. This is what you need for your cultivation." Xiao Hua took out 2 spatial pouches and handed them to Changyu. After Changyu received the spatial pouches, Xiao Hua looked at Wu Tian. Who would have thought that Wu Tian would hastily kneel down and cry out, "Master, please don't let disciple stay. Disciple would rather not cultivate than to leave Master's side. Your situation is indeed troublesome. If you stay in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, the entire Fortune Gate will suffer." Xiao Hua smiled and said, this old man wants to take you away. Pu. Wu Tian's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly got up and said, "Many thanks, master." Xiao Hua then looked at the other disciples and said with a smile, "Wang Bianfei, go say goodbye to your mother. Tomorrow morning, come with master to travel the hidden immortal mainland." Yes, master." Hearing that he was going to travel, Wang Bianfei was ecstatic. After saluting, he quickly left the Fortune Gate Palace. Looking at Wang Bianfei's back, Xiao Hua smiled. Wang Bianfei's mood represented the mood of the other Fortune Gate disciples. Although he couldn't make too many promises to them, if they were to cultivate quietly, he could do it. What revitalizing the Tao Gate? Perhaps it would start from the smallest action. Master. Xiongyi looked at Xiao Hua's smile and suppressed his excitement. He couldn't help but carefully ask, "Master, this trip will be different from before. When will you return? Disciple will take charge of the Fortune Gate in Master's place. What should I do?" Xiao Hua had vaguely mentioned these things before, and Xiongyi naturally understood. However, when Xiao Hua guided the cultivation of the three nascent soul realm disciples, Xiongyi suddenly realized that although the Fortune Gate was still within his control, in a few decades or 100 years, it might not be something he could control. He had no choice but to ask for instructions again. However, before Xiao Hua could say anything, the black bear spirit's cries could be heard from outside the hall, "Master Ah. You don't want this little one anymore. You're leaving the Fortune Gate with a group of disciples, but you're leaving this little one here." Amidst the cries, heavy footsteps could be heard. The black bear spirit, golden eagle, and white lion ran in from outside the hall and threw themselves in front of Xiao Hua, kowtowing. The dong-dong sound was rather clear in the somewhat quiet main hall. Xiao Hua looked at the three demons and frowned slightly. He understood in his heart that when he was in the Black Wind Ridge, other than himself, the highest cultivation was the foundation establishment Qin Xiaoyao. But now, not to mention Golden Core disciples, there were three nascent soul realm disciples. The black bear spirit and the other two demon status in the soaring dragon mountain range was getting lower. Moreover, he was going to travel, and these demons could only be mountain guards, their importance was getting lower and lower. The other demons were better, but the black bear spirit, golden eagle, and white lion might not be able to stand the loneliness. Especially the fickleness of human nature, the three demons might not be able to understand. They might even start a dispute with Xiongyi and the other human cultivators. Forget it. Xiao Hua's thoughts turned, and he smiled, "You three get up, this old man will take the three of you out to travel." "Really? Old master?" The black bear spirit raised his head, his bare face full of tears. Beside him, the golden eagle and white lion were also surprised. "If you three leave, how will the demons be arranged? This old man will not take them out to travel?" Xiao Hua asked. The black bear spirit did not even look at the golden eagle and white lion, and hurriedly said, "Old master, this little one's boy, Qin Xiaoyao, Jiang Ming, Qin Qingyi, and Jiang Haodong are all good. If possible, this little one will let these disciples lead the little one's boy. This little one too." The golden eagle and white lion hurriedly agreed, "Now that old master has made the Fortune Gate impregnable, this little one does not need to patrol, just let Qin Xiaoyao and the others be in charge of these boy." Xiao Hua nodded, and ordered, "Pass down this old man's decree, order Qin Xiaoyao and the others to take over the Fortune Gate's disciples. In addition, Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion, you all must obey Qin Xiaoyao and the other disciples' orders. If there is anything you don't agree with, kill without mercy." "Yes, old master." Black Bear and the other two demon beasts' hearts trembled, and they hurriedly complied and retreated. Xiongyi. Xiao Hua looked at Xiongyi and said, "If this master's departure goes smoothly, I estimate I will return in a few years, but if it doesn't, I'm afraid it will take more than a few decades. In fact, you should understand that if this master is not in the Fortune Gate, this soaring dragon mountain range is very safe. As for how the fortune gate will develop, this old man will still say the same thing when I accepted you into the fortune gate. If you want a chance, this old man will give it to you, no matter how big it is, as long as this old man has the ability, this old man will definitely give it to you. But Xiao Hua's tone turned cold again, but, once you enter my fortune gate, you are a fortune gate disciple. Remember not to cause trouble, brothers fighting each other. This disciple understands. Not only Xiong Yi, but Li Xiang and Lan also bowed and answered. Chapter 38-32. Xiong Yi, these guards are old friends of my Black Wind Mountain range. Don't treat them lightly. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and instructed, of course, the demonic beast race is not our human race, so this old man doesn't dare to judge them. If there are any abnormalities, there is no need to hold back. The safety of our fortune gate disciples is the most important. Yes. Xiong Yi hurriedly replied. Disciple understands. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and felt that there was nothing else to say. He stood up and said, this old man will not say much. The hidden immortal mainland is only so big. If there are any abnormalities, this old man will be able to hear them. With this old man's ability, it is not impossible for me to rush back in time. Xiong Yi and the others naturally did not know that there was a transmission array in the Black Wind Mountain range. When the time was ripe, Xiao Hua might set up another transmission array in other places. If he wanted to return, it would be a blink of an eye. Respectfully send off Master. The group of Fortune Gate disciples bowed on the soaring Dragon Mountain range and said in unison. Xiao Hua sent Lu Yi, He Xiong, and the others into the Kunlun mirror and flew into the air. With a flick of his sleeve, all the disciples involuntarily stood up and said, all of you, cultivate in peace. Don't let this old man be disappointed when he returns. With that said, Xiao Hua's figure turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the sky. When Xiong Yi and the others hurriedly got up and opened a corner of the array to check, there was no trace of him. Master's escape technique has reached perfection. Although Xiong Yi and the others did not dare to release their divine sense, they could not help but whisper after looking at each other. Yes, with Master's cultivation, in the future, he will definitely catch up to that person. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes and said, as Master's father's disciples, we must not lose his face. Two junior brothers, let's discuss a plan. Xiong Yi closed the capital star array and said in a low voice, not only will we take turns to control the fortune gate and cultivate, but we will also develop the fortune gate's forces, putting aside the fact that Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiang, the three nascent soul cultivators of the fortune gate had begun to make plans for the fortune gate, consolidating their respective forces. The fortune gate had begun to embark on a difficult path of development. After Xiao Hua left the soaring Dragon Mountain range, he first chose a direction that he believed to be correct and flew for several hours before revealing himself. With a wave of his hand, the Pegasus and flying chariot landed in mid-air. Then, he released Wu Tian and Fu Jiwen from the Kunlun mirror. Xiao Hua looked at Wu Tian and asked with a smile, Wu Tian, is the qi of heaven and earth in the Kunlun wonderland abundant? Wu Tian did not dare to be negligent. He bowed and said, yes, teacher knows that when I first entered, the heaven-earth yuan qi inside was not abundant. Now that I have entered again, I can feel that it is gradually recovering. Although it's not enough for disciple to cultivate freely inside, disciple believes that as long as time passes, it will definitely be possible. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Wu Tian didn't dare to ask more. He looked at Fu Jiwen standing at the side with his hands folded. Now, other than the space that could accommodate Wu Tian and the other disciples, Xiao Hua could also accommodate the Mountain River Seal and the Kunlun Mirror. Needless to say, the Mountain River Seal was a nation weapon that purely suppressed people. There was no qi of heaven and earth inside. The Kunlun mirror was somewhat similar to the space. There was a Kunlun wonderland hidden inside. The Kunlun wonderland could provide qi of heaven and earth for Wu Tian and the other disciples to cultivate. However, the Kunlun wonderland had already been destroyed when the Kunlun mirror shattered. Xiaohua had obtained the fragments of the Kunlun mirror from the Dawn Rain continent and the hidden immortal continent and refined them bit by bit. The Kunlun ruins was slowly recovering into the Kunlun wonderland. However, judging from the current situation, the Kunlun mirror would not be too far away from recovering its power. However, if the Kunlun wonderland's barrier wanted to recover, it was not a simple matter. When Xiaohua was refining the Kunlun mirror, he had already tried to comprehend the barrier of the Kunlun wonderland. He knew that it was an extremely mysterious spatial barrier that was somewhat similar to the so-called spirit gathering formation. Of course, if it was purely a high-level spirit gathering formation, Xiaohua believed that as long as his cultivation increased in the future, he would definitely be able to refine such a miraculous spatial spirit artifact. However, when Xiaohua was refining the Kunlun mirror, he discovered that this barrier was not as simple as he thought. There were faint traces of an innate divine restriction in this barrier, but it was also very different from what he thought it was. Moreover, this difference made it extremely difficult for Xiaohua to comprehend. In fact, after a long time, it would even give Xiaohua a strange and even terrifying feeling. Xiaohua did not know if this feeling came from the barrier itself or if it was born from his insufficient cultivation. Therefore, after trying to comprehend it a few times, he did not dare to think deeper. Of course, apart from the unfathomable nature of this barrier, the lack of qi of heaven and earth was also a shortcoming of the Kunlun wonderland. Therefore, Xiaohua asked Wu Tian about his feelings. After hearing Wu Tian's words, Xiaohua knew that it was not a long-term plan to leave Wu Tian in the Kunlun wonderland. Not only would this delay Wu Tian's cultivation, but it would also interfere with the cultivation of Lu Yi and the others. Xiaohua's space was the best choice, but Xiaohua had a great worry. That was, the qi of heaven and earth in the space was completely different from the Xiaoyu continent and the hidden immortal continent. Any nascent soul cultivator from outside the space would collapse when they entered the space. Xiaohua did not dare to take the risk of letting Wu Tian and the others enter the space to cultivate. In the end, they would not be able to come out of the space. In this space, I have also received Dao disciples before. Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui, Su Qing, and other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have also stayed in there for several years. Moreover, after they came out, their cultivation had greatly improved. This shows that this space is suitable for cultivators to cultivate. However, the problem is that they are only qi refining disciples. The strongest is only foundation establishment, far from nascent soul. This Xiao also does not know if they can come out of the space after cultivating to nascent soul. If they can't come out, wouldn't this Xiao's disciples only be able to guard this unformed space? Could it be that they are like those lonely disciples of fellow Taoist Green Robe? Those lonely disciples have both men and women. If they can't cultivate, they can still reproduce in the space and create a world of cultivation. When Xiaohua thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "This Xiao understands. Benevolent Great Master. This Xiao has to thank you. If I didn't meet you, this Xiao wouldn't be able to understand the relationship between the physical body and nascent soul." That's right. In the cultivation of Buddhism, the physical body and sarira are two things that are difficult to reconcile. Buddhism has always emphasized on abandoning the physical body to become sarira. However, our Tao sect is somewhat different. The physical body is very important in the early stages of cultivation. Tao sect cultivators rely on the physical body to sense the world's origin energy and rely on the meridians of the physical body to refine the world's origin energy. However, after reaching nascent soul, the nascent soul itself has two meridians, one yin and one yang. These two meridians directly communicate with the world. At this time, the physical body may no longer be important in cultivation. Even after losing the physical body, the nascent soul can still exist and can still cultivate the so-called scattered nascent soul. However, at this time, the physical body is another kind of protection. The physical body is a boat floating in the turbulent water, and the nascent soul is the passenger on the boat. No matter what space, no matter what changes the world's origin energy, it can protect the nascent soul. Therefore, the physical body is also the proof that our Tao sect cultivators can ascend to the immortal world. Because the world's origin energy in the immortal world is definitely different from the hidden immortal continent and other cultivation worlds. As for the scattered nascent soul, it can only be reconstructed after ascending to the immortal world, or use some secret technique to prevent the nascent soul from collapsing while reconstructing it bit by bit. If that's the case, within this Zhao's space, although the world's origin energy is different from the hidden immortal continent, it can still allow Wu Tian and other disciples to cultivate inside. Seeing Xiao Hua first frown and then clap his hands in joy, Wu Tian and Fu Jiwen were somewhat baffled. However, the two of them didn't dare to make a sound and lowered their heads to look at the flying carriage below them. Wu Tian. Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, "Master has thought of a way to make the world's origin energy in the Kunlun mirror abnormally abundant. However, your cultivation method may have to be changed. I will listen to Master's instructions." Wu Tian naturally didn't have any objections. Immediately, Xiao Hua pretended to refine the Kunlun mirror and then dictated some cultivation methods to Wu Tian for him to comprehend. His mind entered the space, and in a corner of the space, he created a Kunlun fairyland that was exactly the same as the Kunlun mirror. In fact, fellow Taoist should have done this earlier. Green-robed Xiao Hua's figure appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Not to mention the Fortune Gate's disciples in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, even those demonic beasts in the legacy world should be taken in." Green-robed fellow Taoist is wrong. Jade Archive Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Although this space can cultivate, after all, it's our space, not the Dawn Rain continent, nor the three continents. Right now, you and I can't control the fate of others. I can't make decisions for others without permission. As for the demonic beasts in the legacy world, I presume fellow Taoist hasn't forgotten about the spirit-devouring bugs in the profound water palace. Alright, I also know what fellow Taoist is thinking. Anyway, this space is so big and has so many uses. Fellow Taoist should make use of it as much as possible." Green-robed Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "I will go and teach my disciples. When the time comes, I want to see whose disciple is more powerful." Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, "Aren't they both our disciples? What's there to compare? Moreover, these disciples of yours have been cleansed since they were young. They have been tempered by lightning strikes and shaped by lightning water. I'm afraid these disciples of I can't compare." Ha! Green-robed Xiao Hua laughed complacently. He cupped his hands and disappeared. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's mouth also revealed a trace of a smile. What green-robed Xiao Hua could use, he could also use. Lu Yi and the others' aptitudes were far superior to green-robed Xiao Hua's disciples. How could over 10,000 disciples surpass them? Rumble. Just as Jade Archive Xiao Hua was about to leave, an indescribable muffled sound of thunder suddenly came from the starry sky. The entire starry sky slightly distorted, and the karmic hand slightly swayed. An obscure fluctuation that only Jade Archive Xiao Hua could comprehend fell into his body. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's face changed greatly. Chapter 38-33. In an instant, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure also swayed, like a lamp in the wind. After a few times, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure became clear, but at this time, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's face was pale. What? Is there going to be a disaster? Jade Archive Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the karma hand that had hidden in the starry sky. He whispered bitterly, "This disaster is too big to be stopped. If it's not handled properly, it's inevitable that I'll end up dead." Where did this disaster come from? Is it Dragon Island? Or the Immortal Palace? Or something else? And this disaster can't be avoided. Even if I go into seclusion, this disaster will come. Could it be the Immortal Palace? That's impossible. Although I escaped from the Immortal Palace's attack that day, my cultivation was only at the late Yuanying stage. With Sun Jian's character, he wouldn't exaggerate. How could it attract the attention of the Immortal Palace? Could it be the trip to the Dragon Palace? No, it doesn't seem like it. If there's a problem with the trip to the Dragon Palace, I just have to go into seclusion. Forget it. Jade Archive Xiaohua thought for a moment, but still had no clue. In particular, the message from Karma Xiaohua was too vague. Jade Archive Xiaohua only felt that this crisis was very special, but he couldn't tell how special it was or when it would happen. Be careful. When it happens, I'll deal with it by sticking to the status quo. My cultivation is still not enough. Xiaohua's mind came out of the space. He opened his eyes and looked at the clouds and mist around him. He took a deep breath and sighed secretly, this warning is so vague. It's not only because the origin of the disaster is unclear, but also because Karma Xiaohua can only deduce in the space. If I can perform the complete karma method, I may be able to find some clues. Master, this method is very similar to the one I practiced before. Seeing Xiaohua open his eyes, Wu Tian said carefully, it's just that the absorption and refining of the qi of heaven and earth are a bit strange. I've completely mastered it. Good. Xiaohua collected his thoughts and nodded, Master will call Lu Yi and the others out. Tell them about the differences in cultivation in detail. Wu Tian was a Jindan cultivator, so explaining the cultivation method to Lu Yi and the other aura refining disciples was naturally as easy as lifting a finger. When Xiaohua released the group of disciples from the Kunlun mirror, Wu Tian carefully explained the differences between the two cultivation methods. Lu Yi and the others were all peerless geniuses, so they only needed to ponder a little bit to understand. However, they didn't know why Xiaohua suddenly asked Wu Tian to teach them such a strange cultivation method. Xiaohua didn't explain much and said to Wu Tian, bring the group of junior brothers back to the Kunlun mirror first and test out the new cultivation method. Come out after that. I still have some things to ask you. Yes, Master. After Wu Tian respectfully agreed, Xiaohua put them into the Kunlun wonderland in his space. Fu Jiwen. Xiaohua turned around and asked, where are we now? When Fu Jiwen heard this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He used the eye-clearing technique to take a look and whispered, Master, this place is very unfamiliar. I don't know either, but it seems that it should be within Yu Province. Oh. Why are we still in Yu Province? Xiaohua didn't find it strange when he heard this. Yu Province was originally big, and he was flying around blindly before, so it wouldn't be strange even if they were circling around the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Go and inquire about it. Xiaohua instructed. Not long after, Fu Jiwen flew back and said with a smile, Master, we're still in Yu Province. Right now, we're in the territory of Donglin country. Around us are Qizhan country, Lin country, Xian country, and Yifeng country. Yifeng country? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. He immediately thought of the high-spirited Yu Zhongquan who wholeheartedly wanted to be a ranger. Master, do you have any goals for this experiential learning? Or just walk around casually? When Fu Jiwen saw that Xiaohua only let him and Wu Tian out, he knew what Xiaohua meant and asked carefully. Master wants to go to the North Sea. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, however, there's still enough time. Take Master to Yifeng country. Yes, Master. The North Sea was naturally very far away for Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen knew that he might not be able to reach there in a short time even if he rode on a Pegasus. However, since Xiaohua said there was enough time, then there was enough time. He bowed and answered, then raised his hand and patted the Pegasus, indicating that it should fly to Yifeng country. Watching Fu Jiwen riding on the Pegasus, Xiaohua waved his hand again. The black bear, golden eagle, and white lion appeared on the flying carriage. The three demonic beasts looked around and hurriedly knelt down. "Master, do you want us to pave the way for Master?" "No need." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This old master had previously promised all of you that I would find a suitable cultivation method for all of you. When the time is right, I will teach it to all of you." "Many thanks, Master." The black bear spirit and the other two demonic beasts were overjoyed and hurriedly kowtowed. Xiaohua smiled and helped the three demonic beasts up, saying, "In fact, this old master was planning to test your temperament before telling you. However, now that our fortune gate has just been established, we need all of you to contribute. The stronger you are, the better it is for our fortune gate. Therefore, today, I will teach all of you the cultivation method." "Master, this lowly one swears to the heavens that this lowly one is loyal and devoted to Master and the fortune gate." The black bear spirit was the most quick-witted. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he immediately forced out a drop of blood essence from his body and swore the demonic beast alliance. Beside him, the white lion and golden eagle also swore an oath. Seeing the strange fluctuations in the air, Xiaohua raised his hand and held the 3 drops of blood essence in his hand. He ordered, "Black Bear, bring me the white lion and golden eagle's natal spirit tablets." Natal spirit tablets? The black bear blanked for a second, then understood. He hurriedly took out the jade token that Xiaohua had used to force the 2 demonic beasts to swear an oath on the Black Wind Ridge. "Quick!" Xiaohua waved his hand, and 3 drops of blood essence landed on the jade token. The red light on the jade token disappeared in a flash. Xiaohua did not return the jade token to the black bear, but kept it for himself. He said, "This old master will take this jade token first. As long as all of you are sincere to our fortune gate and follow this old master will definitely return all of you your freedom after 1,000 years. He, Master is speaking outside the box." The black bear laughed, "This lowly one has no ill intentions towards Master. It doesn't matter whether we have this natal spirit tablet or not. If Master likes it, he can take it for 10,000 years. Yes, this lowly one also has the same thoughts." The white lion and golden eagle hurriedly answered. "And, that's for the best." Xiaohua smiled as he looked at the black bear. The black bear saw a trace of dark green in Xiaohua's eyes, and felt a sharp pain in the space between his eyebrows. Shortly after, countless totems swarmed into his body. These totems were the demonic bear's cultivation postures, and a series of cultivation secret techniques rippled out from these totems and rushed into his mind. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua turned his head and looked at the golden eagle. By the time Fu Jiwen stopped the flying carriage in the sky above Yifeng country, Xiaohua had already sent the demonic beast clan's inheritance suitable for the 3 demonic beasts to cultivate into their minds. Seeing the 3 demonic beasts' bodies tremble slightly, and some inexplicable fluctuations emitted from their bodies from time to time, Fu Jiwen knew that this was an important matter, so he didn't dare to disturb them. He only stood quietly beside the Pegasus. Xiaohua withdrew his supernatural power and closed his eyes slightly. Ever since he obtained the inexplicable bloodline of the absolute saint in the relic world, his body was constantly undergoing subtle changes. Even starlight power that couldn't be detected by supernatural powers constantly fell into the 13,200 million blood essences in his body. These blood essences were transforming, and the inheritance within the blood essences was also merging into Xiaohua's bloodline. At the same time, countless demonic beast totems also rushed into Xiaohua's bloodline and entered the body of the demonic phoenix Xiaohua. There were so many totems that they had already impacted the demonic spirit Xiaohua's cultivation. Xiaohua also took the opportunity to temporarily stop practicing the blood drop paradise technique, allowing these totems to attack his bloodline. Through the demonic spirit Xiao Hua could clearly see that the golden threads in his bloodline were becoming clearer and clearer. Moreover, when the totems attacked, an inexplicable golden light flashed from time to time. Every time it flashed, it unconsciously brought about a kind of comprehension, and there was even a kind of indescribable, obscure fluctuation hidden in the void, its whereabouts unknown. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiao Hua's consciousness once again entered the mysterious dark clouds. However, at this time, the sky seemed to be gloomy. Above the soul cultivator Xiao Hua's head, a heavy dark cloud was tightly pressed there. The dense soul threads were like the texture of granite, revealing a dignified and thick feeling, different from all the soul threads before. How is it? Jade Archive Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at this layer of dark clouds that couldn't be detected, and asked in a low voice. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua appeared in front of Jade Archive Xiao Hua and slightly shook his head. I have tried countless times, this dark cloud is abnormal, I can't break through it at all. Granny, Xiao Hua, this thing is too strange. Xiao Bai waved his huge dragon body and shouted, even the star splendor sky from before, and, even the spirit chi sky from before wasn't so difficult to figure out. Don't worry. Jade Archive Xiao Hua said indifferently, the gap between the soul sealing sky and the heart-breaking sky is the difference between a soul scholar and a shaman. From the perspective of my Tao school, it is the difference between a nascent soul and a spirit-severing stage. This layer depends on luck. That's the only way. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua closed his eyes, the endless soul threads around his body began to dance, the faintly discernible fragrance of the underworld fruit floated in the air along with the soul threads in the entire heartbreaking sky. After Xiao Hua's consciousness left the mysterious dark clouds, several hours had passed. The golden eagle was the first to open its eyes, the confusion in its eyes disappeared in a flash, and then it kowtowed again full of gratitude. Many thanks, Master. At this time, the words, Master, came from the heart more than ever before. The golden eagle understood in its heart that the master of the Tao school in front of it, was far from the human cultivator of the Tao school in the eyes of ordinary people. Golden eagle. Xiao Hua nodded, how much have you forgotten? Master. A trace of fear flashed in the golden eagle's eyes, and it respectfully replied, this little one, has forgotten 70%. Chapter 38-34. So much? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. After all, the inheritance he gave to the golden eagle and the other two demons was not particularly high level. It was just a relatively low-level inheritance among the 13,200 million inheritances. I've disappointed Master. The golden eagle lowered its head and said in a low voice. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked, just with the remaining 30%, how far can you cultivate? Master. The golden eagle still had a difficult expression as it replied, 5% of the 30% is gradually disappearing. This little one thinks that at most there will only be 25% left. But with this inheritance, this little one doesn't dare to say how far this little one can cultivate. If there is enough time, this little one can cultivate to the Na Tian realm. This old man understands. This is not your fault. You can cultivate as much as you want. Xiao Hua nodded, this old man has also left a cave residence for you three demons in the Kunlun immortal realm. You can go in and take a look. Many thanks, Master. The golden eagle kowtowed again. After sending the golden eagle into the space, Xiao Hua looked at the white lion and the black bear. He was a little curious as to who would wake up first and how much they would forget. After another hour, the white lion opened its eyes. Its reaction was the same as the golden eagle's. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, the white lion had forgotten 60% and was also forgetting more than 5%. It seems that, the more you wake up, the more you remember. After sending the white lion into the space, Xiao Hua looked at the black bear spirit who was as timid as a mouse with interest. Although Xiaohua had high hopes for the black bear spirit, the black bear spirit's bloodline was not much stronger than the white lion's. After an hour, the black bear spirit also woke up. He only remembered 5% more than the white lion. However, Xiaohua understood that this 5% was enough for the black bear spirit to cultivate to the devouring the sky realm. It was also enough for the black bear spirit's bloodline inheritance to step into the realm of experts. Perhaps this is all this old man can do now. Xiaohua faced the black bear spirit, who was now even more devout, and smiled. If you want to transcend mortality and become a saint, then this old man can only help you in the future and replace your blood essence. My greatest ambition in the past was to become the king of Black Wind Ridge. The black bear spirit's answer was not out of Xiaohua's expectations. Right now, this little one's greatest ambition is to guard the door for Master. No matter what cultivation this little one has, this little one will always be the black bear that guards the door for Master. Go and cultivate. Xiaohua waved his sleeves and sent the black bear spirit into space. He said, I'm looking forward to having a great demon saint to guard my cave abode. After sending the black bear spirit into the space, Xiaohua released the golden eagle and asked a few questions. The result did not disappoint Xiaohua. There were 6 solar stars and 3 lunar stars in the space. The power of the stars and the moon was extremely abundant. It was more suitable for demons to cultivate than any place in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Seeing Xiaohua put the golden eagle back into the space again, Fu Jiwen asked respectfully, Master, now that we've arrived in Yifeng country, please tell me what to do. However, before Xiaohua could say anything, Fu Jiwen's body suddenly trembled. Then, strands of true qi emerged from the top of Fu Jiwen's head in an extremely disorderly manner. In particular, there were inscriptions condensing into formation talismans that flew out without warning. Some formed flying swords, some formed armor, and some even rushed towards Xiaohua. Master, save me. Fu Jiwen's face was ashen, but his trembling limbs did not seem to listen to Fu Jiwen's control. Even when Fu Jiwen called for help, the corners of his mouth twitched. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. With a wave of his hand, he restrained Fu Jiwen. With a grab of both hands, thousands of inscriptions fell into his hands and transformed into the shape of a broken scroll. Looking at the flickering clouds of the inscriptions in the scroll, Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Disciple, what Master was worried about has finally happened. Master. Fu Jiwen was ashamed. He said, this disciple is ashamed of Master's guidance. You can't say that you're ashamed. Xiaohua said. Looking at your diligent cultivation and rapid progress. Actually, Master is very happy in his heart. However, when Master first saw you, you were still a scholar. Your cultivation was just refining essence into qi, and you could be considered a scholar. In just a few decades, you actually broke through to the realm of great Confucian. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid it would scare people to death. Disciple, do you still remember the maze on Cloud Mountain? In Senior Tsang Langzi's cave, you very boldly said to Master that as long as you accumulated a little bit, you could probably enter the realm of great Confucian within 3 years. Do you know how surprised Master was at that time? I'm not surprised at your progress, but rather, I'm surprised that you're biting off more than you can chew. Actually, Master felt that if you could enter the realm of great Confucian within 300 years, it would already be very amazing. But what could Master say? You had just condensed the heavenly book and were in high spirits. Although Master was worried, Master could not discourage you. Master could only encourage you at that time. Yes, disciple. Fu Jiwen lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. Disciple, the path of cultivation is a long and arduous one. It takes a lifetime to walk it. Perhaps there are some opportunities that can speed up your cultivation, but shortcuts are never the right way. Xiaohua said very seriously. Any action that is short-sighted will lead to failure. Master has always wanted to find time to talk to you about this, but Master also has to cultivate, and Master also has a lot of things to do during this period of time. I only gave you a little reminder in the Fortune Palace, but you didn't seem to hear it at all. Actually, disciple, you don't have to care too much. When Master was cultivating in the past, he was also as aggressive as you, and also suffered a big loss. You are worried about Bai-an, and want to enter the realm of great Confucian as soon as possible, and want to see Bai-an as soon as possible. But if you are too impatient, you won't be able to eat hot tofu, and when the time comes, won't you make Bai-an even more disappointed? Yes, disciple understands. Fu Jiwen was sweating like rain. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a crystal light fell into Fu Jiwen's body. After a while, Fu Jiwen's body could already move. Master will temporarily seal most of your heavenly books. You have to carefully comprehend these sealed heavenly books, and you have to carefully comprehend the cultivation method of Confucian cultivators. Walk step by step, don't run. Yes, disciple understands. Fu Jiwen replied in a low voice. Well, don't think too much. Follow Master down and bring Master to find Yifeng country's Yu clan. Xiao Hua instructed. Yes, Master. Fu Jiwen calmed his mind and rode the heavenly horse down. When Xiao Hua kept the heavenly horse and the flying carriage, Fu Jiwen had already found the location of the Yu clan. Yifeng country was not big, even smaller than Jiang country. With Xiao Hua's ability, he could completely detect it with a sweep of his divine sense. However, because of the previous warning, Xiao Hua did not want to attract any trouble, and did not dare to be careless. He only followed Fu Jiwen outside Yifeng country's capital. Looking at the not-so-majestic city walls and the simple villagers entering and leaving the city gate, Xiao Hua somewhat understood. The Yu clan was not a great family of Confucian cultivators. From the information that Fu Jiwen found out, the Yu clan was only a secondary 7th-rank aristocratic family. The so-called great Confucian cultivator that came out was probably many years ago. Only this kind of small country would be able to support the Yu clan. Yifeng country's city gate was also guarded by soldiers, and it seemed that the inspection was very strict. Occasionally, there would be some people who looked like spies being arrested. This made the atmosphere in and out of the city gate a bit tense. However, with Xiao Hua's ability and Fu Jiwen's identity as a Confucian cultivator, entering Yifeng country was not a difficult matter. When the two people arrived in front of the Yu residence, Xiao Hua frowned again. The layout of the Yu residence was very large, occupying dozens of acres of land in Yifeng city. There were many pavilions, terraces, and pavilions inside. Even the two copper lions in front of the residence gave off a kind of steadiness that had been passed down from generation to generation. However, at this moment, this steadiness was broken by some noisy carriages and people wearing court uniforms and military armor. These people's faces carried some nervousness and respect as they hurriedly shuttled in and out of the wide-open residence gate. Some servants wearing embroidered clothes also followed these people in and out, shouting loudly, as if they were announcing and welcoming them. Xiao Hua had never liked this kind of bustle, so he simply released his soul consciousness and probed inside the Yu residence for a moment. He said to Fu Jiwen in a low voice, "The person Master is looking for is not in the residence. It seems, we can only pay a visit." "Yes, Master. Please wait here for a moment." Fu Jiwen thought for a moment, and smiled. This disciple will use the name of an assassin to visit the Yu clan. I wonder who Master is looking for. Yu Zhongquan. The young master of the Yu residence. Xiao Hua replied, "This child is fated with this old man. Today, I have specially come to settle the karma." This disciple understands. It seems this disciple will have another little junior brother. Fu Jiwen said with a smile as he took out the name of an assassin from his bosom. If it's fated, it should be a little junior brother and a little junior sister. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as he replied thoughtfully. Fu Jiwen took out his name of an assassin, and very politely smiled at the servant who came to greet him. "This one is Fu Jiwen. I have specially come to pay a visit to the residence's young master, Yu Zhongquan. Please announce him." Upon hearing that Fu Jiwen had come to pay a visit to Yu Zhongquan, the servant's respectful face suddenly revealed a trace of strangeness. However, the servant didn't accept the name of an assassin, and only politely replied, "So it's young Master Fu. This one has been disrespectful. It's just that my family's young master isn't in the residence, so this one has no way of announcing. I hope young master can understand." "Oh. Where did young master you go?" Fu Jiwen was slightly surprised, and asked curiously, "Of course, young master you only said that he could find him in Yifeng country." The servant smiled apologetically, "This one doesn't know where my family's young master went. Ai, since that's the case, please bring this one's name of an assassin to Uncle Yu's table. This one will ask him personally." Fu Jiwen saw that the servant didn't intend to announce his arrival, so he could only say it himself. The servant was a bit embarrassed, and smiled apologetically. "It's not that this one doesn't want to announce it to young master. Today, there is a military mission in the residence. Other than the officials in Yifeng country's imperial court, no one is allowed to announce it to young master. So that's how it is." Fu Jiwen frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he asked again, "Then, if this one wants to know where young master you went, what should I do?" Chapter 38-35. This. The servant hesitated and sized up Fu Jiwen again. Fu Jiwen rolled his eyes and casually touched his waist with one hand. He took out a small silver ingot and placed it in the name token. He handed it over again and smiled, "This one is indeed young Master Yu's old friend. This time, I came to fulfill our previous agreement." The servant was extremely quick-witted. With a pinch of his hand and a slight curl of his finger, he stuffed the silver into his sleeve even more nimbly than Fu Jiwen. Immediately after, he smiled apologetically and said, "Since young Master Fu is a close friend of my young master, then I would like to ask young Master Fu to report to the left side door. That is where the daily family affairs of the Yu residence are reported." Thank you very much." Fu Jiwen kept the name token and was about to turn back when the servant hurriedly said, "Oh right, young Master Fu, if you want to know about my family's young master, remember, don't say that you're my young master's close friend. Just say that you're here to settle accounts with my young master." "Oh." Fu Jiwen stared blankly and asked curiously, "Why is that?" However, at this moment, another military horse galloped over. The person on the horse held a yellow scroll in his hand and shouted, "Urgent report from the king." When the servant heard this, how could he say anything more to Fu Jiwen? He smiled apologetically at Fu Jiwen and hurriedly ran over. Fu Jiwen also knew that this was an important military matter of Yifeng country. It was inconvenient for him to delay. He also turned slightly and returned from the side of the stairs. However, when he raised his eyes to look at Xiaohua, he was stunned again. He saw that the place where Xiaohua was standing was empty. Where was Xiaohua's figure? Of course, in the blink of an eye, Xiaohua's figure reappeared on the spot, as if he had never disappeared. In an instant, Fu Jiwen understood that he had not seen wrongly, nor had his master disappeared. Instead, it was his master who had merged with all things in the world. Even a casual thought from him could not be detected by people with shallow cultivation. "Master." Fu Jiwen walked in front of Xiaohua and was about to speak. Xiaohua nodded and said, "Master understands. We'll go to the side door." "Okay." Seeing his own master so condescending to go to the side door, Fu Jiwen felt more and more that this Yu Zhongquan was important to Xiaohua. He hurriedly agreed and walked in front. The side entrance of the Yu residence was not small. Although it did not have the copper lion to suppress evil, the tightly shut vermilion door and the neat pine and cypress trees on both sides of the vermilion door also gave off a solemn and dignified air. Fu Jiwen walked to the front of the vermilion door and lightly knocked on the brass ring. In a moment, an elderly servant poked his head out. Fu Jiwen was about to take out his name inscription, but when he thought about what the servant had said, his face turned cold and he shouted, "Is this the Yu manor? Where is Yu Zhongquan? Who is young master? Why are you looking for my young master?" The old servant's expression didn't change. He opened the door slightly and asked with a smile. "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I'm here to settle accounts with Yu Zhongquan." Fu Jiwen decided to play along. "As for what it is, you can just call Yu Zhongquan over and you'll know." "Sigh, young master, please calm down, young master." The old servant didn't find it strange and hurriedly bowed. "My young master is not in the residence right now. This old servant apologizes to young master on behalf of my young master. This has nothing to do with you." Fu Jiwen couldn't bear it, but he still said, "You just need to tell me where Yu Zhongquan went." "This old servant doesn't know where my young master went." The old servant replied fluently. "If young master needs any compensation, feel free to ask." "No need," Fu Jiwen said resolutely. "Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. This humble one will only look for Yu Zhongquan." "Sigh, then please wait a moment." The old servant sighed again and closed the door. He turned around and seemed to be reporting. Fu Jiwen turned to look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was also somewhat helpless. After all, he was here to form good karma with the Yu family. Forceful means might be effective, but Xiao Hua always felt that it was disrespectful to the Yu family. He wouldn't be able to explain himself to Yu Zhongquan in the future. A moment later, there was a sound from behind the vermilion door. Xiao Hua's soul sense swept over and a strange expression immediately appeared on his face. Sure enough, when the vermilion door opened again, a family guard wearing embroidered clothes came out. Wasn't this one of the two family guards who escorted Yu Zhongquan back then? However, those two family guards didn't report their names from beginning to end, so Xiao Hua didn't know their names. The family guard pushed open the door and looked at Fu Jiwen. He frowned and said, "This young master, I don't know how my young master offended you. My young master isn't here now, so if you have anything to say, just say it. As for my young master's whereabouts, forgive me for not being able to tell you." Not waiting for Fu Jiwen to make up a story, Xiao Hua's figure flashed and arrived in front of the family guard. He opened his mouth and said, "It is this Xiao who came to look for Yu Zhongquan. Do you still remember this Xiao?" Xiao Hua's sudden appearance in front of the family guard gave him a fright. The family guard abruptly retreated, true energy actually appearing around his body. He shouted with extreme vigilance, "You, who are you?" "N." Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the family guard. He said expectantly, "Could it be that you have already forgotten? When Yu Zhongquan ran away from the marriage, you, seventh uncle Yu, and another family guard went to Bronze Pillar country to chase after him. You even ran into bandits on the way. That." The family guard looked at Xiao Hua up and down, somewhat puzzled. He smiled and said, "This Taoist Xiao, this one doesn't know what Taoist Xiao is talking about. When did he run away from the marriage?" "Ah." Xiao Hua's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He said in shock, "Yu Zhongquan, how many times did he run away from the marriage?" "AI, Taoist Xiao should know. Every time my young master ran away from the marriage, he was chased back, and every time he was chased back, he would run away again after a few days." The family guard said with an extremely bitter smile, "To tell the truth, this one already can't remember how many times my young master ran away from the marriage. Granny, this Yu Zhongquan, isn't he too strange?" Xiao Hua really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had only heard of people running away from the marriage, but he had never heard of people running away from the marriage to the end. He really didn't know if Yu Zhongquan's ambition was to be a ranger or to run away from the marriage. Seventh uncle also chased after him a few times in the beginning. The family guard sighed again. Later, seventh uncle also got old and couldn't catch up anymore. He let this one and Yu Guanghui chase after him together. But later, Guanghui died in the hands of a demon when he encountered bandits. Now, only this one is left. This one hasn't received any news from the young master yet, otherwise, this one would have already chased after him. What? Even Fu Jiwen, who was next to him, couldn't help but exclaim, could it be? Yu Zhongquan ran away from the marriage again. While speaking, Fu Jiwen turned to look at Xiao Hua, not knowing what to say. Xiao Hua was even more dumbfounded. Previously, he had already thought highly of Yu Zhongquan, but he still didn't expect that. Yu Zhongquan still hadn't married that young lady from the Chang family, and was even running away from the marriage. That Yu Zhongquan hasn't married yet. Is it still that Chang family's young lady? Xiao Hua probed again. When the family guard heard Xiao Hua's question, some of his original doubts were reduced. He nodded and said, what Taoist elder said is right. It's still that young lady. But now she has become the Chang family's young lady. Xiao Hua was quite puzzled and asked curiously, since Yu Zhongquan isn't willing to marry the Chang family's young lady, then why does the Yu family insist on forcing him to marry the Chang family's young lady? Taoist elder doesn't know. The family guard seemed to have met a confidant. He almost pulled Xiao Hua's hand and confided, now it's no longer up to my Yu family. Previously, my family's young master ran away before the engagement. After being chased back by seventh uncle Yu, he got engaged to the Chang family's young lady. After the engagement, the young master ran away from home several times. The Yu family didn't want to force the young master too much, so they discussed breaking off the engagement with the Chang family. The Chang family saw that a forcefully picked melon isn't sweet, so they also wanted to break off the engagement. But although that Chang family's young lady hasn't seen my family's young master, she is willing to be loyal to one person, and won't marry anyone other than my family's young master. For so many years, Yu Zhongquan and Chang family's young lady have never seen each other. Xiao Hua immediately felt that it was inconceivable, almost interrupting the family guard's words. That's not it. The family guard explained, this was what the Chang family's young lady said at the beginning. Later, my family's master thought that it might be because the young master hadn't seen the Chang family's young lady's appearance, so he refused. Later, he simply tied up the young master and brought him to see the Chang family's young lady. But even after seeing her, the young master was still unwilling. Could it be that the Chang family's young lady is vulgar? Xiao Hua seemed to understand. Taoist elder is wrong. The family guard shook his head and said, the Chang family's young lady is a famous beauty in Xian country. She is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How could she be vulgar? Then that's strange. Xiao Hua was greatly puzzled. Fu Jiwen smiled, Master, it said that a tortoise meets a mung bean, and their eyes match. I think these two people are not fated to be together. Not fated to be together. Xiao Hua frowned. From the current situation, it seemed that it was very different from what he had imagined. How should I address you, my dear friend? Fu Jiwen smiled, it seems that you are also a trusted aide of the Yu family. Every time young Master Yu escapes, travels, you are the one who goes to find him. Oh, I'm Haiming. The family guard smiled bitterly, of course, I grew up with young Master. But why do I have to go down to find young Master? It's not because of this. It's because my face is very thick. After young Master gets into trouble, I can help him clean up. Fu Jiwen asked curiously, Brother Yu, what do you mean? Sigh, there's something young Master doesn't know. Yu Haiming explained, my family's young master didn't just leave home to escape from marriage. He also wanted to be chivalrous. Every time he goes out, he has to do some good deeds that are neither good nor bad. Every time, he tries to be clever but ends up making a fool of himself, just as Yu Haiming said this, he heard a soft and rather dignified cough from behind him. Haiming, who are you talking to? Hearing this voice, Yu Haiming's face immediately turned pale. He hurriedly shut his mouth. Without turning around, he immediately shouted, Master, why did you come out from the side door? Chapter 38-36. Naturally, Xiaohua had long sensed that someone was coming. At this time, he raised his head and saw the vermilion door open. A tall and sturdy old man about 60 years old dressed in embroidered clothes walked out from inside. Behind him were several guards with swords. Although this old man was slightly old, his spirit was very good. His ruddy face vaguely resembled Yu Zhongquan's. The old man didn't answer Yu Haiming's question at all. He coldly snorted and said, This old man is asking you. Who are you talking nonsense with? Aren't you afraid of my Yu family's family law? Master, please forgive me. Master misunderstood. Yu Haiming hurriedly bowed and said, This is Xiao Daoist and his disciple. Back then, when this little one accompanied seventh uncle to Copper Pillar country to find the little Gongzi, this little one remembers. Back then, this Xiao Daoist even saved the little Gongzi's life. It's just that Xiao Daoist didn't seem to have changed after so many years. This little one almost couldn't remember. Oh. Hearing Yu Haiming's words, the old man didn't dare to be negligent. He looked at the young Xiaohua and cupped his hands, so it's Xiao Daoist. This old man will repay the kindness of Daoist for saving my son. However, this old man has some important matters to attend to in the palace. It's not good to accompany Daoist. Haiming, go find the accountant and withdraw 1,000 taels of gold. Respectfully give it to Xiao Daoist. Yes, master. Yu Haiming didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly replied. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Master, you seems to have misunderstood the purpose of this Xiao's visit. This master, you didn't even tell Xiaohua his name. It seemed that he really had some urgent matters. However, the main meaning was that he didn't really believe Yu Haiming's words. Now that he heard Xiaohua speak, he couldn't help but ask with interest, Oh. If Xiao Daoist didn't come for money and kindness, then why did you come? This. Xiaohua hesitated slightly. It wasn't wise to speak of his intention to take in a disciple now. However, if he didn't say it now and mentioned it later, it would give people a misconception. Xiaohua thought of the story between Yu Zhongquan and Miss Chang and said, This Xiao came to see Yu Zhongquan and see if I can take him as a disciple. Disciple? You. Are you joking? Master Yu was stunned. His pair of withered yellow eyes looked at Xiaohua up and down 3 times. Then, he looked at Yu Haiming at the side and said to Xiaohua solemnly, Daoist Xiao, if this old man didn't see that you have some skills, my loyal servant wouldn't lie in front of this old man. This old man would almost beat you out of here. Although you have the grace of saving my son's life, it is absolutely impossible for my Yu clan's descendant to join the Dao sect. Even if Quan agrees, this old man will never agree. Taoist priest, please. All right. Xiaohua didn't drag things out. He nodded and said, Since we're not fated, then this Xiao won't force it. Haiming. When Master Yu saw Xiaohua like this, he was even more like 7th Uncle Yu that day, treating Xiaohua as a swindler. He coldly snorted and said, In the future, your pair of eyes need to be sharpened. Don't believe anyone who says it's related to Quan. This old man told you to take care of Quan, and you just, unfortunately, before Master Yu finished speaking, a thunderous voice shouted from afar, Yu Zhongquan, which one of you is Yu Zhongquan? Get out here for this old man. Not good. When Yu Haiming heard this, his face changed slightly and he looked at Master Yu. What are you afraid of? Master Yu glared at Yu Haiming and said angrily, Quickly go and take a look. Could it be that someone is going to tear down my Yu clan? Yes, yes. Yu Heming hurriedly agreed and ran towards the front door of the Yu clan. Boom! Before Yu Heming could turn around the pine tree, he heard a loud noise. Several tall and straight trees were uprooted and flew into the air. Even the square bricks and bluestones on the ground were lifted up. These broken pieces of wood and gravel were mixed with great force and smashed towards Yu Heming. Yu Hezing was startled and hurriedly raised his hands. The true chi around his body surged as he tried to block these things. However, just as he raised his hands, the gravel in front of him flew over. The true chi around Yu Hezing's body was immediately shattered by these gravel. Yu Hezing turned pale with fright. He quickly leaped to dodge, but at this moment, not to mention the gravel covering his entire body, even the area around him was covered by the gravel. How dare you! Hearing Old Master Yu's angry roar, the guards behind him followed his order and flew up, each of them urging their true chi to save Mingyu. Unfortunately, they were too far away from Yu Heming. How could they make it in time? Rather than saying that they wanted to save Yu Heming, it was better to say that they were blocking in front of Master Yu to block the broken pieces of wood for him. Seeing that several guards had passed by him, the broken pieces of wood and gravel had already landed in front of Yu Heming. Master Yu was shocked. He didn't expect that the intruder's strength would be so strong. Moreover, he was ruthless and didn't show any mercy. However, it was too late for him to make a move now. Master Yu raised his hand and put it down again, watching coldly. Pa, pa, pa. A loud rumbling sound came from where Yu Heming was. All the broken pieces of wood and gravel that landed on Yu Heming's body were blocked by an invisible barrier and fell to the ground. Yu Heming, who had already given up on resisting, naturally used his hands to protect his chest in vain. His head was tucked into his chest. At this time, he was stunned as he watched the broken pieces of wood that were enough to kill him slowly fall to the ground. His eyes flashed with disbelief. Yu Heming was safe and sound. On the other hand, the guards who rushed out to block in front of Master Yu were barely able to resist under the pressure of the broken pieces of wood. Two of them even had their arms injured. Gga, Yu Yun. A thunderous voice came unexpectedly from not far away. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, your cultivation has become so profound. Following this voice, a man who was even more burly than Yu Yun in armor flew out from behind the pine and cypress trees. In this burly man's hand, he was holding a servant of the Yu residence. Go, you tight-lipped dog slave. The burly man flew closer and shook his hand. He shouted, kowtow to your master. The servant flew towards Yu Yun even more ferociously than the broken pieces of wood from before. A powerful force enveloped Yu Yun before the servant landed. Hiss. Yu Yun sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes flashed. He didn't dare to stay in the same spot any longer. Instead, he flew forward slightly and raised his hands. The noble chi surging around him formed an oval shape in front of him. Pooh! The servant landed on the noble spirit and his body slowly floated down. Yu Yun's solemn expression had just relaxed when the noble spirit that Yu Yun had activated suddenly produced an explosive force. With a loud boom, Yu Yun's body was sent flying back a few feet. The servant who had originally landed and the few guards who had blocked the broken pieces of wood were also sent flying by this explosive force. Ha ha ha, old man Yu, it seems like you haven't changed much from before. You've been living like a dog all these years. With a loud laugh, the burly man landed from mid-air and the entire ground shook slightly. Looking at the burly man in armor in front of him, Yu Yun sneered, Sima Minghong, are you here to find someone or to provoke me? Are you representing the Sima family or yourself? Yu Zhongquan is the legitimate son of your Yu family, right? Sima Minghong looked at Yu Yun and asked indifferently. Yes, he is my son. Yu Yun nodded and replied sarcastically, could it be that brother Sima has a dispute with my son? Humph, not to mention your son, even you, what qualifications do you have to fight with me? Sima Minghong snorted arrogantly. Sima Mingguang has the qualifications to say this, but you don't. Yu Yun's expression didn't change as he retorted sarcastically. Hee, don't worry, don't worry. If you can't uphold justice for my Sima family, I'm afraid that my patriarch will say this to you face to face. But when that time comes, you should know the result. Sima Minghong wasn't angry. He waved his hand and said, Yan, quickly come over and tell your story to the patriarch of the Yu family. He will definitely uphold justice for you. It was only at this moment that a frail-looking scholar walked over from the end of the pine and cypress tree. Not only was this scholar young, but his face was also pale. Although the brocade robe on his body was bright, his left sleeve was fluttering in the wind. It was obvious that he didn't have a left arm. Junior Sima Yan greets Uncle Yu. The scholar walked in front of Yu Yun, bowed with difficulty and said, Junior's matter requires Uncle Yu to uphold justice. Seeing Sima Yan like this, how could Yu Yun not know why he was here? Yu Yun's mouth was filled with bitterness. He raised his hand and said, Nephew Sima, please rise. May I know when you met my son and how did you get into a dispute with him? Dispute? Sima Minghong sneered, my Sima family doesn't dare to have a dispute with the Yu family's son. My Yan, couldn't cultivate since he was young and could only read books. It can be said that he doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Your son relied on his cultivation and knew some bullshit swordsmanship to bully the weak. Facing such a weak and defenseless scholar, he actually dared to attack him. Old man Yu, if you don't uphold justice for my Yu family today, do you believe that I won't tear your Yu family apart from the outside? Sima Minghong. Yu Yun sneered and said, although this old man's son is unfilial and has many shortcomings, this old man knows that he has always been reasonable and abhors evil. If it isn't something that he can't stand, he absolutely won't act. This matter can't be just based on nephew Sima's side of the story. What do you mean by he didn't like? What he didn't like, was something that he should attack. Sima Minghong sneered, not to mention that there are officials and laws in this world, there are also Confucian laws. Even if there weren't any, he shouldn't have attacked a weak child. Sima Minghong kept mentioning laws and saying that Yu Yun didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. These words made Yu Yun's mouth extremely bitter. Chapter 38-37. Uncle, please uphold justice for your nephew. At this moment, Sima Yan took the opportunity to speak. He knelt on the ground and said, a few days ago, your nephew brought a group of guards to the outskirts for a walk. We met a few villagers who bumped into your nephew's carriage and dirtied your nephew's brocade robe. Your nephew didn't want to escalate the matter and only wanted to ask for 1 or 2 copper coins to teach them a lesson. But at this moment, your noble son descended from the sky. Not only did he disperse the guards who were protecting your nephew indiscriminately, he even cut off your nephew's left arm. He kept saying that he wanted to get rid of violence and bring peace to the people. Uncle, this little nephew only wanted to teach the villagers some etiquette and some lessons. How did it become cruel? Nephew, please get up. Yu Yun's face was a little green as he raised his hand and said, it does sound like this old man's son is in the wrong. However, this old man has already said that what nephew said is only the opinion of one person. This old man still wants to ask my son. If it is really his fault, this old man will definitely cut off his left arm as an apology for you. Thank you, uncle. Sima Yan stood up, trembling. He looked very weak. Yu Yun looked at Sima Yan's left arm and bit his lip. He understood that if an ordinary disciple's arm was cut off, it might not be able to be reborn. But how could a disciple of a scholarly family be cut off just like that? Since the Sima family didn't want to reattach Sima Yan's arm, they naturally had other plans. Quickly call Yu Zhongquan out. Sima Minghong shouted, I want to see what kind of guts he ate to actually dare to hurt my Sima family disciple. Sigh, my son isn't at home. Yu Yun sighed, I didn't teach my son well and couldn't discipline him. These days, he has been wandering outside. Even I, don't know where he went. He. Sima Minghong looked straight at Yu Yun and sneered, "Old man, you don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I won't hide it from you." My clan head was furious when he heard about this. If it weren't for my persuasion, he would have come personally. My Sima clan is a scholarly clan. When have we ever suffered such a loss? This old man came here today to try peaceful means before resorting to force. If the Yu clan doesn't give me an explanation, not only will this old man not leave easily, the development of the situation in the future will definitely be out of my control. The threat in Sima Minghong's words was very obvious, not to mention that he was staring at Yu Yun like a sharp sword. Yu Yun narrowed his eyes and replied indifferently, "My Yu family has been spreading its influence in Yifeng nation for more than a year or two. What kind of scenery have we not seen? Although my Yu clan can't be compared to your Sima clan, if you want to take away my son with just a few words, Sima Minghong, you're thinking too simply. Simple or not, this old man doesn't know." Sima Minghong waved his hand again. A crane rushed into the air and disappeared in an instant. He then smiled and said, "This old man only knows that it's fine if you don't hand over Yu Zhongquan today, but, you have to give my Sima clan an explanation. My Sima clan disciple's arm can't be chopped off for nothing." "What kind of explanation do you want?" Yu Yun asked thoughtfully. Sima Minghong took out an envelope from his chest. With a flick of his finger, the envelope fell in front of Yu Yun and said, "This is a letter from my clan head. You'll know once you read it." Yu Yun took the envelope and slowly opened it. When his gaze fell on it, his eyes flashed with anger. He raised his head and said coldly, "Impossible. This old man can't agree to this kind of condition." Boom. Just as Yu Yun opened his mouth, the envelope in his hand spontaneously combusted and instantly turned into ashes. "Since you can't agree." Sima Minghong wasn't surprised by Yu Yun's reaction. He smiled and said, "Then don't blame my Sima clan for not giving your Yu clan face. Generals, listen up, yes." It was at this moment that several cultivators who were wearing the same armor as Sima Minghong flew over from out of nowhere. When they heard Sima Minghong's order, they all replied in unison. "Sima Minghong." Yu Yun said angrily, You are trying to start a war between our two clans. This old man can't bear this crime." Sima Minghong laughed, "Since you can't hand over Yu Zhongquan, then this old man can only order the generals to go to your Yu clan and capture him. Your Sima clan's disciple barged into my Yu clan like this. Isn't this a slap to my Yu clan's face? Isn't this provoking a war between our two clans?" Yu Yun said angrily. Sima Minghong retorted, "That's right. Since you know that this old man's actions are a slap to your face, then Yu Zhongquan chopped off my Sima clan's disciple's arm. Isn't that a slap to my Sima clan's face? The one at fault is your Yu clan. Quan is indeed not at home. Otherwise, why wouldn't this old man let him out to confront me?" Yu Yun suppressed his anger and said helplessly, "If he's really not at home." Sima Minghong thought for a moment and said, "Old man, you make an oath and tell me where Yu Zhongquan went. This old man will give you face today. Otherwise." As soon as Sima Minghong said this, Yu Yun's face flushed red. Not to mention that he was forced to swear an oath in front of his own house. Even if he revealed Yu Zhongquan's whereabouts, he wouldn't be able to face the Yu family. However, if he didn't do this, then the Sima clan's people would barge into the Yu residence. The ones who would lose face would also be him and the Yu residents. Sima Minghong was forcing him step by step. He didn't plan to let today's matter end well. Otherwise what? Yu Yun asked coldly. What else can we do? Sima Minghong finally revealed his sharp teeth, otherwise. Before Qi Zhanggua's army conquers Yifeng country, my Sima clan will take the head of the Grand Minister of Yifeng country first. How dare you? Yu Yun's body trembled, and a sharp aura emitted from his body. He left the residence from the side door and headed to the palace to discuss with the Emperor of Yifeng country about how to deal with Qi Zhongguo's army. The Grand Minister of Yifeng country was Yu Yun's eldest son, Yu Zhongli. Now, the Yu residence's soldiers and message delivery were also discussing the battle report from the front line. "Old man Yu, this matter is no longer up to you," Sima Minghong said coldly. "It was your Yu clan who provoked us first and offended the dignity of my Sima clan. My Yu clan is already very merciful by not sending troops directly." At this moment, there were naturally soldiers flying out from the Yu residence. Their murderous aura wasn't inferior to the cultivators brought by Sima Minghong. However, Yu Yun understood that if it was a normal situation, he could fight with Sima Minghong. But now, he definitely couldn't let the Yu clan get worse. Unfilial son, thinking of Yu Zhongquan, Yu Yun's eyes were filled with anger. At the same time, a heavy sense of powerlessness surged from the bottom of his heart. Just as Yu Yun was thinking about whether to compromise, he heard a clear voice in the distance, "Who is looking for my husband?" Ever since Sima Minghong appeared, Xiaohua and Fu Jiwen hid at the side and watched everything that was happening in front of them with interest. At this moment, when he heard someone speak, he had already released his soul consciousness. However, when he saw the person clearly, he frowned. He saw a woman wearing ordinary clothes flying over on clouds. This woman was short and her body was slightly plump. Her face was like a full moon, revealing a kind of luxurious appearance. She was completely different from the ghost Huang Yi that Xiaohua saw in the Huang clan of Tianmen Mountain. "Husband." Sima Minghong looked at this woman who was only in the scholar realm. Disdain appeared on his face as he waved his hand and said, "You are that shameless woman from the Chang clan who only wants to marry Yu Zhongquan, right? This old man really doesn't understand why Chang Honglai is so indulgent with you. If it was this old man, I'm afraid that I would have already slapped you to death." Junior Chang Yuan greets Senior. The woman landed on the field and respectfully bowed to Sima Minghong. She replied neither arrogantly nor humbly, "Fortunately, this junior's surname is Chang and not Sima. My father had a great scholar teach this junior about filial piety. Since young, this junior has known the principle of being filial to one's parents. Since this junior has already been betrothed to Yu Zhongquan, then this junior is Yu Zhongquan's wife. Even if my husband doesn't want this junior still has to keep my chastity for my husband. If this becomes the Sima clan's shameless, then this junior doesn't know what the Sima clan's so-called fickle woman is called in the Sima clan. You." Sima Minghong's face was slightly red and he was rather embarrassed. Sima Yan's eyes lit up and he said frivolously, "So this is the Chang clan's young lady. This junior has long heard of you. Now that I see you, you really live up to your reputation. Although Yu Zhongquan is your husband in name, you two are not husband and wife in reality. Moreover, Yu Zhongquan is already a grasshopper after autumn. Not many people can survive. This junior advises you to make early plans. It is my fortune to be able to marry someone with such great ambitions like Yu Lang. Even if I have to die with my husband, it will be worth it." Chang Yuan looked at Sima Yan with disdain and sneered, "It's still better than someone who got his arm chopped off by a woman and lived an ignoble life." Chang Yuan's words immediately pointed out the question that Yu Yun couldn't ask and even exposed Sima Yan's scars. Sima Yan's face was filled with shame and anger. "Shut up." Sima Minghong scolded Sima Yan and asked Chang Yuan, "Chang clan's young lady, did you come here on your own or on behalf of Xian country's Chang clan?" "This junior naturally came here on my own. This has nothing to do with my Chang clan or Xian country." Chang Yuan replied faintly, "Moreover, this junior is clear about senior's intentions. Since my husband isn't here, if senior has any problems, please come to this junior." "You." Sima Minghong was really caught off guard. He really didn't expect Chang Yuan to come. He also didn't expect Chang Yuan to stand up for Yu Zhongquan. Chang Yuan was right. Although Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan weren't married and Yu Zhongquan had been running away from the marriage, they were still engaged. Chang Yuan could replace Yu Zhongquan's matters. Chapter 38-38. Yuan Per. Yu Yun was truly moved. Chang Yuan's appearance instantly pulled the Yu family out of an extremely awkward situation and blocked the Sima family's meticulous plans. He opened his mouth and said, "You don't have to, father." Chang Yuan's face was slightly red, as if it was the first time she had been called that. "This is a matter between the boy and my husband. You don't have to worry about it." "All right," Sima Yan laughed nastily and said, "since you're willing to stand up for Yu Zhongquan, then I'll take one of your arms today." "If you're willing, shut up." Without waiting for Sima Yan to finish speaking, Sima Minghong berated again, "If it was Yu Zhongquan, this old man would naturally take one of his arms first and then send it to my Sima family. However, since you're Yu Zhongquan's wife and a disciple of the Chang family, you can keep this arm first and wait until we return to the Sima family, it doesn't matter." Chang Yuan replied indifferently, "I'm Yu Zhongquan's wife now. It has nothing to do with my Chang family." Hearing this, everyone understood that the Chang family definitely didn't want to offend the Sima family. All of this was done by Chang Yuan on her own initiative. "Father, father." At this moment, a man wearing an official's robe who looked similar to Yu Zhongquan rushed out from the side door. He held a blood-stained tiger tally in his hand and said anxiously, "Dong Lin country has already sent out their troops. Their grand tutor has brought a group of disciples and is approaching the capital city." Hearing this, Yu Yun's face became anxious. His gaze fell on Chang Yuan and he said in a low voice, "This is urgent." "Yuan, I'll have to trouble you for now, let's go." Sima Minghong saw that the situation was hopeless and that the Sima family couldn't get any benefits from Yifeng country for the time being. He laughed coldly and reached out to grab Chang Yuan. "Wait." Right at this moment, even though it sounded indifferent, it was filled with boundless majesty in the hearts of everyone present. Sima Minghong was slightly startled, and he looked towards the source of the voice with great vigilance, only to see a tall and skinny Dao sect cultivator slowly walking over. Wasn't that Xiao Hua, who had been watching the show from the side? Sima Minghong frowned, and his eyes flashed with confusion. When he arrived in front of the Yu mansion, he had already seen the surrounding situation clearly. Xiao Hua and Fu Jiwen were quietly standing not far away. Although it looked very abrupt, Sima Minghong's divine sense swept over them, and even the clear eyes technique didn't find anything special about Xiao Hua. Only Fu Jiwen's body emitted a faint Qin-Qi aura, and this aura didn't attract Sima Minghong's attention. In particular, Sima Minghong closed in step by step. Although the Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Yun, kept defending himself, Yu Yun didn't even look at Fu Jiwen who was beside him. Fu Jiwen also didn't have any reaction. He even looked like he was watching a show. Sima Minghong already knew that these two people had nothing to do with the Yu clan. Moreover, if Fu Jiwen wasn't beside him, Sima Minghong would have even thought that Xiao Hua was a wandering Taoist. However, who would have thought that at such a crucial moment, when the Yu clan gave up and the Sima clan was about to succeed, this Taoist that was almost ignored by Sima Minghong actually spoke up. Moreover, the moment he stood up, the aura around him seemed to cover up everything in the Sima clan. How could Sima Minghong not know that he was in trouble? Fellow Taoist. Sima Minghong hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "May I know why fellow Taoist spoke up?" Who would have thought that Xiao Hua would completely ignore him? Instead, he walked in front of Chang Yuan, looked into her eyes, and asked kindly, "Chang Yuan. Do you know this old man?" "Say. Senior." Chang Yuan naturally felt the mountain-like pressure coming from Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, she also felt the mountain-like kindness in Xiao Hua's voice. However, she looked at Xiao Hua, shook her head slightly and said, "Junior doesn't know senior." Then, "Do you know Huang Yi?" Xiao Hua asked again. Huang Yi. Chang Yuan frowned even more. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head again. Junior also doesn't know him. Disappointment appeared on Xiao Hua's face. Cough cough, fellow Taoist. Sima Minghong coughed a few times and wanted to speak again. Xiao Hua sneered. His gaze swept over and he said indifferently, those who use their strength to bully the weak are not worthy of being Xiao Hua's fellow Taoist. You. Sima Minghong's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand but put it down again. Now that he had already taken the initiative in the Yu Clan Zifeng country, he definitely wouldn't spoil the initiative because of a trace of anger. Yu Zhongli and Yu Yun also stood there, not daring to move. They had a feeling that Xiao Hua's appearance was definitely not a bad thing for the Yu clan. Yu Yun even glanced at Yu Hemming, who was standing there stupidly. Could it be that you really can't remember? Xiao Hua once again looked kindly at Chang Yuan. Huang Yi, Little Cabbage, Tianmen Mountain. Senior, Chang Yuan's face was slightly red. She said in a low voice, Junior indeed doesn't know what Senior is talking about. Xiao Hua slightly closed his eyes. His heart was rather unwilling. After thinking for a bit, he slowly raised his hand as if he was holding onto something extremely heavy. There were even invisible soul threads wrapped around his finger. As Xiao Hua's finger pointed, it landed between Chang Yuan's eyebrows. Chang Yuan only felt her vision go dark. The stars and the sun in the sky all turned into flowing light and rushed into Xiao Hua's finger. She was also sucked into it. Immediately after, the beautiful and tragic scene of that night on Tianmen Mountain floated before her eyes. Time passed for a very long time, yet it also seemed to pass for a very short time. When the sun suddenly appeared, Chang Yuan once again saw Xiao Hua standing in front of her, alive and well. As for the ferocious Sima Minghong, his face still carried the anger from before. Chang Yuan felt that her face was slightly cold. She used her hand to wipe it away. Her face was already filled with tears. Do you remember what happened? Looking at Chang Yuan's tear-streaked face, Xiao Hua asked again. Senior's story is very tragic and beautiful. The fate of Huang Yi and Yu Zhongquan also made this junior sigh. Chang Yuan still shook her head. But this junior is Chang Yuan, not Huang Yi. Alas, forget it. Xiao Hua sighed. Human strength is sometimes limited. This Xiao can't cover the sky with one hand. Thank you, senior. Chang Yuan bowed slightly. Do you need this old man to take action? Xiao Hua looked around and asked softly. Chang Yuan shook her head. There's no need to trouble senior. Huang Yi can turn into a cabbage and live an ignoble life for Yu Zhongquan. Why can't Chang Yuan die with Yu Zhongquan? Senior has nothing to do with this junior. How can this junior let senior take risks? While speaking, Chang Yuan's eyes flickered. She hurriedly bowed to Xiao Hua again. Wait. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's body shook. He hurriedly said, You, open your eyes and let this old man take a closer look. This. Chang Yuan was somewhat embarrassed. This old man is old enough to be your grandfather. Xiao Hua said with a smile. If this old man's guess is correct, you must be the person this old man is looking for. Okay. Chang Yuan bit her lips. She opened her eyes and looked straight at Xiao Hua. Hiss, as expected. Xiao Hua stared at Chang Yuan's pitch-black pupils and carefully examined the details inside. His impression of Huang Yi's appearance was basically from Huang Mengxiang's, but he had an extremely deep impression of the soul condensed into eyes. Huang Yi's ghost cultivation divine ability was called Seven Eyes Beautiful Fire. Her eyes contained an extremely powerful ghost fire. These eyes were exactly the same as her eyes when she was alive. They were completely different from Huang Mengxiang's eyes on Tianmen Mountain. But the strange thing was that the soul's eyes that Xiao Hua had a deep impression of were exactly the same as Chang Yuan's in every detail. Say, senior. Chang Yuan had never looked straight at a man for such a long time. She said somewhat shyly, Junior, Chang Yuan. Xiao Hua said with a smile. The so-called eyes are the god of the heart, and the heart is the master of the soul. If a person falls into the cycle of reincarnation, everything in the past will be counted as the past, and everything in this life will be reborn. However, although reincarnation can erase the appearance of the soul, it can't erase the soul's core. Although you can't remember your past life, and it's different from your past life. But your soul, your heart, and your eyes haven't changed. You are the person this old man is looking for. Ah. A trace of surprise and excitement appeared on Chang Yuan's face. But Junior, you don't need to remember who you were in the past. Moreover, this old man will make you forget. Xiao Hua raised his hand and lightly tapped between Chang Yuan's eyebrows. He said with a smile, you only need to know that from today onwards, you are this old man's disciple. Even if the Yu clan can't make a decision for you, even if the Chang clan doesn't want to stand up for you, with this old man here, not to mention Sima Minghong, even if the entire Sima clan comes, this old man will definitely not let you suffer the slightest grievance. Say, senior, Chang Yuan's heart gave birth to incomparable trust in Xiao Hua. But suddenly asking her to become his disciple really made it difficult for her. Junior is a Confucian cultivator, not a Tao cultivator. He, junior sister. Fu Jiwen, who had been standing respectfully at the side, said with a smile, not only is Master's Tao cultivation unfathomable, his Confucian cultivation is also as vast as the sea. I have only been Master's disciple for a dozen years, and I have already reached the stage of qi refinement and soul return. What are you still hesitating for? While speaking, Fu Jiwen opened his mouth and a mouthful of true qi rushed into the sky, causing countless noble qi to fall down with a loud bang. Fu Jiwen's heavenly book was indeed sealed by Xiao Hua, but the true qi in his chest was not fake. Although he did not reach the stage of qi refinement and soul return, he still had the late stage of qi refinement. At the side, Sima Minghong and Yu Yun's expressions changed. Sima Minghong even reached out and grabbed a scroll in his bosom. Master also wants to take Yu Zhongquan as his disciple. The two of you can be under this Xiao's tutelage, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing for eternity? Xiao Hua said with a smile. But Chang Yuan asked again, Junior still doesn't know Senior's name, this old man is the Dao Sex Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua replied amiably. Although Xiao Hua's voice was soft, in the eyes of others, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. What? You are Black Wind Mountain's Xiao Hua, Daoist Master Xiao. Sima Minghong almost could not suppress his cry of surprise. At the same time, he suddenly thought of the attack that was blocked when he was showing his might. What? Do I not look like it? Xiao Hua slightly frowned. He raised his eyes to look at Sima Minghong, who he did not know before. He did not understand why everyone was so surprised. Chapter 38-39. You're the one who broke the Immortal Palace's inescapable net formation at Black Wind Ridge, swallowed 100,000 heavenly soldiers in one gulp, defeated the giant spirit Immortal General with one strike, and forced perfected Lord Qingyuan to return to the Immortal Palace. Daoist Xiao Hua. Admiration appeared in Chang Yuan's eyes, and she almost stuttered as she asked. What are you talking about? Xiao Hua touched his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He knew that this was false information spread by Daoist Master Qing Su, but he couldn't refute it, so he thought for a moment, then asked with a smile, what? Wasn't this old man a little too vicious and evil? Do you still dare to take me as your master? Why wouldn't I dare? When she didn't know that Xiao Hua was the Immortal Palace's enemy, Chang Yuan was still somewhat hesitant, but now, Chang Yuan actually stiffened her neck and said, when disciple came to Yifeng country, disciple first sent a message to Chang family, but Chang family really hurt disciple's heart. Yu family, disciple didn't dare to say anything, but disciple felt that if Yu Lang was here, he might end up like disciple. In the eyes of aristocratic families, the life and death of an individual can never compare to the prosperity of the family. Master dared to challenge the immortal palace, so your name has already spread throughout the hidden immortal realm. It's disciples' honor to be able to take you as my master. At this point, Chang Yuan's face, which had always been strong, became somewhat distressed. If disciple doesn't take you as my master, the outcome will be death. But if disciple takes you as my master, the worst outcome will also be death. Moreover, if disciple takes you as my master, disciple can still meet Yu Lang, then why wouldn't disciple take you as my master? Immediately, Chang Yuan bowed and said, disciple Chang Yuan greets master. After Chang Yuan kowtowed 9 times, Xiaohua helped her up with a smile and said, kowtowing 9 times means you're my disciple, and I'll bear all your karma. Yes, master. Chang Yuan nodded and obediently stood beside Fu Jiwen. He, congratulations master, congratulations little junior sister. Fu Jiwen congratulated with a smile, not putting the dozen or so disciples of the Sima family in his eyes at all. Sima Minghong's face was green and red, and he was extremely embarrassed. He wanted to reprimand Xiaohua, but he didn't dare. After all, the cultivator in front of him was a fiend who ate 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Such a fearsome reputation. Even the entire Sima family would not dare to provoke him. However, Sima Minghong, who represented the Sima family, had no choice but to speak up. He gritted his teeth and said, Daoist Master Xiao, since you want to take Miss Chang as your disciple, then she and my Sima family are. Naturally, I will take care of these trivial matters. Xiaohua looked up at Sima Minghong and said coldly, since you asked about this matter, this old man will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Oh. Sima Minghong was slightly stunned. He didn't really understand what Xiaohua meant. Swoosh. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to have darkened. Sima Minghong felt as if his limbs were unable to move. The true energy in his body instantly froze. The entire entrance of the Yu mansion was dead silent. This. Sima Minghong's forehead was covered with sweat. He was extremely shocked. What kind of divine ability is this? Could it be, just when Sima Minghong was trembling with fear and was afraid that Xiaohua would kill him to silence him, a familiar voice clearly entered his ears, my name is Sima Yen. That day, when I was passing by Qinghong town, I happened to see a beautiful young lady resting under the shade of a tree with an old man accompanying her. That young lady was very beautiful and I liked her very much. At that time, it was noon and there were no passers-by around. I let a group of guards surround the tree and prepared to have some fun. But at this time, Yu Zhongquan flew over in the sky and wanted to save the young lady. The guards couldn't beat Yu Zhongquan and my left arm was also cut off by him. Sima Minghong raised his head in horror. He saw Sima Yen walking in front of everyone with his eyes wide open. There was no expression on his face as he spoke word by word. Not only did he speak about the day when Yu Zhongquan saw injustice on the road, he also spoke about the plans of the Sima family. At the end, Xiaohua glanced at Sima Minghong who was sweating profusely and said, Sima Yen, apart from the dispute between you and Yu Zhongquan that day, have you ever ruined the chastity of other women? Have you been stained with the blood of other people? Yes, last year in Jianghai town. Sima Yen was like a well-behaved child as he spoke about his scandals one by one. It seemed that he didn't know shame. Xiaohua only heard a few things and his face was already filled with anger. He waved his hand and said, enough. Yes. Sima Yen obediently listened. Xiaohua looked at Sima Minghong and said coldly, Sima Minghong, this is your Sima family's disciple. He is really brave. Sima Yen really deserves to die. Sima Minghong suddenly felt that the sky was bright and he could move again. He hurriedly said, "This one will take him back to the family and ask the family head to punish him. My Sima family wrongly blamed the Yu family and will definitely come to apologize in the future." I. Sima Yan looked at everyone and listened to Sima Minghong's words. His face was pale as if he thought of something. He said a few words but didn't know what to say. "Ha." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "You killed 3 people and defiled several women. When you return to your Sima family, you will only be punished. Your Sima family's rules are also very good. It's a pity that you met this old man. Since this old man dared to take Yu Zhongquan as a disciple, of course I value his righteous conduct. If he can enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, why can't this old man do the same?" Spiritual Master Xiao. Sima Minghong was shocked and wanted to say something, but he saw a red spot appear on Sima Yan's forehead. This red spot instantly spread to his entire face. "Io, Io." Sima Yan anxiously shouted and reached out to scratch his face. It was as if it was extremely itchy, but when his hand touched his face, a piece of flesh fell from his face. At the same time, the red spot spread to his hand and neck. Hee. Sima Yan was in pain and itchy. He couldn't help but scratch. After a while, his throat couldn't make any sound. His entire body curled up on the ground, barking like a dog and gasping for breath. Seeing this kind of miserable situation, even Chang Yuan, who had just heard Sima Yan's confession, couldn't help but close her eyes and not dare to look. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua lightly said, "This is this old man's answer to your Sima family. You can leave now." Chang Yuan opened her eyes and only saw a few bones on the ground slowly disappearing in a pool of blood. Where was Sima Yan's corpse? Good. Sima Minghong clenched his teeth and said, "I will remember Spiritual Master Zhao's words. I will report this matter to my family's patriarch. Take advantage of this old man's good mood and leave quickly." Xiao Hua waved his sleeves and said, "You can find this old man to take revenge, but don't involve others. If this old man finds out that your Sima family is doing something else, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. I don't know if your Sima family's disciples can even fill the gap between this old man's teeth. Leave." Sima Minghong still wanted to say something, but when he saw Xiao Hua sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, he was really afraid. Xiao Hua's methods were unpredictable. Although he had an extremely powerful scroll in his arms, in the end, he didn't dare to take it out to test it. Seeing that Sima Minghong left with a dozen cultivators, Yu Yun and Yu Zhongli retracted their gazes from the sky. The two of them looked at each other and bowed at the same time. "Junior, thanks Spiritual Master Xiao for your help." "No need." Xiao Hua ignored the two of them and said indifferently, "This Xiao has no fate with you. You don't have to thank me. Your enemy has already forced you to the city. If you can't defeat the enemy, I'm afraid that the enemy will be even more ferocious than the Sima family." Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua hesitated and said, "However, this old man sees that the enemy is at the initial stage of a scholar. If you can't find enough help to resist, I'm afraid." Speaking up to here, Yu Yun's expression changed greatly and he exclaimed, "Morong Hanping? He actually personally went out to fight? Impossible, right?" Yu Zhongli said anxiously, "Morong Hanping is the state preceptor of Donglin Kingdom. My Yifeng Kingdom doesn't have a state preceptor." How could he? Xiao Hua didn't care about Yu Yun and Yu Zhongli's surprise. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, Chang Yuan. This matter has nothing to do with us anymore. Master will take you to find Yu Zhongquan." "But, Master." Chang Yuan looked at Yu Yun and Yu Zhongquan's ashen faces and couldn't bear it. She also understood Morong Hanping's power and said in a low voice, "Yifeng Kingdom is Yu Lang's home. If his home is invaded by Donglin Kingdom, what will he think? Moreover, if Master doesn't help, even if my Chang family sends troops over to help, the Yu family won't be able to avoid the misfortune of being annihilated. How will Master tell Yu Lang? Senior Immortal, save us. Senior Immortal, save us. Yu Yun and Yu Zhongquan were still hesitating. Yu Heming, who saw that the situation wasn't right, immediately rushed over and knelt in front of Xiao Hua, shouting, "This lowly one deserves to die." This lowly one actually didn't recognize Senior Immortal's appearance before. This lowly one really didn't expect that after so many years, your appearance hasn't changed at all. Back then, young master and you had never met, yet you were able to save him from the hands of bandits. Even seventh Uncle Yu, who disliked Taoists very much, often talked about Senior Immortal's appearance after he left. Although seventh Uncle Yu isn't here anymore and my young master isn't in the residence, this lowly one is still here. This lowly one kowtows to Senior Immortal and pleads Senior Immortal to save my Yu residence and the people of my Yifeng kingdom. This lowly one is willing. Yu Heming was willing for a moment but couldn't think of what he should say. In the end, he could only forcefully kowtow to the ground. Blood flowed from his forehead as he said, "Senior Immortal has the world in your heart. You definitely can't bear to let the flames of war spread throughout Yifeng kingdom. Senior Immortal, please be merciful." Yu Heming was indeed anxious. He even praised the eminent monks of the Buddhist sect. However, seeing Yu Heming like this, other than Yu Yun and Yu Zhongli, the other Yu family guards also knelt on the ground. After all, Murong Hanping's power was well known in several countries.